Chapter 1. Why does this resurrection point feel so off? In the darkness that a cold, mechanical voice intermittently echoed. Host number 0361 binding successful. Please select a rebirth race. 10.5.3.2.1. Host 0361 did not respond, defaulting to random selection. Rebirth race has been selected. Now commencing selection of the rebirth world. Coordinates for the boy's world have been locked. Initiating deployment. The slimy, writhing sounds abruptly jolted the consciousness sleeping in the darkness awake. I choked, gasped for breath. Yet what followed was an even more nauseating sensation of stickiness. Have I been reborn? Li Cheng felt the awkwardness of a bizarre 360-degree perspective. He posed a soulful question. Yet this feeling seems strangely off. Controlling his body, Li Cheng attempted to extend his hands. However, the dark, slimy tendrils nearly scared him into a cold sweat. What in the world is this monster? Gazing at the tendrils writhing chaotically with fright, Li Cheng felt as if his breath was about to cease. As a model youth in a harmonious society, he had never encountered such fantastical occurrences. As his inner fear gradually subsided, Li Cheng then realized he could not produce any sound. Moreover, he discovered an even graver matter. It appeared that he was situated in outer space. Observing the shimmering expanse of stars surrounding him, despite having once fantasized about space travel, Li Cheng felt no joy in this moment. For beneath him, in his peculiar 360-degree view, he discerned that he was atop a small meteorite, approximately 6 or 7 meters in radius. Of course, these details were trivial. What truly mattered was that this small object was hurtling toward a planet Li Cheng recognized. Attention, temporary mission triggered. Mission requirements. You must ensure survival after the meteorite's descent. Mission rank, A-class. Mission reward, increase in fire resistance talent. Note, due to the triggering of a temporary mission, novice protection has been lifted. Novice rewards will be granted upon the completion of the temporary mission. Feeling the meteorite's surface grow increasingly warm, Li Cheng did not experience the elation typically associated with the appearance of a golden opportunity. His heart was filled with unease. Had he possessed a face at this moment, it would surely be shadowed with grimness, despite his current darkened state. For the sake of survival, Li Cheng had no time for further contemplation and hurriedly maneuvered his unfamiliar body towards the fissures in the meteorite. As the vibrations of the meteorite intensified, the flames engulfing its surface made Li Cheng, who desperately sought to remain at the core of the meteorite, increasingly anxious. The terrifying heat seeping through the cracks was obliterating every part of Li Cheng's body with each passing second. The sensation of survival in this narrow crevice, overshadowed by the specter of death, plunged Li Cheng back to the moment of his untimely demise in his previous life. Li Cheng loathed this feeling. He had barely made a name for himself in his past existence before meeting an inexplicable end. If fate had granted him a second chance at life, why must he endure such torment once more? Just as the bitterness of his predicament began to rise within him, the challenges he faced only worsened. Even while sheltered in the heart of the meteorite, it was now fracturing as it entered the atmosphere. Fiery debris began to peel away from the meteorite, and the space surrounding Li Cheng was riddled with widening fissures. Damn it! Li Cheng, tormented by the searing heat seeping in through the cracks, could no longer restrain himself from uttering a curse. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival ignited by the threat of death that compelled him to meld his body into the cooler core of the meteorite. With every ounce of strength, he endeavored to ensure that the fragment he occupied would not succumb to the scorching temperatures too soon, thus averting a disintegration that could jeopardize his life. This was the utmost limit of self-preservation that Li Cheng's biological instincts could muster. As for the rest, he could only await the fateful decree of the goddess of death. If the meteorite were to plunge into the sea or a lake, perhaps he would have a glimmer of hope. However, should it land on solid ground, even if the meteorite was already disintegrating, the impact upon reaching the earth would be lethal enough to claim Li Cheng's life. As the flames scorched him, his consciousness began to blur. In the final moments before his awareness faded, Li Cheng's heart cried out in defiance. "System, I curse you!" Until that sticky, writhing sound was drowned out by the flames of the meteorite, vanishing into the clouds beneath the atmosphere. In the outskirts of a small town in Corona, California, scattered sparks illuminated half of the night sky over Michelltown. As the shattered meteorite plunged into the lake, it created a towering geyser of water. Only then did the night of Michelltown return to a semblance of normalcy. Yet the lights flickering in the homes, the frantic barks of dogs, and the distant wailing of fire trucks heralded that this disturbance was far from over. In the early hours nearing dawn, the lake, a few hundred meters outside Michelle Town, was already thronged with onlookers. Even the cacophony of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks could not drown out the excited chatter of the crowd. Everyone was eagerly capturing images of the crater left behind by the meteorite, half submerged in the lake. Hey, those folks are getting too close to the cordon. Although I'm curious about the spectacle of the meteorite's impact, we've completed our investigation. Here, why don't we head back? I'd prefer to sneak in a bit more sleep before breakfast time arrives. Outside the police vehicle, an officer glanced at the crowd beyond the barrier and couldn't help but voice his frustration. I contemplate the impending morning, wherein I must prepare breakfast for my 13-year-old daughter and subsequently escort her to school. I find myself overwhelmed with a sense of dread that a fellow colleague leaned against the police car, raising his hand to take a sip of the steaming coffee in his grasp, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Who can say? This week marks the third occasion I have found myself consuming this concoction in the dead of night, he remarked, shaking his coffee cup with a resigned exhale of warm air. However, the man seemed to be on the verge of revealing something, but then hesitated. But what? The portly officer, sensing a hint of gossip, leaned in closer to his colleague and whispered inquisitively. Nothing, Jones. While I might possess some knowledge, I cannot vouch for its veracity. If I were to disclose it, Mr. Smith would undoubtedly expel me from the force. The male colleague shook his head, dismissing the notion. Ronnie, you are being rather ungracious. A.S. the most reputable man in the precinct. I, Jones, solemnly swear I shall not disseminate any information regarding what I have overheard. With a grave expression, Jones raised his hand, pledging solemnly before Jesus. The man sipping coffee cast an incredulous glance at Jones. Within the precinct, even the K-9 unit's dogs were aware that this individual was not a Christian. If this man were to swear on the excess fat upon his own body, Ronnie might lend him a modicum of credence. Chapter 2. Mr. Shadow. Very well. I suppose it is not a matter of utmost secrecy, yet it pertains to the reputation of the police department and Mr. Smith. I trust you understand the gravity of my words? Rest assured, I am merely filled with curiosity. Noting Ronnie's air of mystery, Jones leaned in closer, pressing his ear toward him. You see that group of media personnel across the lake? Ronnie gestured with his coffee towards the opposite shore. I have heard that in relation to the meteorite incident, Mr. Smith and the two-star hero known as Mr. Shadow are eager to make something of it. If the information is accurate, it seems we shall have to wait for Mr. Shadow's arrival before we can depart. Mr. Shadow, upon hearing this astonishing revelation from Ronnie, Jones glanced down at his own protruding belly, struggling to recall who Mr. Shadow might be. I reside in the George County District. How could I be unaware of such a figure? Jones queried, furrowing his brow at Ronnie. He's the one entangled with the cover girl from Time Magazine's 24th issue. At this, Jonas' eyes widened in realization. I remember now, it is indeed that fellow. Yet, how much can be made of such a trivial meteorite that has merely damaged half of the lake? Jones pondered, genuinely unable to fathom what schemes might be afoot. How should I know? Ronnie shrugged, admitting that he had come across this information quite by chance, that if he possessed the intellect to comprehend the intricacies of the transaction at hand, he would not find himself toiling excessively as a mere constable in this sparsely populated town. However, I believe we shall ascertain the truth shortly, Jones remarked, gesturing towards the opposite shore of the lake. His curiosity piqued by the sudden emergence of a blue spandex enthusiast under the floodlights of the media. Chief Smith, do you have any comments regarding tonight's meteorite incident? On the far side of the lake, a throng of reporters, intrigued by the meteorite occurrence, encircled a bald man, extending microphones towards him. That I trust you are all aware that our nation experiences no fewer than 20 meteorite incidents of varying magnitudes each year. At the time, this was not particularly good news, however. We are fortunate to have dedicated public servants and formidable superheroes selflessly serving behind us. Although the Disaster Management Agency has clearly stated that the impact site and its resultant shockwave will not endanger the surrounding residents, our hero, Mr. Shadow, still stepped forward, ensuring that this meteorite incident resulted in the destruction of only half the lake. Without our Mr. Shadow, I fear the residents of Mitchellot Town would have faced 3 weeks of water and power outages. As his words faded, Chief Smith approached the middle-aged man clad in blue spandex with a friendly demeanor. The snug leather attire accentuated the man's muscular physique, while beneath his flowing curls lay a genial smile, unflinching before the multitude of cameras. I am delighted that our police department could invite the great hero who resolved this meteorite incident. Let us extend our warmest applause to our hero, Mr. David Williams, Mr. Shadow." Amidst the intertwining of applause and cheers, the affable smile on David Williams' face broadened. Symbolically shaking hands with Chief Smith before the media, David Williams gradually made his way to the center of the reporters' encirclement. While I am not entirely accustomed to the sensation of being in the spotlight, I felt compelled to make an appearance, given the earnest invitation from Sheriff Smith and the constables of the Leiston Police Department. I do not recall extending such a warm invitation to him, especially since he featured alongside my favorite cover girl. Jones, approaching Ronnie, nearly coughed up the coffee he had been sipping. I swear, I have never engaged in such a matter. My warm invitations are reserved solely for beautiful women, Ronnie replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. David Williams' enthusiastic speech continued, but unbeknownst to him, the constables of the Leiston Police Department had long grown impatient with his monologue. Lastly, I wish to declare one point. Regardless of the circumstances, as a superhuman, I, along with the heroes of the Seven Tower, will forever be devoted to world peace, serving the people as my mission. Thank you all. In the early hours of dawn, the sky, faintly illuminated like the sheen of fish scales, gradually emerged from behind the veil of night. As the media convoy departed, the elusive figure known as Mr. Shadow and Smith ambled along the banks of the lake. Gazing upon the lake, which had been partially ravaged, David Williams found his spirits soaring. Once the day's report was disseminated, his moniker of Mr. Shadow would undoubtedly become known to a greater multitude, ensuring that the Water Group would send representatives to negotiate a contract renewal with him. At that juncture, the ladies from Time magazine would be but a whim away from indulgence, and if fortune favored him, he might even ascend to the ranks of the Super 7 as a reserve member through sheer merit. In that moment, David Williams yearned to embrace Director Smith beside him, planting a fervent kiss upon his glistening bald head. Yet, it must be noted that David Williams was not inclined towards men. After all, the prospect of securing such immense benefits for a mere sum of $500,000 would invigorate anyone to the point of frenzy. However, David Williams remained oblivious to the fact that as he reveled in dreams of his opulent lifestyle, a dark entity silently enveloped his shoe, only to vanish in an instant. Mr. Williams, it appears our business has reached a pivotal conclusion that I wonder when the remaining funds will grace my account. With so many associates gathered today, if I do not extend some consideration towards them, my position as director may be short-lived. Rest assured, Director Smith, that my agent will transfer the funds to your account within the hour. And dear friend, all you need to do is recline on the comfortable sofa in your spacious office and await your riches. David Williams, towering a head above Smith, amiably patted the director on the shoulder. Then I shall await your good news. However, I must forewarn you, if my account does not reflect the funds, I possess ample means to tarnish your reputation. Such a threat is rather unpleasant. I had hoped to foster a long-term amicable partnership with you, Mr. Smith. David Williams seemingly brushed aside Smith's words, for he was indeed a superhuman. Had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner previously, they would have been reduced to a cold corpse. But at present, his mood was elevated. A mere small-town police chief was allowed a fleeting moment of pride. A humble novice author seeking votes online. Esteemed writers, please show some kindness. Chapter 3. Am I high on something? In George County, outside a villa in the affluent district, a luxurious white sports car, racing around the corner, came to a sudden halt at the entrance of the villa. The car door swung open. The individual descending is none other than David Williams, who has just bid farewell to Director Smith, our shadowy gentleman. As if the screech of the brakes were too jarring, the grand door of the villa slowly swung open, revealing a charming little boy with golden hair and azure eyes, who dashed forth from behind the entrance. "Daddy!" the boy exclaimed, arms wide open, joyfully calling out to his father upon his return. Why, dear little one, have you been obedient and listened to your mother while I was away?" David Williams crouched down, enveloping the young boy in his embrace, greedily inhaling the sweet scent that wafted from him. What a tantalizing fragrance, surely. It must be delightful to taste. "Daddy, what are you saying?" "You're holding me a bit too tightly. Oh, my apologies." Coming to his senses, David Williams hastily loosened his grip on his son. Shaking his head in trepidation, he found himself perplexed by an inexplicable urge to devour his child, a thought he vehemently rejected. And oh, no, this cannot be. Hand in hand with his son, David Williams swiftly dismissed the notion while massaging his temples, reasoning that even in a state of aberration, He could never entertain the idea of consuming a human being, let alone his own offspring. Daddy, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing David Williams' peculiar demeanor, the little boy expressed concern. I'm fine, perhaps I'm just a bit weary. David Williams, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, affectionately tousled his son's golden locks as he explained. By the way, where is your mother? In a bid to divert his child's attention, David Williams hastily shifted the topic. Mommy is preparing breakfast. She was right, you really did come home, Daddy. At this, David Williams felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his nose. After bidding farewell to Smith, he had ventured to an underground establishment for a clandestine encounter with substances. His presence here was indeed a consequence of indulgence. If the media and fans were to discover that he had an extramarital family, it would surely spell the end of his career at Watto. However, considering the events of the previous night, he rationalized that once his approval ratings rose a few points, the people at Watto would likely overlook such indiscretions. Truth be told, he was rather fond of his illegitimate child. David, what brings you here? A woman emerged from the kitchen, her expression one of surprise. Though she had told their son that his father would return in the morning, it had merely been a common ploy to placate the child. She truly had not anticipated that David Williams would actually come home today. It is essential to recognize that, in contrast to the extravagant superhuman before her, she harbors a greater affection for the annual compensation of $100,000 from the Water Corporation. Confronted with the astonished expression of her extramarital lover, David Williams found himself ensnared in an awkward silence, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. I merely came to check in. David Williams gestured dismissively, attempting to explain, as long as those paparazzi or fans don't catch you, do as you please. The woman shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly disregarding David's presence as she beckoned her son to dine. What a spirited woman, one can only wonder what her culinary delights might taste like. David, what are you saying? Seemingly having overheard David's subdued murmurs, the woman turned, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired. She felt that David Williams was behaving rather oddly today. From their initial meeting until now, despite his calm demeanor, his bloodshot eyes, brimming with danger, sent a shiver down her spine. It felt as though he were poised to devour her entirely. Nothing at all, David Williams replied, shaking his head. Feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort, he disregarded the moment and turned towards the restroom. Once inside, he locked the door and leaned against the sink, splashing cold water onto his face, hoping to awaken his senses dulled by the substances he had consumed. Phew, David Williams gazed into the mirror, his face clouded with confusion. Though he sensed something was amiss with himself today, he reassured his thoughts. Perhaps he had simply indulged a bit too much this time. Damn that Jonia. It must be this bastard who gave me counterfeit drugs, he muttered. New medications are truly unreliable. The old trio is far more effective. Had I known, I wouldn't have heeded his nonsense. David Williams leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing his bloodshot eyes, a wave of regret washing over him. How amusing. The Water Group? Patriotic folks? Queen Maeve? The Payback Squad? As he continued to examine his eyes, David's voice became hoarse, and he began to utter nonsensical phrases. Suddenly, he registered a presence in the mirror. A pitch-black creature with cavernous eyes, filled with white, was staring back at him with a look of bewilderment. F. Startled, David Williams shouted, his hasty retreat causing him to lose balance and tumble into the corner of the restroom. David? David? What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, the concerned lover rushed to the restroom door, knocking anxiously against the glass. She attempted to open the door, only to discover it was securely locked. Yet, her concern was not for David Williams' well-being. Rather, she fretted over the expensive cosmetics laid out on the sink. Oh, not worry, my dear. I may just be a bit fatigued. Allow me a moment. I shall be out shortly. David Williams consoled his little lover outside with a few words, sitting on the ground, fixated on his reflection in the mirror above the sink. Upon realizing that he had undergone no discernible transformation, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It must be an illusion, David Williams quickly concluded within himself. However, in the wake of this sudden occurrence, his abhorrence and hatred for the recently mentioned Jonia intensified to an extreme. I shall make him aware of the consequences of offending a superhuman, and let him understand how grave a mistake it is to provide me with such a hallucinogenic synthetic drug. Indeed, first I shall beat him to the brink of death, and then, under his desperate gaze, I shall take a bite out of his brain. The one who manufactures drugs deserves to perish, and the one who traffics them even more so. Does he not? Yes, it should be thus. David Williams nodded in agreement, his face twisted with malice. But soon his visage, once filled with hatred, began to pale dramatically. Chapter 4. The Low Defense of the Wretched. Slumped on the floor, David Williams slowly turned his head, his eyes trembling with fear. The creature that appeared in the mirror, with hollow white eyes and a pitch-black head, was now face-to-face with him, its gaping maw gazing hungrily. "Hello there." Seemingly sensing the oppressive silence in the room, the monster broke the tension by greeting David Williams. "Shit." David Williams let out another loud scream. Fear surged through him, sending adrenaline coursing through his veins. Just as he was gripped by terror, the entire villa began to tremble violently. Outside the bathroom, David Williams' little lover, sensing the initial tremors, hastily grabbed her son, who sat obliviously to the unfolding chaos, and dashed towards the door. At the very moment they were about to escape to safety, the grim specter of death loomed ever closer. In the brightly lit villa, shadows that were untouched by light suddenly contorted. Sharp, jet-black spikes erupted from the darkness. Within mere seconds, accompanied by unsettling noises emanating from various rooms, the entire villa became filled with these menacing protrusions. Drip, drip, drip. Scarlet droplets of blood began to fall upon the cracked yet still pristine tiles, until the drops coalesced into a stream of crimson. This fellow possesses quite formidable strength. To be a two-star hero seems rather beneath his capabilities. The blackened head, riddled with holes from the spikes, gradually began to mend the voids inflicted by the shadowy protrusions. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the true culprit behind the terror that had befallen Mr. David Williams. The end of the black creature's head was connected to David Williams' shoulder. This seemingly symbiotic relationship appeared to show no concern for David Williams' demise. The black creature observed silently, reminiscent of a lion capturing its prey within. Its jaws, awaiting the final flicker of life to extinguish at last, as countless spikes receded into the shadows of the room. The last second of David Williams' life ticked away, marking the end of time. He felt his body grow numb and cold. As if a ravenous diner could not contain its hunger, the black creature transformed into an expansive net, enveloping David Williams' form. Entirely, erasing all traces of humanity, David's lifeless body was shrouded in the embrace of the black creature. It resembled a dark mummy beginning to stir. The bloodied wounds torn by spikes began to mend with inky lines, and the contorted limbs realigned into grotesque semblances of normalcy. Soon, with David Williams' disappearance, a towering figure of 3 meters in height, muscular and imposing, occupied half of the spacious bathroom. With the emergence of this humanoid monster, a mechanical voice, audible only to the creature, elicited a terrifying grin filled with sharp teeth from its gaping maw. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the temporary task and successfully occupied the designated target. Newbie rewards and a temporary task reward have gone unclaimed for over 12 hours. All rewards will be dispensed into your backpack in 3 seconds. Please check accordingly." Indeed, as a traveler, having a system is an entirely different affair, the creature mused, licking its lips with a crimson tongue. After a silence of 3 seconds in the air, the mechanical prompt chimed again. "Let's open the backpack and see what delightful rewards await us." The black creature rubbed its enormous palms together, its sharp fingernails gesturing mysteriously in the air. From the creature's perspective, a virtual shelf resembling a game backpack interface displayed several glimmering items. Talent points 1,000. Item description: you can use this to enhance your innate skills. Warm reminder: elevating your skills to a certain level will promote your skill class. Please allocate points judiciously. 1,000 cc of Count Dracula's blood from the Elf Hotel. Item description: by absorbing this blood, you will randomly acquire 1 to 3 of Count Dracula's innate skills, with levels matching the providing character. Fire resistance. Item description: upon usage, you will gain an additional innate skill. Choose to decompose, and you will receive 1,000 talent points. Triple strength attribute amplification voucher. Item description: unlike attribute points, the amplification voucher will double your specific attributes. This item will expire in 24 hours. Shadow, piercing 3. Item description: you will possess the ability to control shadowy spikes to attack your targets. The gifted skill originates from David Williams, and upon its use, you will directly inherit this ability along with its level. By choosing to decompose it, you will receive 3,000 talent points. I understand the reasoning, but seriously, system? Are you truly jesting with Count Dracula's 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood from Hotel Transylvania? Is it possible to acquire such an item from an animated realm? By the way, how did you manage to obtain Dracula's blood? The creature, perplexed, gazed with wide eyes, bemused by the extensive reach of this system. Regardless of its internal musings, the system remained utterly unresponsive. With a resigned shrug, the creature accessed its attribute panel. Host ID 0361. Host codename. Li Cheng, you have one free opportunity to change your codename. Comprehensive combat power 361. Race Clinta. Life level 3. Talents. Symbiosis 0, 100. Environmental adaptation 0, 100. Attributes. Strength 201. Speed 161. Physical defense 402. Magical defense 6. Mental value 96. The physical defense is commendable, while the strength and speed are passable. However, why is my mental value so dismal? And my magical defense is a mere 6. I'm only at 9. Li Cheng perused his numerical attributes, his expression transforming into one of astonishment upon seeing the paltry double-digit mental value. With a magical defense of only 6, did that imply that encountering a sorcerer would lead to his demise? It's a pity that the attribute enhancement voucher can only elevate strength. I wonder how one acquires additional attribute points at this moment. Li Cheng found himself devoid of further complaints. Fortunately, the world of the Black Cloak Enforcers lacks any magical elements, otherwise he would have to endure a significant struggle. With that thought, Li Cheng ceased his internal conflict. Since improvement was unattainable, further deliberation seemed futile and only served to breed annoyance. As for the side note, due to other work commitments, updates may be somewhat sporadic. I kindly ask for your understanding. Rest assured, I will endeavor to update whenever time permits. My heartfelt gratitude for your continued support. Chapter 5. What kind of system is this? This is a Big Daddy system. Activate the triple strength attribute enhancement voucher. With Li Cheng's command, the item in his backpack transformed into a radiant light, gradually merging into his formidable form. The strength value displayed on the panel, which had been 201, skyrocketed to 603. Delightful. Overwhelmed by an unparalleled sensation of power coursing through him, Li Cheng could not suppress his exclamation. I wonder if a strength value of 603 offers any advantage against the natives of this world. Lost in the euphoria of his enhanced strength, he reveled in the moment. Contemplating the people of his homeland, the golden-haired, blue-eyed brother strolling beneath the moonlight with his bird, Li Cheng felt a burgeoning sense of anticipation, though he remained unhurried. After all, the denizens of his homeland were also on his list of targets. At this point, Li Cheng felt compelled to interject. Although he was a symbiote, he bore some distinctions from the liquid worms depicted in films. Once he successfully inhabited a target host, he could consciously choose whether to enter into a symbiotic relationship or to dominate. This was particularly true in the case of David Williams. Even after the host's demise, Li Cheng, endowed with the ability to dominate, could usurp the host's body, effectively taking control. Conversely, the death of the host would result in Li Cheng absorbing some of the host's abilities. However, considering that symbionts seemingly lack such a feature, Li Cheng speculated that this might have been a design of the system. As a 2-star superhero under the Vought group, with David Williams now deceased, it was only a matter of time before the corporation discovered his existence. When those capitalists realized they could not control him, he would inevitably confront members of the Super Seven, though only a few of them were truly formidable. This elucidated why Li Cheng was not in a rush regardless of the circumstances. He would eventually cross paths with Azu. Additionally, Li Cheng became acutely aware that after successfully merging with David Williams, his personality had undergone a complete transformation. While he had never been particularly fearful, he had once been a well-adjusted young man with a sound moral compass. Yet, now, even in the presence of David Williams' grotesquely twisted and decaying form, he felt no fear whatsoever. Driven solely by the desire to dominate, he pounced without hesitation. Well, that's for the best. At least being a villain comes without peculiar psychological burdens, he mused, flashing a devilish gesture at his reflection, his face twisted into a menacing grin. Having concluded his self-reflection, Li Cheng's attention turned to the other contents of his backpack. Among the items, the most delightful surprise was the talent skill of fire resistance. It was well known that symbionts were most vulnerable to flames and sound waves. Recalling the recent incident where he had plummeted to Earth from space aboard a meteor, had it not been for the meteor's landing in a lake, Li Cheng might have succumbed to the searing heat. If there were a chat group for traversers, Li Cheng would likely be regarded as the most foolish among them. However, with the acquisition of fire resistance, he felt as though he had gained a significant advantage. Without hesitation, he activated the skill. To further secure his position, he invested all 1,000 talent points from his backpack into enhancing his fire resistance. With a resistance level of 3, Li Cheng now brimmed with a profound sense of security. Regarding the talent skill, Shadow Piercing, acquired from David Williams, it is aptly said that a multitude of skills never burdens one. Moreover, it is a direct skill of level 3, which is certainly advantageous. Even if it does not serve as a primary skill, it proves to be quite effective for ambushes. At present, what Li Cheng eagerly anticipates are the items from other realms, particularly the blood of Dracula from the Hotel Transylvania. He delicately stroked his chin with his sharp fingertips. He recalled having watched the animated film in his early teens. However, the passage of time had dulled his memory of the plot, and even the character designs had almost faded from recollection. Though it is an animated film, the very name Dracula suggests formidable power. With this thought, Li Cheng, driven by a spirit of experimentation, consumed every drop of Dracula's blood. He licked the final drop clean. A mechanical notification from the system echoed in his mind. You have consumed Dracula's blood. Congratulations, host. You have gained partial knowledge of dark magic from Dracula, along with the talent skill, Regeneration Repair level 5. This was accompanied by a sharp, piercing pain in his mind. Li Cheng clutched his head as an avalanche of knowledge, foreign to him, surged into his consciousness. The intense agony rendered him restless and irritable, and in his struggle, his towering frame of over 3 meters wreaked havoc, transforming the restroom into a chaotic scene, reminiscent of a construction site. Indeed, when it comes to combat prowess, animated characters reign supreme. As the throbbing in his head gradually subsided, Li Cheng, bracing himself against the floor, shook his head in frustration. However, upon perusing the memories bestowed by Dracula, a broad smile spread across his face. The Regeneration Repair level 5 talent, while not entirely useless for Li Cheng, who had become a symbiote, offered limited assistance. In a world teeming with superhumans, acquiring skills akin to Regeneration Repair is certainly feasible. Moreover, should the host attain sufficient strength, the necessity for Regeneration Repair becomes utterly moot. To put it in more eloquent terms, the skill serves merely as an embellishment. After all, if the host were to perish, he, as a symbiote, would remain unscathed. What truly delighted Li Cheng was the wealth of knowledge regarding dark magic that Dracula possessed. He had not anticipated that this animated character, Dracula from Hotel Transylvania, would exhibit such profound mastery of dark sorcery. From summoning skeletons to casting curses and poisons, the breadth of his capabilities was astonishingly vast. Now, Li Cheng felt an immense gratitude towards Dracula for his generous offering of 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood. If circumstances permitted, he would gladly express his appreciation to the system with a bow and a heartfelt acknowledgement. In a state of confusion for much of my life, I lament the absence of a wise master. If the esteemed system does not forsake me, I would be honored to adopt it as my guardian. Initially, I lamented my feeble mental fortitude and lackluster magical defenses, making me an easy target for mages. Yet, in the very next moment, the system generously bestowed upon me an abundance of memories rich in dark magic knowledge. Point 1 could hardly deny that this is akin to the affection of a true progenitor. Reflecting on this period, I have often expressed my grievances to the system, and Li Cheng cannot help but wish to deliver a few resounding slaps to himself for his previous complaints. Chapter 6. Rewards abound. The true heir confirmed indeed. While I have acquired a plethora of memories and methodologies regarding dark magic, as a character possessing a mere spiritual strength of just over 90, Li Cheng finds himself unable to wield the majority of these spells. According to the recollections of dark magic, its application diverges from other forms that typically necessitate a pact with deities. Although the dark magic mastered by Dracula does not rely on divine power, it requires an exceptionally formidable mental fortitude as its foundation. Should one attempt to cast magic without sufficient spiritual strength, there exists the peril of one's soul becoming ensnared in eternal darkness. Fortunately, within Dracula's magical memories are various techniques for enhancing spiritual strength, even including the most rudimentary method of meditation. Host ID 0361 Host Codename Li Cheng. You have one opportunity for a complimentary codename change. Comprehensive Combat Power 773 Race Clinta Life Level 3 Talents Symbiosis 0-100 Environmental Adaptation 0-100 Fire Resistance 3 400 1000 Shadow Piercing 3 321,000 Regeneration Repair 5, 611, 2000 attributes. Strength 603 Speed. 161 Physical Defense. 402 Magical Defense. 6 Mental Value. 96 Ah? How splendid. Although the magical defense of 6 remains somewhat disheartening, one cannot expect to satiate their hunger in a single gulp. Li Cheng gazed upon his current data panel, utterly satisfied. Not only had the data expanded significantly, but his previously modest combat power of 500 had nearly doubled. However, just as Li Cheng was about to exit the dilapidated restroom he had so thoroughly wrecked, the notation on the data panel indicating you have one opportunity for a complimentary codename change captured his attention. Is it possible to change names? Li Cheng's wide eyes, framed by their stark white sockets, brimmed with a touch of curiosity. Yet, the notion of renaming was not without merit. Gazing at his reflection in the shattered mirror, he pondered that as a symbiotic entity, continuing to call himself Li Cheng felt rather peculiar. Imagining the bold symbionts he had seen in various films and comics, each declaring their code names with an air of defiance. I am Venom. I am Carnage. I am Riot. I am Howling. And then, when it came to his turn, I am Li Cheng. The thought alone rendered him acutely aware of the impending silence that would envelop the atmosphere. What name, then, should I adopt? Caressing his chin, Li Cheng began to contemplate and wrestle with the decision, realizing that most of the names he could conjure had already been claimed. Terms like frenzy and devour seemed to have their comic counterparts already established. Should one inadvertently unlock the multiverse one day and encounter the original owner, it would surely be a most embarrassing situation. However, soon an idea seemed to spark in Li Cheng's excited eyes as he thought of the original owner residing within him. Thus, he quickly devised a new codename for himself. Let it be Shadow. After altering his name, Shadow promptly input the new designation, and the two characters were swiftly modified. Do you confirm your new codename? A prompt inquired. Note: once changed, the codename cannot be reverted. Confirm. Shadow, having contemplated the system's notification once more, nodded affirmatively at the data panel. The codename change was complete. Congratulations. By altering your codename, you have triggered a hidden reward, which has been dispatched to your backpack. Please check it. Such a reward. Shadow's expression at that moment was one of astonishment. Is this truly a reward? System, could it be that I am genuinely your favorite child? Just as he pondered how to express his incredulity, the mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. Due to the alteration of your final codename, you have activated a series of codename tasks. Task initiated, Shadow. As you have triggered the codename task, please ensure that your renown reaches a level of notoriety or fame across at least 3-tiered worlds and 5-tiered realms. Note: this task is not time-limited. Once interworld travel is initiated, the reputation data will refresh on the data panel. Upon viewing the system task, Shadow finally exhaled in relief. This felt considerably more normal. Had there been rewards without a corresponding system task, he would have harbored some doubts regarding his true lineage. Yet, a flicker of disappointment also washed over him. Having a system as a father did not seem entirely unappealing. From the codename task, Shadow gleaned new information. The system possessed the capability to transport him to other worlds. However, based on the time elapsed, it appeared that this system lacked the ability to engage in proactive communication. Thus, traversing other worlds seemed unlikely to be easily triggered at this juncture. Nevertheless, this was preferable for Shadow, who had only narrowly escaped death from a meteorite a few hours prior. The realm of the black-robed enforcers was still shrouded in mystery for him. To embark on such a demanding system task was far from appealing, even with the absence of a time constraint. All right, I seem to have lingered here far too long. Stretching lazily, his tongue flopped out, scattering saliva about. Yet, recalling the commotion caused by David Williams before his demise, Shadow realized that his current appearance might attract unwanted attention. Until he felt confident enough to confront the locals directly, it would be wise to remain discreet. As the figure contracted, the Shadow's form transformed once more into a liquid-like cascade of inky tendrils. Within mere breaths, the seemingly vigorous David Williams reappeared in the restroom. Just as the Shadow prepared to depart, it seemed to recall something. A grotesque movement was observed at the nape of David Williams, where a minuscule chip was extricated from a wound seeping with cold, dark blood delivered by the Shadow's tendril. With a dim gaze, David Williams regarded the object extracted from his neck, then abruptly crushed it in his grip before casually discarding it upon the floor. Having resolved this minor inconvenience, he hastened to open the restroom door, though the glass door now existed only as a frame. Oh, what a truly spectacular scene. Gazing upon the villa, now riddled with countless scars, the Shadow found it difficult to recall the former elegance of the interior. All that remained were fragmented pieces of furniture, strewn across every corner of the rooms. As for the gruesome sight of flesh and blood lying at the entrance, the shadow opted for discretion, deeming the spectacle excessively sanguine. Far too harrowing to behold. A gentle reminder: minors are advised to view this content in the company of an adult. Chapter 7. Ascendance to Supremacy. The murky moonlight, filtered through layers of leaves, was lost deep within the forest. In the silent woods, the flickering firelight infused warmth into the recently rain-soaked surroundings. Yet, for the figures writhing and struggling on the ground, the swaying glow felt akin to an icy abyss. No matter how they fought, the collapse within their hearts manifested only as feeble whimpers, muffled by the ropes binding their mouths. Beside the crackling flames of the bonfire, a colossal, ominously dark creature sat cross-legged, its posture starkly contrasting its menacing appearance, reminiscent of an ancient Eastern monk in meditation. While the figures continued their futile writhing, desperately clinging to a flicker of hope, lines of white powder suddenly ignited with a chilling violet luminescence around them. What in the world is this? The bound individuals were startled by this abrupt transformation, their eyes widening as they beheld the straight beams of eerie light begin to coalesce, swirl, and intertwine. Slowly, they formed a bizarre array of strange runes centered around the creature. Those who had never witnessed such a phenomenon were captivated, momentarily forgetting their struggles in the face of this uncanny spectacle. A hoarse, peculiar chant resonated, pulling them back from their stupor. The creature, seated at the heart of the array, had awakened from its meditation. Its shadowy gaze sent chills down the spines of all present. As the monster whispered, the deep, dark eye sockets of the three skulls, stacked high in a triangular formation, ignited with blue flames. The few humans lying on the ground, upon witnessing this spectacle, struggled in terror to escape this haunted place. Observing the writhing humans, the monster merely revealed a chillingly sinister grin, as if mocking their futile attempts at escape. Accompanied by the rising flames in the skull's eye sockets, the humans appeared to be under some malevolent control. Soon, their gazes turned vacant, and in that instant, their skin began to shrink rapidly, resembling deflated balloons. They transformed into ghastly, lifeless husks, their skin dry and waxen, encasing their bones, devoid of any vitality. As certain elements were stripped from the corpses by the magic circle, the monster at the center seemed to absorb something, an eerie expression of enjoyment on its face. However, after a brief moment, the creature's expression twisted into a frown. Three humans had only yielded a mere 20 points of mental energy, truly a troublesome endeavor. Gazing at the three lifeless bodies on the ground, the shadow extended its claws, impatiently swiping the corpses to a place unseen. The shadow perused the data panel on its system, its entire being exuding dissatisfaction at the paltry 20-point fluctuation in mental energy. Yet, beneath this dissatisfaction lay a sense of resignation. After departing from David Williams' villa in the affluent district, the shadow had stealthily entered this desolate forest. In an effort to mitigate its magical vulnerabilities, the shadow had spent nearly a week experimenting with various meditation techniques to enhance its mental energy. Today's sacrificial method was merely one among many, yet it had proven to be as ineffective as the others. As for the sacrificial items, it was a mere stroke of luck. The shadow had initially intended to seek out larger creatures in the forest for experimentation. However, as fate would have it, just as the magic circle was being drawn, a group of adventurers, solely preoccupied with forest exploration, stumbled upon it. While pondering the potential utility of wild boars and bears, these individuals inadvertently presented themselves as offerings. Who could be blamed for such happenstance? Moreover, the shadow had never envisioned itself as a benevolent protagonist. Presently, the employees of Vought Corp might be scouring the world in search of the current host of this body, David Williams. Should these individuals manage to escape, even if they could not connect the dots, the ensuing troubles would undoubtedly affect the shadow in some way. Thus, these three unfortunate souls became mere subjects for the shadow, utilized in the pursuit of arcane mysteries. Regrettably, the experiment yielded little in the way of satisfactory results for the shadow. The additional 20 points in mental acuity still rendered the shadow incapable of effectively wielding dark magic. As for the underlying issues, the shadow, possessing a wealth of magical knowledge akin to that of Dracula, had a reasonable understanding of the reasons based on recollections and experiential judgments. The primary cause appeared to be that, although the realm of the Black Robe provided a foundation for magical energy, the ambient magical essence was exceedingly sparse, making it challenging for the shadow's meditations and spells to achieve genuine feedback. However, this revelation bore both adverse and favorable implications for the shadow. The negative aspect was that the prospect of honing dark magical skills within the Black Robe world seemed rather bleak. Conversely, the positive aspect was that, as a weak sorcerer in this realm, the Shadow had little to fear from malevolent sorcerers taking an interest in him. Of course, addressing the current predicament was straightforward, with several potential solutions at hand. For instance, once interdimensional travel commenced, venturing into worlds rich in magical energy could be a viable option. With his extensive knowledge of dark magic, the Shadow only needed to engage in a modicum of study to ascend to the ranks of a sage-level powerhouse. There existed even more direct methods, akin to those portrayed in films, such as forging a pact with a deity. Should the Shadow establish a covenant with a god of the dark domain, this world, devoid of magical faith, would undoubtedly become a cherished plaything in the hands of the deity. As the sole covenanter in this realm, the Shadow would ascend to a position of supremacy beneath the divine, reigning over all. Yet, for the Shadow, mere dominance over this wretched world, rife with decay and corruption, was insufficient. No, he was a symbiote. The Shadow yearned for the pinnacle of power, to become a god, to usurp divinity, to transcend the divine. For wherever one may be, power is eternally the nucleus of the universe. Only by achieving supremacy and wielding unparalleled strength can one navigate this brutal world at will, disregarding rules and indulging in desires. On a tangential note, I apologize for the late update due to working overtime with no backlog of content. I appreciate your understanding. As for the next chapter, I shall see if it can be released shortly. If not, it may have to be postponed, as I anticipate a busy schedule in the coming days. Chapter 8. The arrival of the Invisible Man. Although the requirements for casting dark magic are somewhat elevated, it does not imply that the Shadow is entirely incapable. Manipulating objects or concocting minor magical potions, these trivial feats, which consume negligible mental energy, remain within his grasp. Ah, the pitch-black raven, cawing with its hoarse voice, alighted upon a nearby treetop. The obsidian pupils fixated intently on the Shadow, curiously observing this peculiar creature from beyond the forest. As if to satisfy the crow's inquisitiveness, the Shadow, standing at the center of the magical array, extended its viscous, repugnant tendrils directly towards the crow perched atop the treetop. However, the Shadow did not harbor any appetite for such a revolting scavenger. The crow, suddenly ensnared by the tendrils, began to struggle violently. Yet, its sharp-clawed talons inflicted no harm upon the Shadow. As the tendrils gradually merged into the crow's body, the corpse of David Williams, who had been hosted by the Shadow for an entire week, was extricated from within the Shadow's form. Atop the treetop, the crow, which should have still been flailing, now quietly preened its feathers amidst the foliage. However, there was a noticeable difference. The crow's pitch-black pupils were now veiled by a chilling white membrane. The Shadow residing within the crow gazed upon David Williams, whose corpse was beginning to emit a foul stench, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Due to its concealment in the deep mountains, and the fact that all sizable prey had already been consumed, the Shadow found itself unable to procure the necessary energy from elsewhere. Consequently, it turned its attention towards its deceased host, Mr. David Williams. Yet, a lifeless host offered little in terms of energy, let alone a satisfying repast. Now, with David Williams devoid of any nutritional value, he had become utterly useless to the Shadow, compelling the Shadow to seek a new host. Thus, the lifeless body of David Williams, unsupported by the Shadow's presence, rapidly began to decay within mere minutes. To mitigate the foul odors emanating from the corpse and prevent the attraction of further scavengers, the Shadow, now more cautious, cast a small spell over the deceased Mr. Williams, masking the noxious scent. An idea suddenly struck the Shadow, one that would allow the body that had accompanied it for a week to emit its final warmth. With this thought, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the crow's dim gray-white eyes. After circling the sky a few times, it gradually flew towards an opulent construction area to the east. In the affluent district of George County, a dilapidated villa riddled with holes appeared starkly out of place amid the surrounding luxurious buildings. Outside the blue police tape, the sound of screeching brakes echoed as an unassuming white business vehicle came to a halt before the crumbling villa. "Oh, thank heavens, you have finally arrived, Mr. Dormer," exclaimed a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, who, upon hearing the vehicle, swiftly emerged from the ruined villa. Then, with an excited expression, he crossed the caution line and courteously opened the door for the people inside the business vehicle. As the door swung open, the opulent interior, in stark contrast to the vehicle's exterior, was laid bare for all to see. Seated within was a middle-aged man clad in a gray uniform, sporting a half-beard, who slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, filled with impatience, radiated indifference. The middle-aged man disregarded the one who had assisted him and stepped out of the vehicle on his own. Observing the severely damaged villa outside, He spoke with a tone of displeasure. What could possibly warrant my journey to this remote locale from thousands of kilometers away? Bob, you had better elucidate. For if my schedule is delayed, I assure you, your fate will be far graver than that of this villa. Did the person in charge from New York not clarify the reasons for you, sir? Bob's heart momentarily skipped a beat upon hearing the warning from Mr. Thomas, known as the Invisible Man of the Super 7. Although the Invisible Man's words were indeed intimidating, what needed immediate attention was of utmost importance. Bob was uncertain whether he would be dealt with by the Invisible Man if the matter remained unresolved, but he was certain that being dismissed by the water company was a very real possibility. I was in the midst of filming when I was inexplicably dispatched here to carry out a task. How could I possibly know? Upon hearing Bob's inquiry, the Invisible Man suppressed the urge to knock him down with a punch and rolled his eyes in response. What did you say? Nothing. Sir, please follow us. We have a significant problem. Startled by the Invisible Man's tone, Bob quickly explained and led him towards the villa. Before we proceed, please wear this to prevent any discomfort upon entering. As Bob produced a mask from his hand, the Invisible Man swore that were it not for the directive from the upper echelons of water, this somewhat vexatious individual would have undoubtedly found himself sprawled on the floor in the next moment. Do you think that as the Invisible Man of the Super 7, a silent guardian of the innocent, I would care about this rag in your hand? With that, the Invisible Man swatted Bob's hand aside and made his way toward the villa's grand entrance. However, the moment he opened the door, the previously furious Invisible Man retreated with a peculiar expression. Uttering a curse, he snatched the mask from Bob's hand and secured it firmly in place. Watching the Invisible Man's retreating figure as he re-entered, Bob shrugged helplessly, signifying his innocence. After all, he had already made a well-meaning warning prior to this. Nevertheless, despite feeling somewhat exasperated, Bob held deep admiration for the Invisible Man. After all, it was merely his first day on the job, and he had encountered a floor littered with the stench of congealed flesh and blood. He nearly retched, threatening to expel the bile from his stomach, as if to offer a feast to the flies swarming amidst the carnage. What on earth is happening? After surveying the house, the Invisible Man stepped outside to catch his breath, unable to suppress his disgust, and inquired of Bob, who stood nearby. In his heart, the Invisible Man cursed everyone he could think of. How could these feeble insects expect him to handle such a repugnant affair? Sir, the incident occurred this Monday, between 7:10 and 7:30. Before we discuss the case, please take a look at the surveillance footage from the time of the incident. As the Invisible Man raised questions about the case, Bob quickly approached, extracting his phone to showcase a carefully edited clip of the surveillance video. Chapter 9. Something feels off. Suppressing his nausea, the Invisible Man fixated on the screen. As the black and white surveillance footage flickered to life, a middle-aged man clad in a superhero costume soon entered the frame at the entrance of the villa. Who is this man? The Invisible Man queried, observing the beaming smile on the man's face as he embraced a young boy upon entering the villa. Struggling to recall which clown character this might represent, he turned to Bob for clarification. His name is David Williams. He goes by the title Mr. Shadow, dispatched by headquarters. He is a two-star hero responsible for patrolling parts of Corona County. Although he lacks fame in New York, he enjoys considerable support in Corona County and George County. Bob continued. However, in recent years, he has sparked quite a few controversies. Coupled with his exposure for excessive drug use, his reputation has taken a hit. It seems the local branch in Corona is reluctant to renew his contract. Listening intently to Bob's information, the Invisible Man nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on the footage. However, as David Williams appeared to feel unwell and entered the restroom, the screen abruptly went dark. Just as the Invisible Man was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the scene shifted to a woman and her son enjoying breakfast. Just as they reveled in their meal, the surveillance footage suddenly jolted, as if an earthquake had struck. Panic etched across their faces as the mother and son rushed towards the door. In the shadows of the villa, an eerie distortion began to unfold, as countless spikes emerged simultaneously. Amidst the violent tremors, these terrifying spikes swiftly filled every corner of the villa. The pause button appeared, and the last frame of the video froze at the moment the spikes emerged. Reflecting on the pool of coagulated blood and flesh he had seen upon entering, he surmised it must belong to the mother and son who had not managed to escape in time. Are these sudden spikes manifestations of the shadowy figure's superpower? Indeed, sir. David Williams possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate darkness and transform it into spikes. The Invisible Man appeared to be in deep contemplation, while Bob continued to scroll through other videos for his perusal. However, the remaining footage consisted solely of materials gathered by the local police's surveillance, offering little assistance to the case. He halted, gazing intently at the videos as they flickered across the screen. It seemed he had glimpsed something pivotal, prompting the Invisible Man to urgently signal Bob to cease his actions. On the screen, a luxurious sports car emerged around the corner at a breakneck speed, its chassis leaving deep black tire marks on the concrete. It abruptly came to a halt in front of the villa's entrance, mere centimeters from the surrounding wall. As a superhero, the Invisible Man couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for the reckless driver displayed in the footage. Had this fool indulged in substances before taking the wheel? The Invisible Man observed David Williams stepping out of the car and inquired about his suspicions to Bob. As for why the Invisible Man dismissed the possibility of drunk driving, it could be attributed to his own experiences. Moreover, conventional alcohol has little effect on superhumans. Bob, however, shook his head and stated that, following the incident, the police had yet to uncover any evidence of drug use. What then? Is the relationship between this mother and son and this fool? The Invisible Man queried further. The woman is named Mitty Laura, a contracted model for the New York Emile Fashion Company, who graced the cover of the 31st issue of Time magazine. Several years ago, she became acquainted with David Williams, who had already been publicly married for 2 years at that time. During their association, David Williams had interacted with numerous fashion models through Mitty Laura. Soon after, the two embarked on an extramarital affair. A few months later, Mitty Laura confirmed her pregnancy. To avoid tarnishing David Williams' hard-won popularity, his company's branch offered her an annual hush money of $100,000 to ensure she resided in the affluent area of George County. Initially, David would occasionally visit her. The branch, seeing no egregious behavior on his part, paid little heed. Perhaps due to various negative public exposures, he severed ties with Mitty Laura a year ago. As for why he was present at the scene during the incident, it appears he was in the eastern George County town of Michelle for an interview and likely had the intention of dropping by. If it was merely a visit, then what could have provoked him to commit murder? This individual has undoubtedly indulged in some substance. Bob nodded, as the surveillance footage suggested. Such an explanation is indeed plausible, considering David Williams is a superhuman. However, the drugs in question are merely synthetic low-grade hallucinogens, which, aside from their high addictive potential, should not pose a significant negative impact on a superhero like David Williams. Moreover, this case involves a 2-star level superhero, prompting the police department to delegate the handling of the case to Water. Currently, the suspect, David Williams, is on the run. Regrettably, since the other 7 members are temporarily assigned to external tasks, we had to summon you despite your busy schedule. Therefore, are you calling me in because you have already obtained a lead on David Williams' whereabouts? Indeed, the technical department has gathered some clues regarding David Williams' movements. However, that individual has removed his tracking chip, so we will require additional time. Nevertheless, it will not be long. At the latest, you will be able to resume filming by the day after tomorrow. As for the delay, the branch office will provide you with appropriate compensation. Upon hearing this, the Invisible Man nodded in satisfaction. After all, nothing suits a person's emotions more than money in this world, and even superhumans are no exception. However, Mr. Amo, I must urge you to exercise caution. From the various behaviors captured on surveillance, David Williams' actions appear particularly abnormal. Before determining whether sanctions against David Williams are necessary, it is imperative to elucidate the unusual circumstances surrounding him. This is the exact message I was instructed to convey from headquarters. I understand. I hope to hear the good news I desire by tomorrow noon. Chapter 10. The capture of David. Rest assured, sir. With the assistance of crime analysts from New York, I am confident we will locate David Williams swiftly. I hope so. The Invisible Man smirked with a hint of resignation. While he possesses the ability to become invisible, he lacks the superhuman vision of the Gwogoran or the specialized investigative skills of the mysterious. At this moment, he could only place his hope of returning to New York sooner in the hands of this seemingly unreliable group. With that thought, the Invisible Man shook his head and made his way toward his luxurious business vehicle. Compared to the subpar accommodations of a small-town motel, the comfort of his car's sofa promised a more restful sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Nightfall. Outside the business vehicle, a series of rapid knocks echoed against the glass. This disturbance only added to the Invisible Man's already restless state, etching a frown upon his face. The creases that formed betrayed his impatience. With a scowl, he lowered the window and hoisted Bob outside, resting him against the window frame. Mr. Bob, I advise you to come up with a compelling reason for disturbing my sleep quality. Otherwise, I shall make you regret the audacity of tapping on my car window. My sincerest apologies, sir. I did not mean to intrude upon your reverie. Bob, suspended at the window, was nearly suffocating from the discomfort. After a flurry of panic fueled by fear, he extended the tablet he had almost dropped to the Invisible Man before him. Sir, We have traced the whereabouts of David Williams. Upon hearing this, the Invisible Man's ire diminished somewhat, and he refrained from further antagonizing Bob. He loosened his grip on Bob's collar, his expression cold as he took the tablet, allowing Bob to tumble awkwardly onto the ground outside the vehicle. Though resentment simmered within Bob towards the Invisible Man, the thought of jeopardizing his stable position at Waters compelled him to offer silent self-reassurance. Straightening his disheveled suit, he approached the window with a gentle demeanor to explain the situation. Sir, our crime analysis department's technicians intercepted a faint, unusual biological signal via satellite from over 100 kilometers away. Upon comparing it with the biological signal frequencies recorded in our database for David Williams, we found a similarity of 79%. This indicates that the biological signal emanating from this location is highly likely to belong to the fugitive David Williams. Subsequently, we began extensive surveillance of the mountainous region. While attempting to locate David Williams's biological signal, our technicians intercepted a radio communication from the police, revealing that 3 adventurers had seemingly gone missing in the mountains. Are you suggesting that if there are no issues on the crime analysis department's end, it implies that the 3 adventurous individuals have likely encountered David Williams? Indeed, sir. We have already contacted the police. If you depart now, the governor assures that the entire state police force will fully cooperate. Wait. Bob, still standing outside the vehicle, attempted to interject further, but the Invisible Man abruptly cut him off, a look of concern crossing his face. Connect me to Ms. Madeline's phone. Immediately. Right now? But sir, there are 3 civilians who may be teetering on the brink of life and death. Shouldn't we? The Invisible Man was not in haste to apprehend David Williams. Bob, perplexed by the Invisible Man's priorities in this dire situation, wondered why he would reach out to the vice president at headquarters instead. Was it not paramount to prevent innocent lives from being tragically snuffed out by David Williams? Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Unable to contain himself, the Invisible Man lifted Bob as one would a chick. Listen carefully. I am not here to receive your directives on how to proceed. Reflect upon your thoughts, filled as they are with the dregs of ignorance. Given the formidable capabilities of David Williams, do you truly expect me to venture into those primordial forests at the dead of night, accompanied by a multitude of sheriffs from across Corona? Such an endeavor would surely be tantamount to courting disaster. Allow me to reiterate, immediately. Connect me to New York. I have pressing matters to discuss with Ms. Madeline. Yes. I shall establish the connection right away. Please hold. The recently liberated Bob, startled by the wrathful Invisible Man, found himself momentarily lost for words. Now, with a clear mind, he recalled his prior utterance, which sent a chill down his spine. It must be understood that David Williams possesses the ability to unleash large, piercing attacks by distorting shadows. Should the police and the Invisible Man ascend the mountain at this hour, they might find themselves at a grievous loss before even apprehending their target. The very thought of having uttered such foolishness made Bob wish he could strike himself in the face. Moments later, the cold voice of the vice president from the New York headquarters of Walter echoed through the line. This is Madeline. How are matters concerning David Williams progressing? Good day, ma'am. Bob had just connected the call and was about to report, when the Invisible Man, having exited the vehicle, snatched the phone from him. Ms. Madeline, allow me to report. We may have encountered a problem regarding the case of David Williams. With a resounding crash, a luxurious smartphone was hurled to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. Why, at such a critical juncture, did this calamity occur? Leaning back on the sofa, the blonde woman, her face marked by the wrinkles of maturity, trembled with rage. Madeline Stivwell, a woman in her 40s who had ascended to the position of vice president at Walter, was engulfed in fury. Since Walter's superheroes had risen to fame, each becoming a household name, the shareholders behind Walter had ambitions that extended far beyond mere dominance in the entertainment industry. With Walter's collaboration with the police, many astute observers had grasped the company's aspirations for the future. Walter's objective has never been to transform its superheroes into benign citizens assisting the police in their duties, nor to supplant law enforcement as the new bastion of justice in the fight against crime. Behind this series of maneuvers lies a meticulously laid foundation, paving the way for Walter to enter military realms and emerge as one of the strongest military forces, not just nationally, but globally. At this juncture, with Walter engaging in amicable discussions with political heavyweights, it could be said that they have already set one foot into the corridors of military and political power. With a little more effort, the dream of usurping the military could soon become a tangible reality. With a furrowed brow, Madeline rested her hands upon her head. In her relentless pursuit to elevate Walter to the pinnacle of the world, she found herself grappling with her own reluctance to bask in the glow of her achievements. Yet, the esteemed position she held as Madeline Stivell was not a mere happenstance. It was the culmination of countless sacrifices and perilous endeavors. In just 2 months, Walter would host a grand soiree within the towering 100-story edifice, inviting all the luminaries from the realms of military and politics. Among these esteemed guests, a staggering 90% were staunch opponents of Walter's foray into military governance. With the plans meticulously laid out, the emergence of David Williams, a man yearning to ascend into the ranks of first-rate heroes, posed a significant threat to the fruits of Walter's labor over the years. Who did he think he was? Merely a second-rate hero, he ought to approach Walter with the reverence one would show a deity. An outdated contract, if bereft of the thought of being cherished, could very well injure the toes of its owner when left in a corner. In a moment of frustration, Madeline seized a vase from her desk and hurled it towards her discontented corner. Just as the vase sailed through the air, a strong hand intercepted it mid-flight. Who could provoke such ire in our Madeline, compelling her to discard even the vase gifted by Queen Maeve? As the sound resonated, the first sight that captured the eye was the striking golden pompadour of a man exuding masculine allure. The star-spangled banner fluttered gently behind his deep blue uniform. With a tone imbued with concern, he circled around Madeline's desk and approached the seasoned yet captivating woman, gently kneading her shoulders. "Ah, my hero, have you completed your mission in Sterling?" Madeline inquired, her anger beginning to dissipate as she placed her hand atop the imposing one on her shoulders. It was merely the pursuit of a few information thieves crossing the border. I believe this endeavor will yield fruitful discussions in Congress regarding the integration of superhumans into the military, he proclaimed proudly, leaning in closer to her shoulder, his expression radiating not the affection of lovers, but rather a profound dependence on maternal warmth. That is splendid indeed. A loyal patriot traversing thousands of miles to rectify a national security breach. This topic should generate quite a ripple effect at the soiree in 2 months. You have saved me much trouble, my dear. The frown that had once adorned Madeline's face seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. Turning away, she gently caressed the face of her compatriot with a beaming smile. I can certainly alleviate more of your troubles. Her sapphire-like pupils sparkled with uncontainable joy. The compatriot, basking in warmth, lovingly rubbed his face against Madeline's tender palm. Rest assured, it's merely a trifling matter. I've already instructed the Invisible Man to handle it. I believe he shall execute the task admirably. As the leader of the Super Seven, you shouldn't be burdened with every trivial concern, should you? All right, my dear. Be obedient now. Time is of the essence. You have a solo interview with the media tomorrow night. Do not be late. Leaning against Madeline, the compatriot sighed with a hint of resignation, rolling his eyes in mild annoyance before disappearing from the room with a somewhat dissatisfied sound of the closing door. As he left, Madeline, who had previously worn a kind and gentle smile, suddenly retracted it, feeling utterly exhausted. She longed to retreat to her bedroom for a rejuvenating slumber. However, the predicament involving David Williams was pressing, nearly pushing her into the throes of anxiety. Just as Madeline pondered the troubling situation, unable to find solace in sleep, the compatriot emerged from her office, not returning to his own quarters, but instead heading to the crime analysis department on the 67th floor, where he sought out a technician on the night shift. "Oh, am I mistaken? Is that you, compatriot?" In the dimly lit room, multiple computers emitted a drowsy glow. The technician, sustaining himself with coffee, contemplated how to pass the latter half of the night when suddenly, a man clad in a blue battle suit and draped in a stars and stripes cape appeared before him, instantly invigorating him. Would you like a refreshing drink?" The technician awkwardly offered his prized energizing beverage, searching for something suitable to present to the world's most renowned superhero. "No, thank you. I just returned from the border. And the frigid air at several thousand meters is far more effective than what is in that little canister." All right then." The technician, feeling somewhat embarrassed, placed the drink back down. Sensing that the compatriot's visit to the crime analysis department was significant, he quickly inquired, "Is there something I can assist you with?" Anthony." The compatriot raised an eyebrow, glancing at the technician's name badge. "Indeed, Mr. Com, I am Anthony. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Com at present. I find myself in a slight predicament and could greatly benefit from your assistance. I wonder if you might be able to lend me a hand?" "Oh, I am more than happy to serve you, sir. Should my friends and colleagues become aware of this matter, they would undoubtedly scream with envy. You possess a way with words, Mr. Com, such sincere sentiments, sir. Now, might you divulge or ascertain the whereabouts of the Invisible Man as he undertakes his mission?" "Very well, sir. I shall proceed immediately." With palpable excitement, Com placed his hands upon the keyboard and began to type rapidly. Yet, just as the sound of the keystrokes filled the air, Com's elated expression faltered. "What seems to be the matter?" Noticing the man had halted his actions, the gentle Patriot's tone shifted to one of gravity, a flicker of something fierce glinting in his eyes as he inquired of calm. Chapter 12 is filled with the deceased. No issue at all. I merely have a small suggestion, though I am uncertain if it should be voiced. As an American citizen, everyone possesses the right to free speech. The Patriot extended his hands, a benevolent smile adorning his face, radiating approachability. Pray, share your suggestion without hesitation. I assure you, I shall not remove your head with a laser beam. I do not appreciate others speaking to me in a tone of fear. My apologies, sir. I was simply a bit overwhelmed. After all, the most powerful individual in the world stands beside me. Even if you insist, I need not fear you. Although the Patriot's words seemed dismissive, calm's trepidation rendered him somewhat inarticulate. As an admirer, it is a challenge to maintain composure. What I wish to express is that before contacting the Invisible Man, should we not seek the approval of Ms. Madeleine? The higher-ups have recently classified the Invisible Man's current mission as top secret. As Calm perceived the Patriot's unwavering gaze, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper. No. It appears you have misunderstood my intent. I merely wish to ascertain the current location of the Invisible Man. That is the information I seek. With your expertise, cannot you locate the tracking chip embedded in the Invisible Man? If you are unable to perform even this basic function, I believe it necessary to contact the relevant authorities to reassess your technical capabilities. There is no need for that. We do not require the services of an ordinary individual who merely muddles through the night shift. As the Patriot's intense stare instilled a measure of fear within him, Calm's resolve began to waver. He had previously thought the Patriot rather amiable, much like the portrayal on television. Yet now, Calm harbored no doubt. Should he hesitate for even a second longer, he might find himself at the mercy of the Patriot's laser gaze. Now, locate the Invisible Man's position and convey that information to me. Afterward, there shall be no further matters to discuss. The compatriot gently adjusted Calm's position, giving him a knowing glance before his gaze fixated intently on the computer screen before him. Taking a deep breath, Calm nodded heavily. Under the intimidating yet patient persuasion of Azu, he ultimately acquiesced to Azu's demands. Soon, they began to activate the satellite positioning system to locate the Invisible Man. The location has been determined, sir. Well done, my brother. As the coordinates materialized on the screen, the compatriot, patting Calm's shoulder, beamed with satisfaction. Trust me, brother. When you reflect upon today and the future, you will undoubtedly be grateful for your actions. He affirmed his own excitement. For this was indeed the most profoundly correct decision he had ever made. With both hands gesturing towards Calm, the compatriot raised his thumb in approval. Let's hope so. Watching the compatriot's retreating silhouette, Calm despaired, cradling his head in his hands. He could not fathom what would become of the compatriot should Ms. Madeleine learn of this affair. However, he knew he would certainly receive his share of repercussions, and a considerable one at that. As dawn broke, with the first rays of sunlight illuminating the land of Corona, 100 kilometers away from the affluent neighborhood of McEnroe, a convoy of heavily armed special police vehicles traversed the rural dirt roads leading to the Leonard Mountains. The sticky mud splattered everywhere beneath the turning tires. Feeling the swaying of the vehicle, the Invisible Man furrowed his brow, troubled by a sleepless night. Were it not for that damn David Williams, he would be on the other side of the continent, filming his favorite action movie, basking in the praises of directors and producers. There would be sultry beauties at night, exploring life's little secrets with him. Mr. Invisible Man, I believe it's time for us to disembark. Just as he contemplated taking a brief respite during their fleeting pause, the driver's call jolted him back to alertness. Damn it, next time I am assigned such tedious tasks, I shall reconsider carefully. With a weary demeanor, the Invisible Man exited the vehicle, muttering a few complaints under his breath. All right, gentlemen, the game of cat and mouse begins. Observing the surroundings, overgrown with weeds and dense foliage, reminiscent of a primeval forest, the Invisible Man spoke. While you search for David Williams, I will conceal myself nearby, waiting for the opportune moment. As he spoke, his body gradually began to fade into transparency, leaving only his black combat uniform visible as it swayed in the air. Furthermore, I must declare that David Williams possesses a distinct advantage in this dimly lit, obscured locale. This indicates that our situation is exceedingly perilous. Therefore, your task is merely to locate that individual, David Williams. Once you have done so, signal the sky with a flare. Upon seeing it, I shall promptly arrive. My words have concluded. Does anyone have any queries? The Invisible Man squinted at the more than 20 special police officers standing before the armored vehicle. Although he expressed a desire to avoid any casualties, deep down, he secretly hoped these individuals would soon confront David Williams. Ideally, those who arrive today would meet their demise, thus relieving him from personally addressing this troublesome matter. Regrettably, the Invisible Man harbored no inclination to take lives. The blame lay solely with David Williams. Were it not for the disruptive actions of this individual, none of his companions would face such a fate. Last night, the Invisible Man and Madeline speculated that David Williams had likely succumbed to the effects of Compound 5, which had transformed him into his current state. If it were merely an ordinary synthetic drug, as a superhuman, David Williams would not experience the hallucinogenic or aggressive side effects. Common medications for extraordinary beings are akin to candy. As for the nature of Compound 5, it remains a closely guarded secret known only to a select few superhumans. Thus, it is exceedingly rare, yet for someone like David Williams, who once basked in glory, acquiring Compound 5 would pose little challenge. Consequently, should those with ulterior motives become aware of Compound 5, it could spell trouble not just for David Williams, but for many others as well. Therefore, the events of the past few days must remain strictly confidential until we ascertain the reasons behind David Williams' loss of control. The incident involving Compound 5 must be treated as an anomaly, and all individuals linked to this event must be dealt with. I have heard that those who vote are often affluent individuals. Thus, what are you waiting for, boss? There is still time today, but I shall rest for a while before continuing. Chapter 13. The target is gone. It seems I overslept. Just as the Invisible Man was preparing to commence his mission, a timid voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Bob, standing at the edge of the group, raised his hand, fear evident on his face, which elicited a look of impatience from the Invisible Man. Mr. Bob, do you have anything to add regarding this mission? He inquired. I don't have anything to add. I merely wish to ask if I can opt out of this operation. I'm just an ordinary technician and your temporary assistant. I am but an ordinary person, sir. There is no necessity for me to accompany you on such a task. Is there? Then why did you not boldly express this sentiment when I arranged for your presence? Upon hearing Bob's words, the Invisible Man, with a sense of resignation, extended his hand and retorted, "What?" Bob appeared utterly bewildered, for he had intended to voice similar sentiments just moments before being forcibly ushered into the vehicle by the Invisible Man. Yet, the Invisible Man had afforded him no opportunity. Does it make any sense to utter such morale-diminishing remarks at this juncture? Before Bob could elucidate, the nonchalant Invisible Man interrupted him, saying, "If you're frightened, you are entirely welcome to return on foot. However, should you desire an officer to escort you home, forget it. No one wishes to accompany a towering figure of 6 feet who merely whimpers like a child. Don't you agree, officers of Corona?" Although the officers facing the Invisible Man remained silent, their faces betrayed a struggle between amusement and restraint, signaling their stance on the matter. "Then I suppose staying in the vehicle poses no issue?" Bob queried. "Oh, of course, it's entirely up to you. If you prefer not to be perforated like that villa," the Invisible Man shrugged and rolled his eyes. "Disregard this coward, gentlemen. Let us now unearth that timid little mouse who dares only to lurk in the shadows." With that, the now fully Invisible Man shed his battle attire and vanished into the dimness of the forest. As the Invisible Man departed, the team leader of the SWAT squad began to establish reconnaissance routes for each unit. Watching the officers disappear one by one, Bob, cowering behind the car door and glancing around in fear, began to hesitate. After all, given the current circumstances, the danger was palpable, regardless of the path he chose. "Hey, Mr. Bob?" Just as the last squad prepared to depart, the team leader called out Bob's name. Is there something you need, sir?" Bob, poised to enter the armored vehicle, poked his head out to inquire. "You can call me Tony," the leader politely introduced himself. "I genuinely believe the Invisible Man is correct. If you wish, you may stay close to us. Perhaps this armored vehicle is indeed a prudent choice. Thank you, Mr. Tony." Bob reflected for a moment before graciously declining the offer. "Well then, good luck," Tony replied, having nothing more to say, respecting each individual's choice. His invitation stemmed from the consideration of Bob's affiliation with the Walter Group. Inside the pitch-black driver's seat, Bob watched the team that was all but fading into the depths of the forest, his heart racing increasingly. "Damn it, fine," Bob exclaimed, slapping the steering wheel in frustration. He then opened the door, exited, closed it with a flourish, and hastily sprinted toward the officers who were rapidly becoming indistinguishable. "Wait for me," Bob shouted as he chased after them through the forest. However, just as Bob was about to catch up with the police team, a group of officers, upon hearing his voice, nervously turned and aimed their weapons at him. Hey! Faced with the ominous black muzzles, Bob halted in his tracks, raising his hands in alarm. He could not fathom how the officers who had previously extended a friendly invitation to him were now threatening him with their firearms. "Mr. Bob, my intention was to welcome you to our ranks, not to place my team members in danger. Now, kindly stay at the back of the line and refrain from speaking." Realizing his misstep, Bob nodded repeatedly, intimidated by the dark barrels pointed at him, hastily gesturing that he would not utter another word. As the officers retracted their furious gazes and resumed their forward march, Bob, lingering at the rear of the group, finally exhaled in relief. Soon, the clock struck noon. The special police team, having searched the mountains for half a day, found a clearing and began to rest and regroup. As the team members retrieved supplies to replenish their energy, Bob, limping, emerged from the underbrush. Observing Bob panting like a weary dog, some of the already displeased officers began to mock him. While irritated, Bob could only suppress his dissatisfaction, as the prospect of confronting these armed individuals was daunting. After all, he needed their protection for his own safety. "Mr. Bob, are you certain that the technicians from New York did not err? Why have we not encountered a single soul after scouring these mountains for so long?" "I apologize, Mr. Tony, but the technicians ultimately pinpointed this area as the location." "Very well. If we have not uncovered any leads regarding David Williams by 2 o'clock this afternoon, I, along with our team, shall petition our superiors for a temporary withdrawal. The mosquitoes here are far more terrifying than the cockroaches and rats that thrive in the city," Captain Tony remarked to Bob, expressing his reluctance to see his team afflicted by strange and dreadful diseases before they could locate their target. However, the atmosphere of rest did not last long before the communication devices crackled to life with voices from other team members. 01, 03, 04. This is 02. Please respond. This is 01. Received. Please proceed. Received. This is 03. Please continue. This is 04. Mission area coordinates 641, 3610. Situation discovered. Requesting assembly. We may have found our target. Listening to the voices emanating from the communicator, Tony, Bob, and the other team members exchanged glances. For some reason, the tone from 02 did not seem overly concerned about the situation. Received, Squad 02. Take heed. The target is highly dangerous. Do not alert them before we arrive. Huh. Captain, I believe that even if we do alert the target now, it might still be relatively safe. What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Tony, on the other end of the communicator, furrowed his brow in confusion. Well, if the photograph provided by the technicians matches the target, I suspect the target has ceased all vital signs. Chapter 14. Where did Bob go? Oh dear. When 20 officers arrived at the scene, the sight before Captain Tony was enough to provoke an expletive. Bob, trailing behind the group, felt his stomach churn and, suppressing his nausea, turned his head away. On the ground, where the weeds had been deliberately cleared, lay David Williams, resembling a mummy unearthed from a 500-year-old tomb. Even more astonishing was the peculiar pattern, reminiscent of an ancient magical circle, drawn with a strange white powder around David Williams' body. Beside him were 3 skulls, resembling altars, their dark, hollow eye sockets sending a chill down everyone's spines. What on earth has transpired here? Upon receiving the news, the Invisible Man emerged from the underbrush, disabling his supernatural abilities. He took the combat gear handed to him by an officer, staring incredulously at the chaos on the ground. "Captain, look over here." As the Invisible Man pinched his nose, preparing to examine David Williams, voices from another group of special police officers emerged from somewhere in the weeds. The Invisible Man exchanged a glance with Captain Tony, and they hurried toward the officer's location. A foul stench wafted from the underbrush, revealing 3 corpses that bore striking similarities to the deceased David Williams. "Damn it!" exclaimed the Invisible Man, unable to contain his curse. The odor was far worse than that of canned herring. Contact the investigation team and check if these 3 are related to the missing persons case from a few days ago. The Invisible Man scanned the surroundings, initially expecting a fierce battle today, only to find that David Williams had died in such an inexplicable manner. The police were efficient. Under the officer's investigation, the identities of the 3 corpses were swiftly confirmed. They were the 3 adventurers who had gone missing in the mountains 2 days prior. The report indicated that preliminary tests revealed the manner of death appeared to have been induced by some external force, causing their bodily functions and cellular metabolism to accelerate to hundreds of times their normal rate. Based on the data, the estimated time of death was approximately 36 hours prior. The scene was cordoned off. The Invisible Man and Captain Tony listened intently to the report from the investigative officer, their expressions grave. Current evidence suggested that this peculiar crime scene, nestled deep within the mountains, harbored more than just the suspect they sought, David Williams. There was a strong possibility that a third party had been present, and this entity might possess superhuman abilities, perhaps even surpassing those of David Williams. The notion of a power capable of accelerating cellular metabolism sent a shiver down the Invisible Man's spine, leaving him unsettled. If a third party was involved, he questioned whether his own supercarbon skin could withstand such an unsettling ability. Was this how David Williams met his demise? Beside him, Captain Tony appeared even more troubled. As ordinary individuals, the Special Police Force felt a deeper apprehension than the superhuman Invisible Man regarding this situation. "Captain, I fear the circumstances surrounding David Williams are far worse than we imagine," a team member remarked. The unease in both the Invisible Man and the captain's hearts surged simultaneously as they absorbed the officer's report. "Boss, our team discovered something quite astonishing about David Williams," the reporting officer said, his face reflecting the seriousness of the findings. "We extracted secretions from David Williams' brain and found that, astonishingly, his brain ceased to function 8 days ago, on the very day of the villa incident." "Wait. Are you certain there was no error in your investigation?" "I reviewed the surveillance footage from that day, and David Williams appeared to be fleeing with remarkable agility, not like a lifeless corpse," the Invisible Man replied, struggling to comprehend the revelation. "On the day of the incident, David Williams was already dead? This must be a mistake. How did he end up over 100 kilometers away in this desolate place?" "Though I share your skepticism, Mr. Invisible Man, this is indeed the conclusion drawn after our team conducted 3 thorough examinations," the officer insisted. "Damn," the Invisible Man muttered, a sense of panic gripping him as the situation transcended his understanding. "Additionally, we analyzed the cells extracted from David Williams. Unlike the other 3 victims, his cells exhibited a certain level of vitality. Within the secretions of his brain, we discovered an abundance of phenylethylamine. In simpler terms, David Williams was long deceased. During the interval from his death to our discovery of him, something else was manipulating his body, not only leading to the demise of the 3 adventurous souls, but also absorbing the last remnants of David Williams' bodily nutrients." Regarding the officer's report, the Invisible Man found himself enveloped in a fog of confusion, yet fortunately, he managed to grasp the essence of the matter in the end. "By Jove, this was even more exhilarating than the plot of Night of the Living Dead. I suppose I must contact Lady Madeleine. I am in dire need of the Super 7. Or rather, I require the assistance of the Homelanders. Bob, connect me to New York." At this juncture, the Invisible Man was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the situation. What was initially promised as a routine apprehension operation had devolved into chaos. Unforeseen complications arose, and now even the undead were making an appearance. Bob. Just as the Invisible Man intended to relay the situation to New York, our Mr. Bob was conspicuously absent. Feeling the palpable silence around him, the Invisible Man raised an eyebrow, scanning the vicinity for Bob's figure. Already agitated, he began to voice his grievances. The temporary assistance arranged by this local branch was proving to be utterly ineffective, consistently failing him at crucial moments. After calling out 5 or 6 times, the Invisible Man sensed that something was amiss. Even for an issue of sanitation, that fellow should have returned by now. Furthermore, given his timid nature, he should not have strayed far from the team. "Damn it, has anyone seen Bob? Where has that coward disappeared to?" Sensing that events were spiraling in an ominous direction, the Invisible Man began to inquire of the surrounding officers on alert. Yet, as they turned to him, their only response was a collective shake of the head. "Damn it. Everyone stay vigilant. We are in trouble." Chapter 15. You are better now. Vote please, I beg you. All personnel on high alert. In the forest, the Invisible Man's roar reverberated throughout the depths of the woods. The avian inhabitants of the trees were startled into flight, soaring high into the sky. Beneath the canopy of trees, a flock of carrion crows circled ominously above the open ground where everyone stood. The crows above were cacophonous, yet all present dared not divert their attention. Each individual stood poised, their gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead, ready to unleash the most effective firepower at the slightest sign of movement within their field of vision. However, despite their heightened vigilance, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings for an extended period. Just as the tension was about to ease, a shadow, as dark as night, darted swiftly through the gaps in the trees. The enormous silhouette traversing the forest undoubtedly startled everyone present. In an instant, all firearms pivoted, unleashing a barrage of fire towards the sky above the woods. The cacophony of gunfire echoed through the clouds, and countless splinters of wood rained down from above. As the commander of the SWAT team, Captain Tony felt an unsettling dread. That mysterious creature, whatever it may be, was lurking within the dense foliage of the forest. The sky was filled with debris, only serving to obscure one's sense of purpose. Just as Tony shouted for a ceasefire, an unexpected arrival, laden with the intent of death, descended upon them. Amidst the dense firepower and the drifting remnants of branches and leaves, bullets whistled through the air. Suddenly, a grotesque object, thicker than a tree stump, plummeted from the trees. In the blink of an eye, one of the team members vanished from sight, leaving behind only the anguished cries that echoed through the clearing. Witnessing the disappearance of his comrade, Tony cast aside his concerns and directed his team to unleash their firepower upon the very spot from which the creature had emerged. A thunderous boom followed, and then a chilling sound filled the air as a headless corpse, riddled with bullet holes and missing limbs, crashed into the center of their ranks. The nearest team member could not suppress his nausea, having never before encountered such a horrific sight in his years of service. Blood gushed from the severed stumps, and the wound where the neck had once been seemed less like a break and more akin to the mark left by some voracious creature's bite. The horrifying scene sent those already on edge spiraling into panic, their screams piercing the air. Yet despair only begot greater despair. As several team members succumbed to their terror, shadowy figures flitted through the gaps in the trees, as if guided by some unseen force. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding nightmare, more identical tendrils descended from the woods, swiftly snatching away the screaming special police officers. A few rational souls, still clinging to their senses, sprang into action to rescue their comrades, only to discover that their rifle bullets inflicted no harm on the monstrous assailants. In this era dominated by superhumans, their weapons and ammunition had been specially modified. Such concentrated firepower should have sufficed against even a Class II superhuman. Yet, in that moment, their rifles had become mere instruments of a symphony of death, utterly useless. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! Tony's heart sank as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. The weapons they had once taken pride in were utterly ineffective. If they did not withdraw, it seemed certain that he and every member of his team would perish there. Adding to Tony's dismay was the absence of one member of the Elite Seven, the Invisible Man, who had vanished the moment the gunfire erupted. Damn it, Tony cursed inwardly, regretting his decision to bring such an unreliable figure along on this cursed mission. Time slipped away. As the team members fled down the mountainside, they wished fervently for additional legs to hasten their escape. Yet, reality proved harsh. The officers who understood the necessity of separating during the retreat had not gone far. From the original 20, only a handful remained. Along the way lay the gruesome, headless corpses of their fallen comrades. In desperation for survival, some began to aim their weapons at their own, seeking merely to gain a few precious moments of escape, hoping to return to the safety of the armored vehicle. Tony was among them. As the commanding officer who had issued the orders, he was ironically the first to retreat. Watching as a teammate, injured and ensnared by mysterious tendrils, was dragged away, Tony felt no guilt. His singular thought was to flee from this cursed place. Survival was paramount, and he would resort to any treacherous means to achieve it. Yet, could betrayal of his comrades truly offer a glimmer of hope against such transcendent terror? The answer was a resounding no. Just as Tony and the few remaining members were nearing the armored vehicle, an unexpected figure blocked their path. Bob. Tony abruptly halted, signaling to his comrades behind him to stop, quickly aiming his weapon at the figure of Bob ahead. Seeing Tony's action, the other team members followed suit, their guns now trained on Bob's head. They were not naive. The sudden reappearance of Bob, who had vanished moments earlier, was highly suspect. No one believed he was unscathed. They had all gained a second chance at life through treachery. Even if Bob were unharmed, he had to die here today. Before Bob could utter a word, Tony communicated a silent command to open fire. With the crack of the first gunshot, several of Tony's remaining team members unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Bob. However, the scene that unfolded astonished them all. In the face of the ominous muzzles, Bob exhibited none of the fear or timidity he had previously shown among them. With his hands clasped behind his back, he allowed the bullets to rain down upon him, his gaze cold and indifferent, seemingly impatient with the delay. As the bullets whizzed by, Bob casually began to groom his nails, seemingly unbothered. Time passed, and as the final shot rang out, the dazed members of the team snapped back to reality, their expressions a tapestry of confusion, terror, and the despair of impending doom. Has it stopped? Bob finally spoke. As Bob gazed upon the individuals before him, he licked his lips and inhaled deeply. With a predatory tone, he remarked, "Isn't it utterly despairing? To conjure hope from the abyss, only to crush it with one's own hands. You must surely be far more delectable than those who came before you." Chapter 16. The Invisible Man Strikes. The Invisible Man Escapes. Olivia. The weapon in their hands proved utterly ineffective against Bob. The crowd, already filled with dread, momentarily forgot the shadows cast by the earlier monstrosity. They unleashed their legs and fled in a desperate dash. My apologies, but I find myself rather fatigued from this game. However, allow me to express my gratitude for your hospitality. With that, Bob elegantly bowed to the fleeing officers, embodying the grace of a true gentleman. Then, a crisp snap echoed through the air. In the forest, where sunlight dared not penetrate, the very fabric of the space began to collapse, twist, and distort. In an instant, from the heart of darkness, countless ebony spikes erupted with ferocity. Trees splintered and fell, and the ground shattered, sending shards of rock flying. Amidst such a scene filled with despair and death, how could there possibly be hope for those fleeing officers? Oh, how amusing. I never anticipated you could withstand the piercing assault of shadows. But who instilled in you the confidence to believe that being invisible grants you the audacity to strike at me? Just as Bob prepared to reap the rewards of his triumph, he sensed an anomaly and suddenly grasped the air beside him with a mocking tone. Foul! The entity caught by Bob seemed incredulous, exclaiming in shock. In a state of invisibility, only Queen Maeve and the Patriot could perceive him. Yet what was this? Mere hours ago, this individual had been an ordinary man. How had he acquired the abilities of David Williams? The one ensnared by Bob was none other than the Invisible Man, who had sought to ambush Bob in a moment of complacency. Little did he anticipate that even in his cloaked state, he could be detected by Bob. Damn, what immense strength. The Invisible Man thought instinctively to withdraw his hand, only to find it utterly impossible. A fresh wave of alarm surged within him. Such power rivaled that of the Patriot. As the situation shifted to one of peril, the Invisible Man felt a pang of regret for his impulsive actions. Had he known this would transpire, he would have departed this wretched place at the very first opportunity. With one hand ensnared, the Invisible Man steeled his gaze and launched a knee strike towards Bob's abdomen. It is not immediately apparent that you possess extraordinary skills in the shadows, are you? Bob, with an air of feigned gentility, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He released the arm of the Invisible Man, blocking the knee that came hurtling towards him. Sensing the newfound ease in his arm, the Invisible Man prepared to retract his knee. This was merely a feigned assault, for the Invisible Man understood all too well that Bob, standing before him, was a formidable opponent beyond his capabilities. He had no desire to become a name etched upon a gravestone. However, just as the Invisible Man was about to withdraw his right leg and flee, he felt an unexpected obstruction beneath his feet, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. As he landed ungracefully, the Invisible Man abruptly turned around. Upon discerning the situation, a cold sweat broke out on his back, and a shroud of dread enveloped his heart. Bob's hand had transformed into a thick, black tentacle, which was now tightly coiling around his ankle. That very tentacle was the same grotesque appendage that had previously reduced his comrades to headless corpses. A chilling realization dawned upon the Invisible Man, intensifying his desire to escape. Yet, before he could extricate himself, the tentacle ensnaring him yanked him violently, sending him hurtling through the air. The Invisible Man screamed in terror, disoriented and unaware of how many tree stumps he had collided with. This individual possessed neither remarkable skills nor gall, and his appearance was far from handsome. Aside from his ability to become invisible and his superhuman skin, he lacked any extraordinary powers. It was baffling how he even caught the fancy of Walter. Were the capitalists of this world truly so foolish? As he watched the Invisible Man flung away, the shadow within Bob could not help but mock him internally. Nevertheless, the Invisible Man had little time to ponder such thoughts. Rising to his feet, he shook his head and quickly rendered himself invisible once more, preparing to escape. The shadow, standing still, wore an expression of exasperation. Yet, considering that he was merely a minor character who met his demise in the second episode of the first season, it was hardly surprising. Still, one could argue that dying while associated with Walter and the Super Seven was not entirely unjust. Observing the fleeing Invisible Man, the shadow residing in Bob's body gleaned a valuable insight. At present, the Invisible Man had not yet met his demise. Therefore, the time frame he occupied must precede the main storyline. With this thought, the shadow, harboring a few cunning ideas, promptly reconsidered his intention to eliminate the Invisible Man. Given the current physical resilience of his host, it appeared that residing within this individual might prove to be a wise choice. Meanwhile, the Invisible Man, in his flight, cast furtive glances over his shoulder at Bob, who seemed lost in thought, standing dazed in place. A surge of elation filled the Invisible Man's heart, for his earlier observations from the shadows had borne fruit. Bob's ability to manipulate shadows for attack should be limited to a radius of 100 meters. having now run beyond that distance. This peculiar individual should be incapable of striking him. Coupled with his ability to become invisible, as long as he conceals himself well, he ought to remain undetected by this adversary. At that moment, all he needed to do was to escape. The Invisible Man vowed to bring the other 7 companions to confront this individual who had so casually tossed him aside. With this thought, a glint of ferocity flickered in the Invisible Man's eyes. However, dreams can be enchanting while reality often proves to be starkly harsh. The Shadow conceded that the Invisible Man's assessment was indeed correct. The shadow-piercing ability, at level 3, does possess a range of merely 100 meters. Beyond this attack radius, it is rendered ineffective. Yet, the entity had never claimed that such a skill could only be used in that manner. The Invisible Man was sprinting ahead. Just as he felt he had escaped from peril, a shadow twisted and morphed rapidly in front of him, and a spike over 2 meters in diameter suddenly shot forth. Caught off guard, the Invisible Man collided directly with it. In that moment, he experienced the acute sensation of internal pain for the first time. Everything before him darkened, and his mind momentarily lost consciousness. The Invisible Man was flung backward, tracing a perfect arc through the air, ultimately landing at Bob's feet after rolling several times on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Bob, stepping on the Invisible Man's head, could not resist licking the corner of his mouth. It is known that the phenylethylamine secreted by these artificially created superhumans is far more appetizing than that produced by ordinary individuals. Chapter 17. The arrival of the Patriots. Although the Invisible Man's combat prowess was lacking, his superhuman skin was indeed impressive. The Shadow, intending to acquire new abilities from the Invisible Man, now planned to replace him as a new host. Congratulations, you have triggered a temporary quest. Defeat the arriving Patriots. Reward: 2,000 talent points, 200 attribute points, 1 random level world temporary shuttle ticket. Just as the Shadow transformed into a symbiotic form, preparing to bond with a new host, the sudden announcement from the system nearly startled him. The Shadow had not heard from the system since arriving in this wretched place nearly a week ago, and now, at such a critical moment when he was about to change hosts, a temporary quest emerged? Patriots? What does that mean? Before the Shadow could fully comprehend the situation, a booming voice from the sky ignited a deep-seated sense of crisis within him. In a fraction of a second, the Shadow abruptly halted its intention to bond and returned to Bob's body. Taking advantage of the Invisible Man's unconscious state, he seized the Invisible Man by the neck and hurled him skyward. The sound of a piercing descent from the heavens grew increasingly thunderous. A figure, plummeting from the sky with remarkable velocity, appeared poised to collide with the Invisible Man suspended in midair. Yet, the individual draped in the stars and stripes seemed indifferent to the fate of the Invisible Man. With a single punch, he sent the still unconscious figure hurtling away. Immediately thereafter, he directed a beam of crimson light towards Bob, who was gazing upward. Do not consume the sour radish. The oppressive heat radiated forth, prompting the Shadow controlling Bob's body to evade with urgency. Although endowed with a level 3 fire resistance talent, it did not imply that the Shadow would recklessly endure the searing gaze. The Shadow sought to evade, but that did not signify the patriotic figure in the sky would relent. The unyielding beam of heat targeted the Shadow, who had sidestepped the laser once again. Goodness! Is this never-ending? The Shadow, now growing increasingly displeased, recognized that its evasions did not stem from fear. Since the patriotic figure wished to engage in a game, the Shadow was unbothered by the prospect of imparting a lesson to this character, portrayed as a giant infant in the narrative. In an instant, Bob's frail arm became enveloped in a viscous substance, transforming into a colossal tentacle. The Shadow maneuvered the tentacle to seize a nearby boulder, preparing to strike. Is that all you can do? The patriotic figure, positioned less than 100 meters above the ground, tilted his head in derision. With a mere punch, he shattered the incoming boulder into fragments. At the moment of the explosion, however, Bob's figure had already vanished from the ground. As the patriotic figure searched for Bob's whereabouts, a silhouette emerged through the debris-laden smoke of the sky, materializing before him. I possess more than just this technique, Bob stated with a sinister grin. His eyes devoid of light, he swung his arm, now encased in black tendrils, and delivered a swift punch to the patriotic figure's head. The blow was executed with such speed, coupled with the Shadow's unexpected appearance, that the patriotic figure had no chance to evade. Under the incredulous gaze of the patriotic figure, the Shadow's punch propelled him from the sky to the ground. In the forest, the rapidly descending patriotic figure collided with a grove of trees, carving a trench several meters long into the earth. Rising from the deep pit, the patriotic figure's eyes brimmed with disbelief. For the first time in history, Someone had dared to approach him and inflict harm. This revelation stirred emotions within the patriotic figure that transcended his previously unwavering confidence. Indeed, Bob's punch had left him momentarily stunned, yet it ignited a flame of fury within him. "No one stands above me," he proclaimed with a fierce declaration. The gaze of the compatriots turned fierce, their legs exerting force. Countless fissures emerged in the pit where they stood. The impact of their ascent skewed the surrounding trees. Indeed, a giant infant. How could a single punch incite such fury? The Shadow, having just landed, felt a terrifying collision in their chest as the scenery before them began to recede chaotically. While contemplating how to escape, the Shadow was met with a punch from the compatriot that seized them, shattering Bob's skull into fragments. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and as they gazed upon the corpse, blood gushing from their hands, the compatriot, stained with crimson, smiled wickedly before discarding the Shadow's lifeless body onto the ground. With a huff, the compatriot spat out the morsel of flesh they had inadvertently swallowed. Observing the scattered remnants of flesh on the ground, a smug grin adorned their lips. They had initially perceived this sudden adversary as a potential threat, yet they were astonished to find that even a single punch proved too much for them. Reflecting on the momentary tension they had felt, the compatriot inexplicably experienced a sense of humiliation. How could they have felt anxious about such a minor character? It was truly hard to believe. "Oh, thank heavens you arrived, compatriot. I knew that with your presence, any problem would be effortlessly resolved." After the Shadow was reduced to mere remnants, the Invisible Man, who had been lurking in the shadows since regaining consciousness, emerged from the forest, his body bare. Gazing at the blood-soaked compatriot, he was filled with both awe and trepidation. Initially, he had thought the compatriot strong, but witnessing the effortless obliteration of an adversary who had nearly taken his life instilled a heightened sense of caution within him. From now on, he would need to tread carefully when speaking to the compatriot, lest he meet the same fate as the one sprawled on the ground. The Invisible Man dismissed any thoughts of whether the compatriot would harm him. Such considerations were unnecessary. At this juncture, a baseless fury began to swell within him. As a member of the Super Seven, how could he have been defeated by someone whom the compatriot could defeat with a mere casual punch? Fortuitously, those aware of this incident were now deceased. Otherwise, Madeline might well have dismissed him from service. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Enraged, he approached the half-dismembered body of the Shadow and began to trample it. FCK, FCK. Observing the Invisible Man's actions, the compatriot did not intervene. Recognizing that this act of desecration offered a semblance of retribution for his earlier humiliation. However, just as the Invisible Man was violently dismantling Bob's remains, a bizarre and terrifying scene unfolded before them, challenging their perceptions of reality. Snap! As the Invisible Man stood over the corpse, lost in a frenzied state, the half hand of the deceased suddenly grasped his ankle as if it had come to life. Chapter 18. The battle continues. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. The Invisible Man frantically clawed at the bloodied hand gripping his ankle. The terror within him swiftly overpowered his rationality. All he yearned for was to escape this cursed place forever. Yet, fate had other plans. As he trembled in fear, clutching the remaining half of the corpse, the blood began to surge inexplicably. What on earth is this? He gazed in horror at the black tendrils writhing within the blood. Distracted, he stumbled and fell to the ground. In that moment, the slowly undulating tendrils, seizing the opportunity, began to entwine around him. "Help me, compatriot." The clammy sensation of the tendrils on his skin intensified the Invisible Man's dread. He tore at the sticky black substance with a frenzied desperation, but with each pull, more tendrils ensnared him tighter. Watching the horrifying scene unfold, the compatriot instinctively took a step back. Yet, the Invisible Man's cries for help jolted him from his fear. Without a moment's hesitation, his eyes blazed with a crimson light as he aimed at the tendrils that were nearly enveloping the Invisible Man. However, in a turn of fate, just as the laser was about to strike the tendrils, the shouting Invisible Man extended his hand, using his body to shield the tendrils from the compatriot's attack. "What are you doing, Invisible Man?" The compatriot frowned, bewildered as he looked at him. "I don't know, compatriot. I swear this is not my intention. My body is no longer under my control." The Invisible Man, now entirely ensnared, could only reveal his smooth head, filled with rage as he explained. In the final moments before being consumed by the tendrils, he cast a last glance at the compatriot, his eyes filled with hatred. "Why won't you come to my aid?" This thought echoed in the Invisible Man's mind as he faced his demise. Standing a short distance away, the compatriot gazed at the now devoured Invisible Man, a cloud of gloom enveloping him. An uneasy feeling urged him to leave this cursed place. Yet, As the most powerful individual in this world, his pride refused to allow him to flee so easily. What would the members of the Water Group think if they learned of this? As for why he did not save the Invisible Man, it was a matter of necessity. After all, it was clear to anyone observing the scene. The tentacle possesses remarkable intelligence, and it harbors no desire to become an Invisible Man, despite its lack of prowess. This vibrant body is indeed impressive. After engulfing the body of the Invisible Man, the liquid enveloping him swells increasingly with each undulation. In the blink of an eye, a nearly 5-meter-tall, pitch-black humanoid creature materializes before the citizens of the homeland. What manner of monster is this? The onlookers are utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. At this moment, the shadow revels in the sensations afforded by its new form. Upon merging with the Invisible Man, the shadow distinctly perceives enhancements across various physical attributes. Amidst the chaos surrounding it, the shadow naturally notices the vigilant gaze of the homeland's citizens. Initially, the shadow had intended to parasitize one of them. Otherwise, it would not have endeavored to lower their guard by prompting them to obliterate the host, Bob's, body. However, an unexpected turn of events led it to the Invisible Man instead. Had it not been for the Invisible Man's interference, perhaps it would already be inhabiting one of the homeland's citizens. Reflecting on this, the shadow feels a twinge of disappointment. If it could coexist within one of the homeland's citizens, its physical attributes would surely see a significant enhancement. Nevertheless, the shadow quickly reconciles with this realization. After all, during its recent confrontation, it had gauged the combat prowess of the homeland's citizens and found them only marginally superior, aside from their swifter flight. They are merely scientific creations, not true superhumans. With this thought, the shadow licked its lips, recalling the substantial rewards recently issued by the system. "Hey, you over there, blonde-haired boy?" The shadow taunted in a raspy, peculiar voice. What did you call me?" The citizen, tilting his head in disbelief, could hardly fathom that someone had dared to address him in such a manner for the first time in history. Upon witnessing the mocking expression on the creature's face, his anger reached a boiling point. It seems that a certain someone with a penchant for milk has been provoked. "Are you coming over to get beaten? Or shall I come over to thrash you?" The shadow gestured towards the citizen and then itself, though it had assessed the citizen's combat capabilities. Some truths can only be revealed through direct experience. With a system task at hand, the shadow realized that if the citizen were to escape, the generous rewards would slip away. "I will make you pay for your words." The citizen, having had his facade shattered, could no longer maintain his composure. His chest heaved with rage, each syllable dripping with fury. No sooner had he spoken than, with eyes ablaze, he unleashed a laser-like glare and dove towards the shadow. In just a few brief days, having undergone 3 successive host transitions, the shadow has evidently become more adept at embracing its symbiotic identity. As the laser from the ancestral compatriots approached, a sinister grin curled at the corners of Shadow's toothy maw. Its right claw writhed and morphed, conjuring a vast black shield that successfully deflected the incoming laser. With an inherent level 3 fire resistance and a formidable physical defense exceeding 400 points, the shadow, now intertwined with the Invisible Man, exhibited an unwavering courage against the lasers of its ancestral foes. It appeared that our young boy had made his choice. With a wide gaping mouth and a long tongue extending forth, the shadow swiftly captured and locked onto the flight trajectory of the compatriots. Seizing the opportune moment, as the compatriots collided, the shadow deftly maneuvered to create distance. In the instant the compatriots missed their strike, the shadow grasped the compatriot's stars and stripes cloak and yanked it backward. In this day and age, who still plays with cloaks? The shadow internally scoffed, yet it must be noted, the technology of the Black Robe Enforcers was indeed impressive. Despite the immense forces at play, neither side managed to tear the stars and stripes cloak. However, while the shadow mused, its right hand remained active. The shield transformed yet again, morphing into a hefty black hammer, which it swung mercilessly at the compatriots. Consumed by rage, the compatriots were still reeling from the shadow's reaction. In the next heartbeat, they felt a tightening at their collar, as if something was pulling them backward. Still disoriented, the compatriots had little time to react as the hammer, nearly the size of their own face, was already upon them. Chapter 19, Is It Too Dirty? The compatriots extended their hand to defend, yet they underestimated the shadow's strength. After 3 host changes, the shadow's power was undoubtedly on par with that of the compatriots. Without a proper defense, the compatriots were struck heavily in the face by the shadow. "Oh, I imagine that must hurt." Watching the compatriots fly backward, the shadow grinned broadly, flicking its tongue in delight. With a powerful leap, it shattered the ground beneath and pursued the trajectory of the compatriots' retreat. Just as it landed in the forest, The shadow's massive form erupted from the trees. After rolling upon landing, it regained its balance and brushed off the dust, clearly having underestimated the combat prowess of its foes. At the moment it had pressed its advantage into the forest, a compatriot, lurking in the shadows, landed a swift punch to the shadow's head. The speed and force of the blow caught the somewhat complacent shadow completely off guard. Now it was a one-to-one confrontation. Tilting its head, the shadow watched as the compatriot burst through the trees, hurling a colossal boulder the size of several meters directly at it. The once disdainful expression in its eyes turned into one of caution. Indeed, any character associated with the concept of a superhero should not be underestimated. As the figure from my homeland hurled a massive stone towards me, I, Shadow, was not foolish enough to remain stationary. Engaging in a direct confrontation with an attack that could be evaded is the folly of a simpleton. However, it was evident that my adversary was equally astute. At the very moment I dodged the colossal rock, he swiftly maneuvered beside me, launching a fist while simultaneously unleashing a searing beam from his eyes. One would expect that with your background, such a wealth of combat experience would be improbable. In light of this unexpected appearance and the dual-pronged assault, I instinctively raised my hand to block, my mind racing in disbelief. This individual was far more cunning than any portrayal I had witnessed on screen. Yet, as I felt the searing pain in my palm, the incredulity deepened. Was this truly a diluted version of Superman? Perhaps it was more akin to a lesser Hulk? After all, I had effortlessly caught the previous laser, but now, I found myself injured. The figure, having noted his punch intercepted, displayed a flicker of surprise. Observing the burn on my palm, which revealed my concealed form, he seemed to grasp my vulnerability, just as he reveled in this newfound insight. Another dark fist flew toward my face, swiftly followed by the sensation of retreating. So what if you had discovered my weakness? I sprinted towards him, convinced that unless he possessed the ability to hurl me into the sun, this golden-haired giant would not have the capacity to subdue me at this moment. Of course, I too was aware that I could not eliminate him outright, for he could soar while I remained earthbound. Thus, until my mission was fulfilled, I would not allow him to return unscathed. As he was propelled through the air, he regained his composure and, feeling the sting on one side of his face, his eyes blazed with fury. Could he not strike from the other side? Recognizing my aversion to heat, he wasted no time in unleashing his laser gaze upon me. However, this time, he refrained from closing the distance, seemingly presuming I lacked the ability to fly. He maintained his distance while continuously firing lasers at my evading form. After fending off yet another beam, I let out a furious roar directed at the aerial figure employing such underhanded tactics. Although his current abilities posed minimal threat, being worn down by his relentless assaults was untenable. At that moment, I resolved to cease my concealment. Since he had chosen to employ dirty tricks first, I would not hold back. With this determination, I summoned tendrils to grasp two substantial trees nearby, launching them toward the airborne adversary. Seizing the moment while the nation's attention was diverted, the figure made a swift dash into the dense forest nearby. In the sky, the sight of a great tree, split asunder by his actions, plummeted to the ground. The vigilant nation, ever watchful of shadows, assumed the figure sought to flee as it vanished into the woods, prompting an immediate pursuit. In an effort to clear his line of sight, he unleashed his laser vision, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding trees to pin the shadow down. The once lush and verdant forest quickly ignited into flames under the destructive force of his gaze. I assure you, should the environmentalist girl become aware of your actions, she would condemn you with tears of anguish. As the nation searched for the shadow amidst the encroaching inferno, a familiar, grating voice startled him. He spun around defensively, yet found no figure in the air. Just as confusion crept into his mind, a powerful fist struck his unhealed right cheek, sending him crashing into the fiery depths below. The ordeal was far from over. Upon landing, before he could regain his footing in the sea of flames, a tremendous force seized his head, enveloping it with an overwhelming grip. Just as he intended to unleash his thermal vision, he felt his entire body lose balance and was hurled once more into the fray. Damn, what the hell? The tremendous force sent him crashing into a massive boulder, bringing him to a halt. Anxiety mingled with uncertainty as the nation searched for the shadow, his pupils reflecting the flickering flames around him. Yet, despite his calculations, his body would inevitably receive another punishing blow amidst the sound of rushing air. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The relentless attacks ignited a fury within him, pushing him toward a frenzied state. Initially, he had hoped to use the surrounding flames to expose the shadow's whereabouts. But the flickering firelight became an obstacle to his judgment. At this moment, his anger reached a fever pitch, and he cranked his thermal vision to its maximum capacity. launching indiscriminate attacks throughout the burning forest. However, this course of action yielded little success. Each time he fired his laser, the Shadow, now endowed with the ability to turn invisible after consuming the light, seized the opportunity to land a decisive blow on him. Witnessing the nation's mounting frustration, the Shadow, concealed nearby, couldn't help but grin wickedly, relishing the thought of playing dirty. With this in mind, the Shadow resolved to hold nothing back. This time, he intended to test the limits and perhaps even claim the nation's life. Although the nation's physical prowess may not rival that of a superhero, he was still the Shadow's optimal choice in this world. Moreover, a system exists. After coexisting with it, one will inevitably be able to catch up to the vast data of the superior entity, which, notably, lacks any significant weaknesses. Chapter 20 presents numerous surprises. Without hesitation, the Shadow, despite harboring no hope of defeating the compatriots, resolved to take action. As the saying goes, one must take risks. As a gambling enthusiast with aspirations, the Shadow wished to try. In the midst of the inferno, the Shadow did not rush forward. Activating the shadow-piercing skill, amidst the flames, shadows danced around the compatriots' feet. Seizing the moment while their intellect had yet to seize the high ground, shadows began to twist and morph beneath them, as enormous spikes lunged forth simultaneously towards the compatriots. However, the purpose of these spikes was not merely to inflict harm, but rather to restrict their movements. In the blink of an eye, the compatriots, who were wildly firing lasers amidst the flames, were caught off guard as the sudden spikes immobilized their lower bodies. Realizing their actions were curtailed, the compatriots attempted to ascend into the sky. Yet, the Shadow would not allow them to reclaim aerial dominance so easily, for shadows were not confined to the ground alone. Noticing the compatriots' attempt to escape from the prison of spikes beneath them, the Shadow seized the opportunity. With the compatriots distracted, the Shadow directed the remaining shadows around the forest to launch additional spikes, this time larger and heavier, which ensnared the compatriots' arms from above. Already trapped below, the compatriots began to struggle, only to discover that they were utterly immobilized. Frustration boiled over as the compatriots, engulfed in flames, unleashed a torrent of curses. They were, after all, the most formidable beings on the planet. How could they be subjected to such humiliation? Yet, there was more to come. Just as the compatriots thrashed in rage, the Shadow's imposing figure had silently approached from behind. What do you intend to do? The compatriots thought, feeling an ominous chill creeping up their spine. Their instincts warned them that remaining in place could lead to fatal consequences. Soon, you shall find out, the Shadow replied with a sinister grin, extending its tendrils to envelop the compatriots. As the cold, sticky sensation crept across their back, a wave of dread washed over the compatriots, realizing the Shadow's intentions. Recalling the fate of the Invisible Man, the compatriots' heart raced with despair, and their struggles intensified. Meanwhile, the Shadow, standing behind them, was exhilarated, having infiltrated half of the compatriots' being. Although uncertain about completely consuming their consciousness in one go, the Shadow knew that as long as coexistence was achieved, the devouring of the compatriots' awareness was merely a matter of time. As the Shadow was on the verge of completely merging with the patriotic man, leaving him with nothing but a head to helplessly roar, an unforeseen event transpired. The Shadow, having transferred most of its body into the patriotic man, expelled the entirely brain-dead Invisible Man from within. With a plop, the slimy corpse of the Invisible Man collapsed at the feet of the patriotic man. In that fleeting moment, as the patriotic man beheld the lifeless figure with rolling eyes and a rigid expression, fear magnified the shadows of death within him, simultaneously igniting an instinctual will to survive. A surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins, awakening his latent physical potential. The patriotic man's strength escalated, and the spines that had constrained his movements began to shatter one by one. The Shadow, taken aback, could hardly fathom that despite controlling most of the patriotic man's form, he still possessed the capacity to resist. Realizing the dire situation, the Shadow attempted to manipulate the darkness once more, hoping to replace the shattered spines that had ensnared the patriotic man. However, what the Shadow did not anticipate was the increasing ferocity of the patriotic man's anguished roars, which coalesced into formidable sound waves. These powerful sonic vibrations dispersed everything around them, leaving the Shadow paralyzed with fear. Just as it was on the brink of successfully merging with the patriotic man, it was shocked to discover that this golden-haired youth had awakened a new skill at a critical moment, and even more disconcerting was the auditory assault. As the creature closest to the patriotic man, the Shadow, already apprehensive of sound waves, was utterly defenseless against their impact. In an instant, it lost control over the patriotic man, its cells writhing in agony, emitting pained cries. Sensing the return of control over his body, the patriotic man rejoiced, oblivious to the reason the shadow was collapsing in heaps around him. With a decisive charge, he shattered the remaining few spines, then propelled himself into the sky with great speed, vanishing into the clouds without a backward glance. Damn it! If anyone dares to tell me that plot devices are useful, I swear I will be the first to slap them. With the sonic disruption gone, the shadow reverted to its tentacled form, seemingly weakened. As it crawled towards the corpse of the Invisible Man, now in humanoid form, the shadow gazed at the patriotic man disappearing into the heavens, shaking its somewhat numbed head, eyes filled with regret. Yet, as if struck by a thought, the shadow rendered its body transparent. Under the influence of the sound waves, its combat effectiveness had diminished. If, at that moment, the patriotic man possessed even a modicum of intelligence, he would realize the precariousness of his situation. Contemplating this, the shadow, concealed amidst the inferno, gestured a friendly international sign towards the sky, squinting its eyes. We shall meet again. Its hoarse voice was swallowed by the flames, and as the fire intensified, its presence faded from sight. Minutes later, the vast forest has been consumed by flames, with towering firelight and thick, dark smoke obscuring half of the sky. The entire area resonates with the sirens of firefighting support. Behind the veil of smoke, the ashen clouds are abruptly pierced. A tattered Stars and Stripes banner flutters high in the cold wind, filled with carbon particles. Beneath a disheveled mane of golden hair, indifferent blue eyes observe the devastation wrought by the fire upon the forest, seemingly in search of something elusive. Above this scene, a compatriot, recently liberated from the grip of the shadows, surveys the calamity. As for the reason for returning, it dawned on him during his flight. He remains uncertain about why the shadows suddenly released their hold, yet his instincts suggest that something must have caused the shadows to weaken, granting him this fleeting opportunity for escape. After searching the skies for some time, he finds no trace of the shadows. Reflecting on the disappearance of the body of the Invisible Man, concluding that it must have been taken away alongside it. Chapter 21. The Shadow's Contemplation. After an extensive search above the forest, the compatriot must reluctantly return empty-handed. Regarding the raging inferno, he expresses his unwillingness to intervene. If they cannot manage such a minor blaze, what use are they? The taxes he pays are not meant to sustain their idleness. It is indeed a pity. On the opposite side of the forest, the shadows, having transformed into the form of the Invisible Man, regard the compatriot with a mixture of wariness and relief. Fortuitously, foresight had guided him. Had the compatriot discovered him moments earlier, he might have met his end today. Yet, amidst this tension, a surprising delight fills the shadows. The system has confirmed the completion of a task. Hidden nearby, they listen intently to the system's notification echoing in their mind, unable to suppress a grin. Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary task. Rewards have been issued. Please check. The system has detected that the host altered the narrative arc of the character, the Invisible Man. And as a result, rewards have been granted. Talent points, 1,000, monitoring eye. As the shadows prepare to access the data panel, they are startled by the information relayed through the notification. Gratitude swells within them, reflecting on the unexpected rewards gained through the manipulation of the storyline. Nevertheless, the Invisible Man was indeed a member of the Seven, and despite being vanquished, his influence in the narrative remains significant. The shadows ponder the seemingly meager rewards. Yet upon reconsideration, they find themselves able to rationalize why the bounty received from the Invisible Man is relatively modest. The shadow pondered that, in the original narrative, the Invisible Man inevitably met his demise, a memory of the explosive incident still vivid in his mind. Although he had altered the fate of the Invisible Man, sparing him from death by the flower bomb, he himself remained bound to a destiny of mortality. If that were the case, then perhaps a lesser reward was indeed justified. Even the slightest morsel holds value. The shadow shrugged indifferently, for he was merely a minor character surviving for 2 episodes. He felt that even with the knowledge of the system's mechanism for altering plots to gain rewards, it would be futile to mobilize efforts towards it. Moreover, this character was an unremarkable male figure, further diminishing any inclination to care. At least, that was the shadow's own assessment. Though his body was of extraterrestrial origin, his soul was not. Furthermore, the Invisible Man exhibited quite aberrant traits in the original story, a fact that did not warrant the shadow's concern. Opening his interface, the data pertaining to his own body reappeared before him, updated slightly following his symbiosis. Host ID, 0361. Host codename, Shadow. Comprehensive combat power, 866. Race, Clinter. Life level, level 3. Talents, Symbiosis, 60,100. Environmental adaptation, 10100. Fire Resistance 3, 621, 1000, Shadow Piercing 3, 260, 1000, Regeneration and Repair 5, 666, 2000, Optical Invisibility 2, 500, Super Carbon Defense 2, 500 Attributes, Strength 710, Speed 220, Physical Defense 578, Magical Defense 6, Mental Value 165. Gazing at his data panel, the Shadow nodded in satisfaction. Despite the Invisible Man's inadequacies, he had at least provided him with 2 second-level skills, thus proving somewhat beneficial. Should the Invisible Man in the underworld be aware of the Shadow's assessment, perhaps he would be incensed enough to overturn his coffin. Oh, but the thought struck him that this fellow lacked even a coffin. After a moment of jesting at the expense of the deceased, the Shadow opened his backpack. After assessing his spoils, which included the temporary mission reward from the compatriots and the reward for altering the Invisible Man storyline, the Shadow found himself in possession of 3,000 talent points, 200 attribute points, 1 random level world temporary shuttle ticket, monitoring eye. Upon reviewing the skills in his talent section, he noted that only Symbiosis and Environmental Adaptation remained without points allocated. Which should he enhance? The Shadow found himself grappling with a dilemma. Initially, he had perceived 3,000 talent points as substantial, yet now it seemed rather scant. Although there existed a proficiency mechanism within the talent section, he had just glanced at it, noting that the proficiency gained during combat with the compatriots had barely surpassed 500. With that thought, the Shadow decided to refrain from overthinking the matter. He resolved to distribute the points evenly. Perhaps serendipity would yield unexpected rewards. Thus, he allocated the 3,000 talent points equally between Symbiosis and Environmental Adaptation. Having allocated both skills to level 3, Shadow began to contemplate the distribution of attribute points, having resolved the matter of talent skills. However, unlike the uncertainty surrounding where to invest talent points, Shadow had a clear direction regarding the allocation of attribute points. With this in mind, Shadow decisively directed all 200 attribute points into mental strength. It is important to note that although sonic attacks are classified as physical, they predominantly inflict mental damage. The mere recollection of the recent encounter with the compatriot sent shivers down Shadow's spine. With mental strength now exceeding 300, Shadow was confident that should the compatriot unleash another roar, the harrowing scene of collapse would not repeat itself. As for the meager 6 points in magical defense, Shadow remained unperturbed, given that this world lacks any magical constructs. Concerning potential visits to other realms that might evoke such impressions, Shadow felt no apprehension. With a mental attribute surpassing 300, Shadow had acquired sufficient knowledge of dark magic from Dracula, enabling the use of approximately 2/7 of dark spells. Once capable of wielding magic, there would be ample opportunities to enhance magical defense. In essence, as long as Shadow possessed adequate mental attributes, armed with the knowledge of dark magic, the ability to resolve the vast majority of current challenges was assured. As time elapsed, Shadow absorbed the eye of monitoring into the talent bar, casting a final glance at the last item nestled within the backpack, the random level world temporary shuttling ticket. To be candid, Shadow was not particularly inclined to traverse to other worlds at this juncture, having only recently arrived in the world of the Black Robe. Initiating world travel now seemed somewhat hasty. Yet, there existed an undeniable reason compelling Shadow to act. Having just engaged in combat with the compatriot, it was plausible that Vought had learned of Shadow's existence through them. This represented Shadow's most pessimistic conjecture. Should this be the case, based on Vought's portrayal in the narrative, it would be unlikely for them to refrain from capturing Shadow for examination. Moreover, it was improbable they would allow a creature of comparable strength to the compatriots to roam freely within the city. Chapter 22. A New World. Although Shadow considered himself formidable enough to pose little threat to anyone in the Black Robe world, it did not imply an absence of fear regarding being overwhelmed by a group. Just look at the invincible villains in contemporary films. They often meet their demise at the hands of the protagonist's ensemble. Therefore, rather than taking a prolonged respite and becoming an obvious target, it seemed wiser to explore other worlds. A magical realm would be even more enticing. With this thought in mind, Shadow retrieved the random level world temporary shuttling ticket from his backpack and tore it asunder. As the remnants fell to the ground, they transformed into radiant shards of light, enveloping Shadow's form in a gray-black luminescence, swiftly vanishing from the spot. In the city of New Inglatro, ranked among the top 50 bustling metropolises, the nocturnal splendor continues to illuminate even the late hours, casting a fleeting tranquility reminiscent of daytime. However, within the brilliance, there remain shadowy corners untouched by light. The impoverished districts of New Anglatro harbor their own knights, encompassing not only the residents, but also the homeless. Brutus, a 24-year-old aspiring deputy chief of police, finds himself drowsily confined within his patrol car. 0023, 0023, this is the command dispatch center. Please respond, comes the call. This is 0023. Hey, Wendy, I recognize your voice. My drowsiness seems to have lifted a bit. What is the matter? As Brutus stirs from his stupor, he listens intently to the dispatch center. Mr. Brutus, you must understand that all calls are recorded. If Rogers finds out, I might lose my job. The female voice on the other end expresses with a hint of exasperation. Oh, very well. So, dispatch center, what orders do you wish to convey? Brutus inquires with an unusually serious tone, despite the laughter echoing from the phone. You're quite the handful. At the entrance of Alley 2, on Bylas Street, we've received a report of something strange. We need you to check it out. Brutus, momentarily bewildered, responds, what do you mean by something strange? Wendy, are you sure the caller isn't on drugs or inebriated? I don't quite grasp the situation. Just go see for yourself. Perhaps someone is merely bored. But if you encounter any danger, remember to notify the dispatch center immediately. All right, my dear Wendy. Your concern makes me momentarily grateful to the caller. Without them, I wouldn't be able to hear your delightful voice. Enough of your flattery. Hurry up. Where did you learn such cheesy lines? Oh, Deputy Chief, if you continue like this, I might suggest switching Nick and Wendy's positions. No need for that, Chief. I'm on my way. Brutus promptly replies from within his patrol car, offering a courteous salute to the intercom. After disconnecting the call, Brutus ignites the patrol car's engine and speeds towards the reported location with a swift turn. At the entrance of Alley 2, on Bylas Street, a homeless man, having just ended the call, timidly peers into the alley. At the far end, a swirling vortex of grayish-black light begins to expand slowly. The man's eyes brim with both fear and intense curiosity. If only he had a mobile phone or a camera to capture this astonishingly surreal scene. He could surely profit immensely online. As the homeless man crouches, observing the transformation of the vortex, it suddenly halts its expansion, and a radiant light bursts forth from within. A figure emerges from the swirling depths. The figure that has traversed worlds is none other than Shadow, who controls the body of an invisible man. In a fleeting moment of darkness and light, he finds himself in this unfamiliar realm. My God, I swear this scene is more thrilling than that of a Terminator. A homeless man, crouched at the alley's entrance, stares wide-eyed as a naked man emerges from the vanishing vortex. Oh, the stench. Shadow covers his mouth and nose, only now realizing that he is completely exposed. I hope no one saw that. He can't help but mutter under his breath, as he certainly does not wish to be apprehended by the local authorities as a perverted exhibitionist upon his arrival in this world. Oh, my heavens. Who would have thought there would be a peeping Tom? Just as Shadow prepares to cloak himself in a sleek black suit using his tendrils, a noise interrupts him from the alley's entrance. Realizing he has been discovered, the homeless man wishes he could slap himself, but at this moment, he is powerless to think clearly. However, as he turns to flee, the enigmatic figure that had been at the alley's mouth has somehow appeared behind him. The writhing black tendrils enveloping the mysterious figure cause the homeless man to halt his breath, his eyes rolling back as he collapses. TCH, with such little courage, yet attempting to play the voyeur, Shadow nudges the homeless man with his foot, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had hoped to glean information about this world from him. Nevertheless, alternatives exist. Overcoming the foul odor emanating from the homeless man, Shadow's palm begins to be enveloped by the tendrils, and as they writhe, an eye materializes within his hand. This is one of the abilities of the Eye of Surveillance, capable of browsing, searching, and observing the entirety of a target's memories. Hey, what are you doing? Please cease your actions and submit to inspection. Just as Shadow prepares to delve into the depths of the homeless man's mind for information about this world, the urgent screech of brakes interrupts his endeavor. A police officer, having exited his vehicle, aims his firearm at Shadow and shouts this command. To be honest, I truly wish to avoid drawing attention from the inhabitants of this world upon my arrival. Alas, it seems you are simply out of luck, sir. Shadow, raising his hand slowly, retreats into the corner of the wall, speaking to himself. What did you say? Brute, who has just arrived on the scene, looks utterly bewildered. He can discern that the individual before him, clad in a tight black suit reminiscent of a film character, is somewhat unhinged. Yet, in that fleeting moment of confusion, Shadow springs into action. In the blink of an eye, Brute finds himself enveloped in an unyielding grip, pulled towards the one he deems insane. He wishes to scream for help, but Shadow does not grant him that opportunity. The tendrils constricting Brute's body move towards his mouth for yet another round. I believe I have found a new candidate who can provide me with the information I seek. Under the dim light, Shadow gazes at the officer he has ensnared, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Chapter 23. Why is there not a single sound in this world? The jarring alarm clock shattered the tranquility of the morning, rousing the man from his slumber. Hey, darling, please turn it off. It's the weekend, and I wish to indulge in a little more rest. In the soft, white embrace of the bed, the woman's arms were wrapped snugly around the man's chest, her languid cooing resonating softly in his ear. Nestled beneath the covers, the man stretched blissfully, then sat up, gazing at his deeply slumbering girlfriend. With a tender touch, Brute turned off the alarm and gently tucked the blanket around her, brushing her golden hair and bestowing a warm morning kiss upon her innocent, lovely face. After enjoying a refreshing shower, Brute began to prepare breakfast. Once he had eaten alone, he settled onto the nearby sofa to peruse the newspaper. Noticing the silence from upstairs, Brute glanced at the clock on the wall and then at the empty staircase. He called out, "Wendy, if my memory serves me right, Ms. Angie should be at the hospital for a night shift. She has a surgery scheduled for 10 o'clock. I trust you haven't forgotten to bring her breakfast?" However, no sooner had Brute spoken than a flurry of commotion erupted from above. Oh shoot. The golden-haired beauty dashed down the stairs, fully dressed, and shot an exasperated look at Brute. "Dear, why didn't you mention this to me earlier? My apologies. My little darling, I assumed you remembered." Brute feigned innocence as he set down the newspaper, though the mirth in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. "It's your fault. Last night," Wendy began, but the memory of their wild escapades from the previous evening flooded her mind. "What happened last night?" Brute inquired with a knowing grin, relishing the thought of his girlfriend praising his performance. "You are such a mischievous fellow, Brute." As she noticed his smirk, Wendy, her cheeks flushed, hurled the clothes she had just changed out of at him. "Wow, is this a punishment or a reward?" Brute pretended to be innocent, holding her garments aloft. "Stop teasing me. Time is of the essence. If my mother finds out I neglected her instructions, oh, I can hardly bear to imagine the consequences." Watching Wendy frantically gather her belongings in the living room, Brute could no longer contain his laughter. "Hey, you wicked troublemaker, laugh all you want," Wendy exclaimed, throwing her hands up in exasperation, but Brute's laughter only grew more unrestrained. All right, I've packed everything for you." Noticing Wendy's irritation, Brute quickly stifled his laughter and explained himself. As Wendy watched Brute retrieve the packed items from behind the sofa, she playfully smacked his shoulder in mock annoyance. "Oh, calm down, darling. Aren't you going to eat something before you leave? I prepared this feast just for you." Brute gestured to the sumptuous breakfast laid out on the table, wrapping his arms around Wendy. "No, it's already 8 o'clock. If my mother doesn't see me by 10, you know what will happen next." As Brute sought to retain her, Wendy rose on her toes and bestowed upon him a French kiss as a gesture of solace. "Why the haste? Allow me to share a secret with you," she teased, her expression brimming with intrigue. Brute, donning a mysterious smile, replied, "What secret, pray tell?" Wendy, her face a canvas of impatience and curiosity, pressed him with a hint of threat in her gaze. Leaning closer to her ear, Brute whispered, "It's nothing particularly grand. I merely advanced all the clocks by an hour last night, foreseeing that you would linger in slumber. Am I not remarkably prescient?" "Brute, you scoundrel!" Wendy exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation as she could no longer contain her outburst, delivering a playful punch to his chest. The loose attire she wore revealed more than intended amidst her spirited retaliation. In response, Brute launched his counterattack, lifting Wendy amid her gasps and carrying her toward the living room sofa. An hour later, after sharing a morning meal, Brute bid Wendy farewell with a kiss. Watching as her car departed from the villa's entrance, surveying the disarray of the living room, he chuckled softly and began tidying up. This encapsulated Brute's morning. It was not that he was being supported by his girlfriend, for as the mayor's son, such a lifestyle was befitting his recent promotion to deputy chief of the New Angletree City Police Department. Of course, whispers circulated, yet under Brute's leadership, the crime rate in New Angletree City had noticeably declined. Time and again, he led missions, often achieving solo captures of criminals. Thus, the police department ceased any negative discourse regarding him. Had he not been so youthful, his father, the mayor, would have already considered promoting him to chief. However, this was not Brute's desire. Having inhabited this world for nearly 6 months, he found it terrifyingly mundane, despite its apparent high-tier nature. Indeed, since encountering this peculiar individual half a year ago, the Shadow had seamlessly coalesced with this promising young man, allowing for the convenient collection of information within this world. The achievements attributed to Brute were, in truth, the handiwork of the Shadow. Yet, over the past 6 months, the Shadow had gleaned nothing of significance about this so-called high-tier world, akin to the ordinary parallel realm it had originated from. Those claims of superpowers, magic, and supernatural occurrences were confined to the realm of television and cinema. Communication with the system was also unattainable, leaving the Shadow at a loss to discern the uniqueness of this high-tier world. With half of the temporary world ticket's 1-year limit elapsed, the Shadow found itself resigned to a state of complacency. Let it be regarded as a brief respite in another world. With my beloved companion by my side, we meander through various locales, indulging in our shared passions. Occasionally, I accompany the police on their duties, enhancing my performance metrics, and even during solitary missions, I manage to satiate my hunger. Although the daily routine may appear monotonous, it has granted me the opportunity to fulfill aspirations that once seemed attainable only in dreams, leaving me with little regret. Reflecting on this, I, Shadow, smiled with a sense of relief, pondering the unpredictability of life. However, as Brute, resembling a lonely elderly figure, aimlessly flipped through television channels while awaiting the return of his girlfriend, Wendy, a particular segment caught his attention, prompting him to sit upright. Chapter 24, The Magic Video. This was a clip from a certain website, brief yet significant, lasting just over 10 minutes. Within it, the languid Shadow, after half a year of complacency, finally discovered tantalizing hints regarding mysterious powers. On the screen, a dapper high school student, no older than 17 or 18, took the stage to thunderous applause. Following a brief self-introduction and as the host heightened the atmosphere, the true protagonist, a somewhat shy, blonde youth, emerged from an intricately carved prop, timidly stepping into the spotlight. Yet, the audience, once exuberant, fell into a hushed silence, indicating the boy's social standing at the school was less than favorable. As I watched the familiar scenes unfold, I furrowed my brow, grappling with an inexplicable sense of familiarity regarding this video, though the specifics eluded me. The camera then focused on the boy as he awkwardly greeted the audience before producing a deck of playing cards from beneath his suit. The audience, recalling the overused nature of card tricks, murmured in disappointment. "Hey, what is he doing? We came to see talent, not a jester waving cards around." Despite the jeers and criticisms from the crowd, the young man remained unfazed, meticulously arranging the cards in his hands. Unbeknownst to him, the host, positioned nearby, extended a foot, tripping him and sending him crashing onto the stage. Although the fall was painful, scattering cards everywhere, the audience found amusement in the absurdity of the mishap, cheering for the host's antics. On stage, the two, displaying evident theatrical flair, began to bicker, just as they pointed accusingly at the scattered cards, the audience egging them on. The young man unexpectedly performed a remarkable act. In the video, a young boy extends his hand towards the scattered playing cards on the ground. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the cards seemed to come to life, soaring back into the boy's grasp, aligning themselves flawlessly. How did he accomplish such a feat? "Oh, Shatter, this is the most concise yet mesmerizing card trick I have ever witnessed." A wave of gasps and incredulous remarks erupted from the audience, expressing disbelief at the boy's magical display. Even the comments beneath the video began to speculate on the boy's technique, with some users claiming to have uncovered insights from renowned magicians. However, seated before the television, Brute wore a knowing smirk. He was certain that the boy in the video was up to something. Such a levitating card retrieval trick could not possibly adhere to the laws of basic physics. If it were merely a single card, manipulated under clever lighting and props, he might have dismissed it. Yet, in the glaring lights, the effortless and eerie return of all the cards to the boy's hands was something Shadow could not fathom as the work of an ordinary child. Adding to his skepticism were the subsequent tricks involving hovering balls, freely walking on wires, and even flipping and turning. For the uninitiated, these performances might serve as a distraction from the truth, but in Shadow's eyes, it was merely a guise to showcase extraordinary abilities through magic. With this thought in mind, Shadow retreated to his bedroom and picked up the phone to dial a number. "Oh, our deputy director is not at home, enjoying romantic moments with our police flower. How could he possibly have time to call me?" A teasing voice came from the other end, laced with fatigue. "Newt, I need you to investigate something for me." Ignoring the banter, Shadow retrieved his laptop from the bedside table, found the link to the recent video, and pasted it into the call. This magic performance video had only been released for less than a day, and Shadow aimed to identify the individual in the video before the government and relevant authorities caught wind of any anomalies. Although he spoke lightly, Shadow was determined not to leave this world empty-handed. "No problem," came the response from the other end, as Brute's tone shifted to one of seriousness, abandoning the jest. Help me trace the location where this video was filmed and the address of its release. You need not hang up, sir. This video has gone viral since its release, and the young magician has garnered a substantial following within just a day. I happen to be one of them, and I have already compiled the information you requested. Just as Shadow was about to end the call, Brute's words brought him unexpected joy as he glanced at the incoming email on his computer. Shadow couldn't help but marvel at the significance of having a reliable ally. Nevertheless, he pondered, by the way, Brute, what has prompted your interest in investigating this young lad? Are you also a fan of his, intending to visit this future great magician to request an autograph in advance? If that is indeed the case, could you kindly procure one for me? Oh, when I meet him, I shall certainly ask for one on your behalf. By the way, please remember to keep our conversation today under wraps, including from Wendy? Yes, even from Wendy. Shadow felt somewhat speechless before the person on the other end could continue speaking. He abruptly hung up. At this moment, our protagonist had more pressing matters to attend to. In Seattle, at the quaint town of Leyland's, Shadow, upon glancing at the address in the email, promptly booked a flight departing for Seattle that afternoon. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Shadow, with car keys in hand, sped towards the airport in his newly acquired Panamera. That evening, Wendy returned to the villa only to find it shrouded in darkness, leaving her puzzled. It was the first time she had seen Brute absent from home at this hour. Upon entering the villa, Wendy's gaze fell upon the mobile phone resting on the dining table, and she suddenly recalled how she had rushed out that morning and forgotten her phone. As she opened the device, just as she intended to call Brute, his voicemail message began to play. Hey, darling. I fear I won't be able to accompany you these next few days. I've received an urgent matter that requires my travel. Upon my return, I shall surprise you. Love, Brute. Chapter 25. A divergence in the plot. Seattle, a vibrant and beautiful city. This was Shadow's first impression after disembarking from the plane. Noticing his polished attire, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual, prompting the line of waiting taxis on the roadside to honk their horns in his direction. Sir, where do you need to go? Perhaps I can assist you, inquired Turek, lowering his car window cautiously as the distinguished gentleman approached. Can you take me to this address? Shadow did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a note from his pocket, upon which the address was inscribed, and handed it to the eager taxi driver. Leyland's Town, 23. I'm afraid, sir, that Leyland's Town does not fall within my service area. Turek, after glancing at the address, reluctantly returned the note. Not a problem, Shadow replied politely, preparing to depart when the driver called out once more. However, sir, I believe someone might be able to assist you. Would you like me to make an introduction? Indeed. That would be splendid. Shadow smiled in satisfaction, casually producing a $100 bill and handing it to the driver. I appreciate your help, sir. You are the most generous customer I've encountered. May God bless you. Turek joyfully accepted the bill, swiftly switching channels and using the intercom to call out. Hey, Max. Ah, it's you again, buddy. I have plans tonight, but if you're looking to drink, you might want to reach out to that fellow Thor. As soon as the intercom connected, an impatient voice echoed, leaving Turek feeling quite awkward. Please don't take offense, sir. That's just his nature. However, I assure you he will take you to your desired destination. I don't mind, Shadow replied, although a hint of impatience lingered in his heart. Turek, who are you speaking to? A distinguished guest, Turek responded. Max, I recall you reside in Leyland's Town, do you not? Indeed. Is this esteemed guest heading to Leyland's Town? The voice on the intercom seemed to recognize that Turek was trying to secure business, and his tone softened noticeably. Yes, sir, when do you intend to leave? Turek inquired again. The sooner, the better. I need to find someone. Shadow raised an eyebrow, articulating his request. The guest does not wish to waste time, Max. So you'd best hurry, lest the client grows weary and is whisked away by another. Give me 10 minutes. I'll be there shortly. With that, the voice on the intercom hastily ended the call. Before long, even within that brief 10-minute span, a taxi screeched to a halt beside Shadow. In Seattle, Max may not be the finest driver, but he is certainly the swiftest, Turek explained, observing the taxi's billowing exhaust. It's fine. I appreciate efficiency, Shadow replied, handing the driver a $100 bill before stepping into Matt's vehicle. Turek kissed the $200 he effortlessly acquired, feeling elated. Sir, may I audaciously inquire how a person of your distinguished elegance would desire to visit a place like Leyland's Town? Once the engine roared to life, Matt, seemingly eager to lighten the mood within the car, casually asked. I mean, there are neither beautiful attractions nor ample land for investment. I'm merely seeking someone, a boy named Andrew Datmo. If you can take me directly to this child's home, I will offer you double the fare for this journey. Andrew Datmo. What do you require of this boy? Matt inquired, somewhat taken aback by Shadow's quest. So you know this child? Not just no, our families are related, Matt explained. However, his initially excited expression transformed into one of concern as he asked, "Is it true that Andrew has caused you some trouble?" Matt speculated that Andrew, unaccustomed to dealing with affluent individuals, might have inadvertently crossed paths with a wealthy child at school, leading to parental disputes. Given Andrew's already challenging home life, Matt could scarcely fathom how the family would manage should such a situation arise. Not at all, but as Andrew's cousin, you seem rather unaware of the recent events surrounding him. Oh, sir, I find myself quite occupied with the demands of life. To be frank, my family is only marginally better off. Regarding the recent circumstances of that child, I believe my son Matt is better informed. They all attend school in the city. And usually, Andrew rides with my son. Since you are family, I shall speak candidly. Andrew has recently performed a remarkable magic trick on social media. As an investor, I perceive great potential in Andrew to become a distinguished magician, which is why I sought you out. After introducing myself, Shadow handed Matt a business card. Oh, I knew that video would go viral. I just knew it. Upon grasping Shadow's intentions, the driver, Matt, excitedly exclaimed, "So, you have seen that video, Mr. Matt?" Noticing that Matt's excitement was causing the car to pick up speed, Shadow promptly gestured for him to calm down. Although he was indifferent to the fate of a driver, he certainly did not wish for any delays that might squander his time. "I apologize, sir. Please forgive my rudeness." Realizing his behavior had been somewhat unseemly, Matt awkwardly scratched his head. The magic performance was filmed by my son Matt along with Andrew and that other boy, Steve. Matt has been responsible for editing the video, so I was fortunate enough to witness that splendid act. Oh, Shadow echoed Matt's words, but within him, a new lead began to form. There is a significant possibility that the boy Steve mentioned, along with Matt, is connected to the secret surrounding Andrew. If that is the case, I may have to contemplate preparing a three-party contract. What do you think, Mr. Matt? That would be absolutely splendid. Hearing Shadow's words, Matt felt an overwhelming desire to fly back home immediately to cater to this benefactor. If they succeeded, his family would no longer have to worry about making ends meet. Therefore, might I meet these three prodigious children tonight? I have cleared quite a bit of time from other matters for this occasion. Chapter 26. I have many names certainly. Sir. At this point, the taxi had entered Lyrion's town. After a short drive, Matt parked outside an old bungalow. With warmth, he opened the door for Shadow and said, "Well then, Mr. Brock, please make yourself comfortable in my home while I call Matt to bring them back." Faced with Matt's hospitable reception, Shadow felt compelled to accept, politely waiting in the living room for news from Matt. True to his word, about half an hour later, the sound of two cars roared at the entrance. Soon, under Matt's guidance, three young boys were ushered in. The moment the three boys laid eyes on Shadow, they too were taken aback. They had originally envisioned that the investor spoken of by Uncle Matt would be a frail old man with white hair and a receding hairline. To their surprise, he turned out to be a handsome young man with fair skin, seemingly not much older than themselves. In an instant, the three boys exchanged glances, suddenly questioning the credibility of the situation. Rather than perceiving this young man as an investor, they found him more akin to a charlatan. The boys secretly deliberated, considering that if the other party truly was a fraud, they would not mind extracting a small price from him, especially since they had canceled their plans for the evening's party at Uncle Matt's request. "Hello, I am Broccoli. I believe your uncle has informed you of the purpose of my visit today. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter," Shadow said, stepping forward and extending his hand towards the three boys. "Hello, Mr. Lee," they responded in unison, each of them smiling as they shook hands with Shadow. Having already labeled Shadow a fraud in their minds, the boys chose not to unveil his deceitful facade at this moment, knowing that Matt's father was present. Exposing the truth now might embarrass Mr. Matt. "I am curious, Mr. Brock, how do you intend to invest in us? With our magical skills, we are confident that no one will surpass us in the next decade. Even without your investment, we are destined to become an internet sensation. Perhaps even a century from now," Steve, the tallest among them, asserted with confidence. "Oh, I am well aware of that. I must say, I am pleased to see your confidence," Shadow replied, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Matt, who stood nearby. "Mr. Matt, would you kindly grant me some private space with these three children? I assure you that once I depart, they will provide you with good news." Matt paused for a moment, clearly taken aback. "Oh, no problem, sir. I just need to run to the supermarket for some vegetables and beef. When my wife returns this evening, I will have her prepare her signature black pepper steak. We must celebrate properly." With that, Matt eagerly drove off towards the city center. Once Shadow had sent Matt away, the three boys exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what trick this individual intended to play. Meanwhile, Matt wore a frown. evidently displeased with the sudden appearance of the young man and his authoritative demeanor towards his father. Now that the outsider is gone, we can have a proper discussion, Shadow said, reclining comfortably as he addressed the three young men. What is there to discuss? To be frank, sir, we are merely high school students at present, and we have no intentions of making money or assisting others in doing so. Matt bluntly rejected Shadow's conversation, his irritation evident now that Uncle Matt was absent. Matt is indeed correct. I share no such aspirations. Moreover, my ambition lies in the political arena, and I have no desire to play the role of a jester for monetary gain. Furthermore, my family's financial situation is quite stable, as I pointedly indicated by gesturing to the designer label adorning my attire. However, in response to the two children's somewhat provocative remarks, Shadow merely nodded nonchalantly before directing his gaze toward the central figure, Andrew Detmo. Is this also your perspective? To be candid, I came here for you, Andrew. I have conducted a thorough investigation into your circumstances. At this moment, Shadow's eyes reflected an unusual depth. Your family is in need of financial assistance, is it not? I can offer my help in treating your mother, and if you wish, I can ensure that your father, who frequently resorts to violence, remains imprisoned indefinitely. Observing the gradual fading of the smile from Andrew's face, which was replaced by hesitation, Shadow's grin widened. So what is the cost? I wager you are neither an investor nor someone named Brock. Andrew's voice resonated with gravity, as he faintly discerned Shadow's intentions. While his family's situation was hardly a secret, it did not align with the typical demeanor of a profit-seeking investor. After all, to an investor, money holds paramount importance. You are indeed astute, young man, Shadow remarked, rising from the sofa with an air of maturity. You are correct. I am neither an investor nor Brock. I possess numerous names, though it is true that my surname is Lee. Brock is merely my favored alias. Shadow shrugged, self-deprecatingly. As for the cost, well, it is something you should be able to surmise. He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, indicating that it was all a matter of fate. Had it not been for those children posting a video, he might currently be enjoying a tender moment with his beloved Wendy. However, seeing the trio appear perplexed, Shadow felt compelled to clarify. To an ordinary person, all your performances might be explicable through intricate magical techniques. Yet, in my eyes, this display is woefully inept, and you are exceedingly foolish. Hey, brother, I am uncertain what nonsense you are spouting here, but insulting others is unacceptable. Please leave Matt's home. You are not welcome. Upon hearing Shadow's words, Steve, who stood nearby, began to bristle with discontent, ready to expel him without hesitation. It seems that, regardless of the location, even in a parallel universe, certain individuals are universally loathed. Upon witnessing Steve's aggressive approach, Shadow internally scoffed, his gaze shimmering with a blood-red glint. Hey, Steve, calm down. As Steve prepared to strike, both Matt and Andrew hurried to intervene. Given their current predicament, should a physical altercation ensue, even if the opponent did not perish, they would certainly be left severely injured. However, before either could intervene, Steve, poised to throw a punch, found himself frozen like a wax figure, his fist suspended mid-air, motionless. He could make no utterance, his eyes darting about in a state of terror. Chapter 27. The purpose of shadows. What have you done to Steve? Matt exclaimed. Disbelief etched upon his face. Although anger simmered within him, reason dictated that the bizarre occurrences before him were likely orchestrated by Brock, who might possess abilities akin to theirs. Merely a parlor trick. The shadow reassured the agitated trio, yet it was evident that both Matt and Steve were particularly tense. As for Andrew, upon witnessing the shadow wield magic, his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. I trust that after this display of magic, you comprehend my purpose for being here. The shadow released Steve from his paralysis and nonchalantly resumed his seat on the sofa, crossing his legs. I initially believed only Andrew possessed special abilities, but it appears you all possess a modicum of magic. Who exactly are you? Matt, gripping the arms of his companions, fixed a penetrating gaze upon the shadow, sensing that this individual was far more complex than he claimed. I am merely in search of my family, a community of individuals bearing similar extraordinary abilities. Please refrain from regarding me with such suspicion. Think logically. If I truly intended to harm you, do you believe you could withstand me? The shadow gestured towards his head, a mocking tone lacing his words. You are so confident in your ability to contend with all three of us, Steve retorted, frustration evident on his face. Having been inexplicably subdued by this man, he found himself powerless, and while he spoke defiantly, the only one among them to have experienced the shadow's strength, he felt an undercurrent of fear. If you insist on thinking this way, I have nothing further to say. The shadow rose, adjusting his attire. I have matters to attend to at my company. While I am pleased to have found my family, it seems we share no common ground. As for you, young man." He produced a business card and a check from his pocket, extending them to Andrew. "You possess significant potential, which I greatly value, and I am willing to assist you. If you decide to accept my offer, feel free to contact me. Additionally, here is a check for $10,000. I trust it will be of considerable help." Andrew gazed at the check in astonishment. From the moment Mr. Brock had extended an olive branch to him, he had felt no animosity toward the man. He had initially intended to persuade Matt and Steve to trust Brock, yet he was taken aback by his friend's palpable hostility towards the man's intentions. "Andrew." Matt's plea was laden with unspoken warnings. However, what Matt did not foresee was that his words would only fortify Andrew's resolve, driving a wedge further between them. "You wouldn't understand, Matt. I need the money now." Ignoring the caution reflected in Matt's eyes, Andrew accepted the check from the Shadow. "Now, that is a good lad, isn't it?" The Shadow patted Andrew's shoulder with satisfaction and addressed the others. "We shall meet again." After speaking, Shadow departed alone. "Hey, Andrew, you shouldn't so casually accept the goodwill of that mysterious figure. It is rather peculiar." "We are still unclear about his true intentions," Matt asserted. "Matt is right. I have always sensed that this fellow named Brock does not possess such altruism," Steve chimed in. "Enough." Andrew, already troubled, could no longer tolerate their persuasion and bellowed. "You have not lived my life, so you cannot comprehend the significance of this $10,000 to me. While I still consider you friends, please refrain from mentioning this matter again. I do not oppose your skepticism towards Mr. Brock. That is your choice, and I respect it. However, I implore you to respect my decision as well." With that, Andrew rushed out towards the town's finest pharmacy, as his supply of medicine was nearly depleted. Now that he had money, at least for a while, he need not worry about his mother running out of medication. "Hey, Andrew." Just as Matt was about to chase after him, Steve restrained him. "What do you think, Steve?" Matt inquired, conceding to Steve's desire to speak before allowing Andrew to depart. "I'm uncertain. Let us observe the situation for now. At least, from the current perspective, it does appear to be beneficial for Andrew. Once he has calmed down, he will understand your cousinly concern," Steve replied with a furrowed brow, unsure of whether Brock's intentions were good or ill. They were still students and lacked the capacity to respond appropriately to the situation. Meanwhile, Shadow, feigning departure, had not truly left. Just before he exited, while in contact with Andrew, he stealthily implanted a symbiotic cell imbued with the monitoring eye ability onto Andrew's upper body. In that instant, Shadow acquired all of Andrew's memories, gaining insights not only into their special abilities, but also finally discerning the nature of the world he had been grappling with for 6 months. The realm of Chronicles of Superpowers was intriguing. Shadow was now indulging in the local cuisine at a restaurant in Liland's town. After assimilating Andrew's memories, Shadow began to piece together an understanding of the world he inhabited. In truth, the two boys' suspicions about him were not unfounded. Shadow had initially intended to eliminate these individuals upon grasping the situation. However, upon discovering that this was a cinematic universe, Shadow's plans evolved. Based on his remaining memories of Chronicles of Superpowers and the information Andrew provided, he realized that the trio's abilities were still in a state of potential development and growth. Furthermore, upon successfully achieving symbiosis, he could completely inherit the level of their powers. Therefore, for Shadow, it was wise to conserve his talent points and wait until these individuals had sufficiently honed their abilities before making his move. In addition, Shadow wished to explore the possibility of triggering the narrative rewards associated with these 3 individuals. After all, this is a cinematic world, and if feasible, it would allow for a lucrative opportunity to capitalize on these characters. Maximizing benefits has always been Shadow's guiding principle. After satisfying his hunger, Shadow did not rush to depart. It is crucial to note that the abilities possessed by these individuals were not innate. Rather, they were acquired through a mysterious crystal. Upon uncovering the location of the crystal from Andrew's memories, Shadow could not overlook such an opportunity to obtain power for free. Shadow recalled that after the events of the storyline, Andrew seemed to have encountered the crystal once more. Had it not been for the narrative's requirements, Andrew could have grown exceedingly powerful. Chapter 28. New ability, telekinetic field, outside a desolate factory in the Brittany Mountains, guided by the memories of the protagonist Andrew. Shadow discovered this location. Within the mountainous terrain, Shadow arrived at a relatively flat area. This should be the place. Observing a slightly sunken pit in the ground, Shadow furrowed his brow. According to Andrew's recollections, when they returned here, numerous patrolling officers appeared. However, since entering the mountains, Shadow had encountered neither individuals nor patrols. Perhaps the local authorities had sensed something amiss, but had failed to uncover any clues. Shadow speculated that the American government would likely dismiss the anomaly as a minor earthquake. With this possibility weighing heavily on his mind, Shadow's vigilance naturally relaxed. The current challenge lay in excavating the collapsed entrance. However, for Shadow, this was not a daunting task, albeit the noise might be somewhat pronounced. With a resounding crash, a tremendous vibration shattered the silence of the night. Gazing at the expansive pit he had created, measuring over 10 meters wide with his shadow-piercing ability, Shadow felt immense satisfaction with his handiwork. His curiosity was piqued by the colossal crystal that lay exposed within the pit. "Let me see what you truly are." Shadow leapt into the chasm, approaching the towering crystal that stood 3 to 4 meters high. Yet, the closer he drew, the more astonished he became, as the once quiet crystal seemed to respond to his presence. The illumination emanating from the crystal grew brighter with every step he took. Interestingly, while Andrew's memories depicted the crystal as radiating a crimson glow, the light now emanating from it was an enticing deep blue. As Shadow ventured within half a meter of the crystal, the system began to stir under the brilliance, and simultaneously, Brute, Shadow's symbiotic host, exhibited alarming signs of blood flowing from his orifices. "Congratulations, you have acquired the talent of telekinesis. Your telekinetic ability has been elevated to level 1. With your power reaching 345, your telekinetic prowess has advanced to level 6, and your skill domain has been upgraded to the telekinetic field." The system's notification tone only regained its calm after the telekinetic field reached level 7. How intriguing. Observing the crystal before me, it transformed into a lifeless entity within the radiance. The Shadow, whose 7 orifices were incessantly bleeding, bore a remarkably joyful smile, coupled with its blood-soaked visage. It resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell to claim its due. The reason for the Shadow's mirth lay in the astonishing information it had gleaned from the crystal. This crystal, it turned out, was defined as an extraterrestrial life form with explicit aggressive intentions. Its abilities included controlling the host through mental radiation. Although the host could attain superhuman powers such as telekinesis, their lifespan would inevitably diminish under the influence of this mental radiation. The Shadow found it amusing that the crystal considered itself an exceptionally adaptive host. However, under the intense mental radiation, it failed to dominate Brute's remarkably flawless body, instead exhausting the crystal's original mental essence. Furthermore, it inadvertently granted the Shadow a new skill. Such fortuitous occurrences were enough to elicit laughter from the Shadow. Yet, one could hardly blame the crystal. After all, who could have anticipated that Brute's body was merely a hollow shell? Ironically, the new master, the Shadow, was also an extraterrestrial entity. Thanks to the Shadow's abilities, Brute's body remained impervious to the effects of mental radiation. What delighted the Shadow even further was that, under the crystal's mental radiation, its paltry mental value of slightly over 300 soared to over 600. This turn of events could only be described as a bountiful harvest, bringing the Shadow more joy than a festive celebration. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. All its aspirations seemed to come to fruition. The Shadow hummed a tune, maneuvering the telekinetic field to propel its body skyward. Amidst the howling winds, the Shadow gazed coldly upon the bustling metropolis below, realizing the exhilarating sensation of looking down upon all. As it contemplated how to confront Azu upon returning, the flickering lights of police sirens in the mountainous region below caught its attention. It appeared that the recent commotion had attracted the authorities. The Shadow descended into the mountains. Although the crystal held little utility for it, there was no need to draw official scrutiny towards its presence. Such attention could lead to unforeseen complications. And with only 6 months remaining until its return, the Shadow wished to avoid any unexpected incidents during this period. Thus, while the police remained oblivious to the situation, the Shadow resolutely shattered the crystal into fragments and buried the pieces in a location where they would remain undiscovered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Andrew, having withdrawn money from the check, stealthily returned home under the cover of night, bearing the medication purchased with the cash. Upon entering, he noticed the absence of lights and felt a surge of disdain towards his alcoholic father, who was presumably out indulging in his vices once more. As Andrew cautiously closed the door, the lights in the room unexpectedly flickered to life, startling him. To his dismay, his loathed father, reeking of alcohol and seething with anger, was glaring at him. "Where have you been this weekend?" his father demanded. "Matt needed me for something, so I went out with him," Andrew stammered, avoiding his father's penetrating gaze, too frightened by the history of domestic violence to confront him directly. "But I didn't see his car today. How did you get there?" The fury in his father's eyes intensified, clearly sensing that Andrew was concealing something. "I was waiting for him on Gus Street," Andrew replied, his voice wavering. Before he could finish his explanation, his father hurled a bottle of liquor at him. "You're lying. You worthless piece of trash. Do you think I don't know what you've been up to these past few days? As Andrew narrowly dodged the bottle, his father's drunken rage surged, and he lunged forward, grabbing Andrew by the collar and striking him across the face. Tell me clearly, what mischief have you been up to behind my back? One slap was not enough to satisfy him. Seeing his son crumple to the floor only fueled his anger further. He lifted Andrew again, bellowing threats. I told you I haven't done anything. At last, Andrew erupted in defiance, pushing his father away forcefully. Damn it! How dare you speak to me like that? Enraged, his father retaliated with a kick. Andrew, taken aback by the sudden violence, failed to notice the impending blow and was struck hard. He fell to the ground, scattering his camera, medication, and a wad of cash from his backpack across the floor. As the bills fluttered to the ground, his father's drunken stupor began to dissipate. Realizing that this month's welfare and medical benefits had just been exhausted, this unexpected money was a potential lifeline. His fury towards Andrew intensified, convinced that his son had been up to no good. Seeing his father reach for the scattered cash, Andrew instinctively shielded the fallen items. That's for my mother's treatment. You can't touch it, he shouted defiantly. Treatment money? Is that $300 camera included as well? His father sneered, lifting Andrew by his slight frame, preparing to toss him aside. As Andrew closed his eyes, bracing himself to protect his backpack at all costs, Detmo fell eerily silent. Upon opening his eyes, Andrew was met with an unexpected sight. His so-called father had halted his fist mid-air, frozen in place, his rigid and contorted expression betraying a flicker of fear. If I were you, he would have been dead the moment he struck at me. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. Mr. Brock. Andrew, having gathered his belongings, stood up and looked towards the newcomer with surprise. The shadow nodded slightly in acknowledgement and turned to Detmo, addressing Andrew. What do you intend to do with this individual? Mr. Brock, could we perhaps spare him? At least he still loves my mother. Andrew recalled Brock's earlier words with a start. Despite his loathing for Detmo, he could not bring himself to condone murder. Oh, for instance, he squandered your mother's medical subsidies on debauchery. Child, a moment's tolerance will not convey your kindness. Such a person will only intensify their transgressions against you, especially since he is your father. I value your talent, but I have little regard for your cowardice, the shadow remarked coldly as he approached Detmo. Each of his words sent beads of cold sweat down Detmo's brow, who could only listen in silence. But if he dies, the police will come after us. Andrew hesitated, not out of concern for Detmo's life, but out of worry about the consequences if the authorities learned of the situation. What would become of his ailing mother? Andrew, you must understand that we are unique, akin to predators. It is natural for a lion to slay a zebra. We operate beyond the confines of the law. As the strong, we must view matters from a position of supremacy. But he is still my father. I cannot bring myself to do it. Andrew remained conflicted. Observing Andrew's indecision, the shadow grew impatient and continued his admonishment. However, it was understandable. The boy's emotional maturity had yet to develop. Had it not been for Steve's death, magnified by Crystal's exacerbation of negative emotions, coupled with his mother's passing, Andrew likely would never have succumbed to darkness. Very well, I respect your perspective, the shadow shrugged. However, while Detmo will not pay with his life, it does not mean he will escape the consequences he deserves. Half an hour later, a police car and a psychiatric ambulance arrived at Andrew's home, the blaring sirens drawing the attention of numerous nearby residents. Soon, Detmo was escorted by officers into the ambulance, behaving erratically and spouting nonsense under the watchful eyes of the neighbors. Here are your credentials, sir. Two officers saluted the shadow and returned the documents to him. Although the shadow, as a deputy director from another state, lacked the authority to command the local police, his rank imposed a significant weight, warranting the respect and proper demeanor he received. At this juncture, it was indeed a bother for the two officers to make the trip. Shadow, with a gesture of camaraderie, patted the shoulders of the two lawmen and remarked that with his credentials revealed tonight, Detmore would likely find himself confined to the iron cage of a mental institution for the rest of his days, even should the spell he cast on Detmore falter. After bidding farewell to the police and ambulance as they departed, the system's notification sound unexpectedly echoed once more. It indicated that the host had altered the narrative trajectory of Cass Detmore and Andrew Detmore, awarding talent points, 5,000, attribute points, 100, Nest of the Sacred Scarab. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. The system would dispense rewards upon successfully shifting the course of the plot. What, pray tell, is this Nest of the Sacred Scarab? Shadow raised an eyebrow, as this was the first time he had received an item as a narrative reward. Seizing the moment while Andrew ascended to administer medication to his mother, Shadow opened the item information. Nest of the Sacred Scarab, item description, the dwelling of the sacred scarab's mother, contribute the corresponding souls. And you shall garner an army of sacred scarabs in commensurate quantity and strength. What a remarkable find. After perusing the item description, Shadow was astounded. Truly, what the system produces is of the highest quality. Although this contrivance may lack utility in high-level confrontations, it is undeniably a divine artifact when it comes to purging lesser foes. No longer would teammates need to fear being overwhelmed by swarms of minor adversaries. Mr. Block, what should I do next? Andrew, having descended from upstairs after ensuring his mother was settled for the night, inquired of Shadow with a somewhat dazed expression. Upon hearing Andrew's question, Shadow emerged from the system's mental realm and replied, "In due time, personnel will arrive to arrange your forthcoming studies and your mother's medical procedures. I wonder if you are content with such arrangements?" "Really, Mr. Block," Andrew exclaimed, his face alight with excitement at the prospect of assistance for his mother. "But what of Matt and Steve?" he asked, a hint of concern creeping in as he thought of the only two friends from his childhood. "As a businessman, they have rebuffed my goodwill. Thus, you understand, I do not wish to interfere in their affairs. Since you have made your choice, I trust you will bear the consequences that accompany it." Chapter 30. Discovery. Though he spoke thus, Shadow was indifferent. After all, this was merely a transient world, and he had but half a year remaining in this realm. Having obtained what he desired, Shadow felt detached from the looming crisis of invasion hidden within this world, or any impending apocalypse. With this thought in mind, Shadow meaningfully patted Andrew's shoulder. He lingered not in Andrew's home, vanishing into the embrace of the night. On a day 6 months hence, a cerulean light whisked away the shadowy figure as the temporary world reset, and the Shadow returned once more to the realm of the Black Cloak Enforcers. The narrative of the world of uncontrollable superpowers concludes here. Esteemed readers may have noticed that the small town within this realm has been intricately woven with significant plot threads, as I intended to amalgamate elements from various sci-fi films, such as The Witch and Powers, into a grand narrative. However, considering the potential divergence from esteemed tastes, I hereby establish a poll. Should you find this concept intriguing and wish to witness its unfolding, kindly leave a comment, and I shall decide whether to pursue it. In the merciless state of Corona, the town of Michelle has recently been graced by a new influx of uninvited guests. Yet, the townsfolk have grown accustomed to such occurrences. Ever since a meteorite fell upon their quaint community, journalists and scientific research teams have made multiple visits. Fortunately, the meteorite descended into the lake that graces the town, sparing the residents from significant disruption in their daily lives. The presence of vehicles associated with these visitors has become a familiar sight. However, just as the townspeople anticipated a routine day, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, stirring excitement within their chests as they rushed towards the site of the meteorite's impact. The renowned figure from their homeland had arrived in their midst. At the shore of Lake Michelle, a member of the research team approached the esteemed figure, who was currently signing autographs for the townsfolk, and whispered, "Sir, we have a lead." "My dear child, it seems I have work to attend to," the esteemed figure replied, handing an autograph to a small boy beyond the railing. With a gentle hand, he ruffled the boy's hair, saying, "May you grow to be an exceptional person." The boy, clutching the autograph, beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed sir. I will." Unbeknownst to the hopeful child, the radiant smile and noble demeanor that had etched itself in his heart vanished, leaving only a visage of coldness as the figure turned away. Inside the research vehicle, a diver was in the process of changing out of his damp gear. After unceremoniously dismissing the underwater team member, one of the scientists, wearing an expression of displeasure, mysteriously retrieved a silver safe from beneath a table cluttered with instruments. The safe was slowly opened to reveal a glass jar lying in its center, containing several fragments resembling shards of black stone. "Is this the result of your exhaustive research?" the esteemed figure questioned, his expression darkening. To him, these were merely ordinary stones. He cast an irritated glance at the scientists, knowing that he had sacrificed lucrative engagements to be here, not for the mere signatures of a few impoverished citizens. Aware of the shift in the esteemed figure's demeanor, the scientist hastily explained, "Sir, these fragments were discovered among the meteorite debris at the lake's bottom. Our department has confirmed that they do not correspond to any known earthly materials. Subsequent in-depth research revealed that this fragment likely originated from the tissue of a living organism. Remarkably, the cells within these tissue remnants exhibit a faint semblance of vitality even after enduring the impact of a meteorite. Our research team has been tirelessly seeking methods to stimulate cellular activity. Should we successfully revive these cells, we may soon unveil the true nature of the creature implicated in the catastrophe project." Upon hearing the mention of the catastrophe project, the patriotic figure's expression hardened. A month prior, upon returning to headquarters, he had confided in Madeline about a series of events experienced in the Leonard Mountain region. When news of the Special Police Unit, led by an invisible man, meeting their demise reached her, Madeline remained unfazed. It was, after all, her directive, regardless of the mission's outcome. Those privy to the truth were to be silenced. Upon learning of the invisible man's death, her demeanor remained unchanged. Although he was among the Super Seven, Madeline regarded such entertainment-type heroes as mere expendables, easily replaceable should they falter. After all, they had the finest public relations at their disposal. If managed well, not only could new members garner a wave of goodwill, but the invisible man's demise could also yield a final surge of value for their organization. What astonished Madeline was the revelation of a mysterious creature in Leonard that left the patriotic figure at a loss. The implication of his words suggested that this enigmatic being might even possess an edge and strength over the patriotic entity. This revelation compelled Madeline to take action, prompting an immediate meeting with the upper echelons of their organization. The reaction among the water executives was one of alarm. For them, the patriotic figure was already an exceedingly unstable factor. Fortunately, they had managed to maintain control over him. Yet, the emergence of a ruthless, mysterious creature, possessing power comparable to that of the patriotic figure, sent shockwaves through their ranks. After nearly a morning of deliberation, the board clandestinely established the catastrophe project in response to the events transpiring in the Leonard Mountain region. However, a month had elapsed, and despite extensive investigations, Water had failed to uncover any trace of the mysterious creature, as if it had vanished from existence. Searches were conducted over a radius of 1,000 kilometers around Leonard Mountain, even employing satellite technology, yet no signs of the being described by the patriotic figure were found. Consequently, skepticism began to brew among the higher-ups regarding the veracity of his intelligence. This burgeoning doubt displeased the patriotic figure. Later, technical experts proposed a thorough investigation commencing from the incident's origin, in a bid to redeem their reputation and to substantiate their integrity. Upon discovering a potential link between the mysterious creature and David Williams' meteorite incident, the patriotic figure was willing to postpone his multi-billion-dollar agenda to pursue the case in that forsaken locale. It has been proven that the choices of our compatriots were indeed correct, as they have acquired the information they sought. Chapter 31 commences. At 11 o'clock today, Madeline Stevel, the vice president of Water Company, expressed her deepest condolences at the Cairns International Hotel for the loss of Lorbin Ward, alongside the heroic locomotive. It is regrettable that such an incident occurred while our hero was on a mission, an encounter that none of us wished to face. In a personal capacity, I have donated $1 million as compensation to Lorbin's family and extend my heartfelt sympathies. At that moment, I was in pursuit of a criminal, and it was during that very time she happened to walk into the street. I deeply regret my inability to assist her. At an opulent dining table, a tempting medium-rare steak emitted steam, while red wine swirled in its glass. A man gazed at the distant television screen with a smirk on his face. Little did I expect that after spending a year in the temporary world, I had only been in the world of the Black Cloak for nearly a month. Listening to the news reports, the Shadow, having just returned from other realms, downed the red wine in his glass with a complex expression. Oh, how dreadful it is! I cannot fathom how those indulgent individuals willingly bestow the title of fine wine upon such a concoction. The Shadow pursed his lips, pondering whether it was a change in his race or something else entirely. Human food now tasted to him akin to inedible plastic. Were it not for the symbiotic entity's need for nourishment, he would not stoop to consume such fare. Observing the Shadow's crude demeanor, a nearby noblewoman, who intended to strike up a conversation, could not help but retreat in dismay. To the aristocracy, the Shadow's behavior appeared akin to that of a newly affluent individual. Naturally, the Shadow paid little heed to such trivialities. After all, should the noblewoman successfully engage him, her fate would only lead to becoming a mere meal in his eyes. As the Shadow prepared to rise and depart, a waiter intercepted him. "Sir, may I present your bill? Your total comes to $496. However, before the waiter could finish, the Shadow interjected, a flicker of red light glinting in his eyes. "I believe you have overlooked something. I settled my bill prior to dining, did I not?" The waiter paused, seemingly in recollection, and eventually, with a look of realization, respectfully addressed the Shadow. "My sincerest apologies for my oversight. This is my fault. Please forgive me." "Not a problem. May I take my leave now?" The Shadow replied nonchalantly, displaying an air of generosity. "Oh, it would be my honor to escort you out." With that, the waiter followed the Shadow to the restaurant's entrance, graciously holding the door open for him. As he stepped outside, A smile crept upon the Shadow's lips. Although this world lacked a definitive concept of magic, ever since his mental prowess had increased, he could now utilize minor spells at will, bringing him immense pleasure. If he so desired, he could even indulge in physical revelries within the confines of the Pentagon's office. As for whether it would draw the attention of Vought or the compatriots, to be honest, Shadow has completely ceased to care about such matters, as the compatriots no longer pose any threat to him. Had he wished, he could have tormented them the very day he returned. What Shadow desires is to alter the narrative arcs of the characters in the story, thus garnering greater advantages from the system. Unless he is in a foul mood, he would not willingly engage in games of brutality. As Shadow strolled down the street, contemplating how to navigate this narrative game, he was abruptly collided with by a hurried and flustered woman. Watching her belongings scatter across the ground, he merely felt a gentle nudge against him. And before he knew it, a lady lay sprawled on the floor. Just as he was about to utter an apology, the woman, filled with remorse, spoke before him. "I am terribly sorry. I was in such a rush that I failed to see you, sir. It was unintentional. Please forgive me." Her words were tinged with a soft tremor of regret, and although she masked it well, Shadow's keen perception easily picked up on the subtle details. It was understandable. With his symbiotic existence, even being struck by a train would yield little more than a broken rail. What could possibly harm a mere human? It was akin to colliding with a lamppost. The fact that she did not weep aloud struck Shadow as quite remarkable. Observing the woman as she awkwardly gathered her belongings from the ground, Shadow, embodying the grace of an extraterrestrial gentleman, joined her in assisting. However, upon crouching to discern her features, he was momentarily taken aback. Not that her beauty was strikingly extraordinary, but it undeniably aligned with the aesthetic he had appreciated in his former human life. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. Rather, her visage reminded him of a character from the world of the Black Cloak, Starlight, the sole unconventional member of the Super Seven. A character genuinely intent on using her superpowers for the benefit of others. Regrettably, despite being a positive figure, she was woefully lacking in strength, possessing little beyond an appealing appearance and the ability to endure blows. Her reliance on a power source to activate her abilities rendered her prowess rather lackluster. Reflecting on this, coupled with the fact that the narrative was only just beginning, Shadow surmised he understood the reason for the woman's sorrow, if he were not mistaken. She had likely just finished a plate of deep-sea sashimi. "Is something the matter, sir?" And, still on the ground, noticed the rather handsome gentleman staring at her and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired. "Not at all. I apologize for knocking you down. Your belongings appear rather valuable. Should I have damaged anything, I shall compensate you." Shadow feigned embarrassment, hurriedly assisting Starlight in collecting her scattered items. "Oh, it's quite all right. These things are actually complimentary. If they are broken, so be it." After that incident, Annie felt an inexplicable aversion towards the belongings of the Walter Company. Were it not for her mother and her own dreams, she would have discarded all the items deemed necessary for her work long ago. As Annie finished packing her things and prepared to leave, Shadow, naturally, could not allow Starlight to depart, for she was an integral character in the unfolding narrative, and the rewards associated with her were undoubtedly significant. "You seem quite sorrowful." Shadow feigned concern, having noticed the dried tear stains on Starlight's face. "I apologize, I was lost in thought." Starlight, wiping the remnants of her tears, clearly wished to conceal her vulnerable side from a stranger. "It is not due to you, sir. Please do not take it to heart. Thank heavens. I am grateful that I am not the one who caused distress to such a lovely lady." Shadow pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and flashed Starlight a bright, cheerful smile. Chapter 32. Starlight infected by Shadow's smile. Annie momentarily forgot her unpleasant memories. Listening to Shadow's compliments, she shyly revealed a charming smile. "However, it seems we both harbor burdensome thoughts. I was just contemplating a stroll in the nearby park square. Would you care to join me?" Though the invitation seemed somewhat cliché, it proved remarkably effective in that moment. Annie, tempted by Shadow's suggestion, especially given that it was a sincere invitation from a handsome gentleman, responded, "Sure, I am Annie Malidja. Blockley, it is a pleasure to meet you amidst such delightful circumstances." Shadow politely shook Annie's outstretched hand, introducing himself. Soon, the two were engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way to a nearby forest park. "Mr. Lee, you must be a superhuman as well?" Annie inquired cautiously, glancing at Shadow, whose height exceeded 1.8 meters. "How did you know?" Shadow turned his head, a hint of surprise in his expression, his gaze curious about how Annie came to understand his superhuman nature. "Just an analysis, all right. Actually, I am also a superhuman." Annie rolled her eyes at her own untimely admission. "Due to certain physical reasons, you see, as superhumans, our bodies tend to possess a slight edge over ordinary individuals. Noticing Blockley's intense gaze fixed on her, Annie nervously articulated her reasoning. Throughout my life, in certain situations, I would react in that manner. This is the first time I've bumped into someone else, she said, flustered as she recalled the earlier incident. Thus, only another superhuman could have collided with me. Like the nonchalant Shadow here, who stood with his hands in his pockets, amused at Starlight's antics. To be fair, while her strength may be lacking, I must commend her intellect. She was able to discern the issue from such subtle details. Well, I suppose that is the case, Annie shrugged. And as they both listened to Shadow's explanation, they could not help but burst into laughter simultaneously. I indeed possess superhuman abilities. However, to be frank, I would prefer to be an ordinary person if given the choice. The Shadow, unmasked, slowly extended a hand, and several fallen leaves that lay before them gracefully flew into the Shadow's palm, much to Annie's astonishment. How enchanting! At that moment, Annie resembled a child enviously gazing at another's toy, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Upon hearing that the Shadow seemed to harbor a discontent with their superhuman identity, Annie, intrigued, inquired, "Is it not wonderful to be superhuman? We possess greater abilities to assist those in need. To aid the needy is indeed a noble ideal. However, Annie, ideals and dreams must not be conflated. The reason ideals are termed as such is that they will never manifest in this world. As superhumans, we perceive the darkness, ugliness, and distortions that ordinary people cannot fathom. Thus, one must either be sufficiently powerful or resign oneself to being an ant confined within a drawn circle. At times, remaining unseen is a form of bliss." Listening to Brock's elucidation, Annie fell into silence, reflecting on her recent experiences. For a moment, she found herself somewhat in agreement with Brock's words. She had initially believed that upon entering water, she would be better positioned to assist those deserving of aid. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. The hero she had admired since childhood turned out to be a loathsome scoundrel exposing himself to newcomers, and those involved in execution, assistance, and planning were predominantly preoccupied with monetary concerns. In fact, the activities of the past few days seemed far less meaningful than helping an elderly woman in her own hometown. "I apologize for darkening the mood," the Shadow said, feigning regret as it noticed Annie's change in demeanor. "It's all right. Hearing you say that suddenly clarifies many things for me," Annie replied, her contemplative expression evolving into one of determination. Yet, unlike in the original narrative, the clarity in her gaze was now tinged with an edge of ruthlessness. "Oh, I am pleased that my humble thoughts could be of assistance to you. So, do we consider ourselves friends now?" The Shadow's lips curled into a slight smile, a warm expression that gently touched Annie's heart. "Since the moment we collided over trivial matters, have we not become friends?" Annie responded with a relieved smile, her voice unwavering. In the expansive park, as the two exchanged glances and smiles, the once desolate atmosphere seemed to warm. They continued to stroll for quite some time until dusk approached. After exchanging contact information, Annie reluctantly departed under the Shadow's eager gaze. In the park, as the Shadow observed Annie's vanishing figure, their smile grew somewhat rigid, and their expression gradually became more neutral. Encountering the character Starshine was indeed unforeseen for the Shadow. However, following their conversation, the Shadow could no longer guarantee that Starshine would continue in the same vein as in the original narrative, especially since the Shadow had not refrained from employing minor magical tricks during their interaction. Although one could not directly use magic to influence a person's mind in this world, the Shadow's mastery of magic allowed for subtle manipulations without issue. Unexpectedly, I find a familiar face here. Just as Shadow was about to deal with the character of Starlight, a taxi parked at the intersection of the park caught his attention. Although the person resembled a character from the show, Shadow could not guarantee any connection to the original cast. Nonetheless, he dismissed the concern as trivial. Seeing someone akin to Huey from the series getting into a taxi and departing prompted him to follow without hesitation. While he held little interest in the overly earnest protagonists, Shadow was keen to discover whether the narrative would continue to unfold without the Invisible Man, whom he had already eliminated. Thus, empowered by mental stance and optical shadow, Shadow stealthily followed the taxi through the skies, arriving at a bar. Observing the man as he alighted and scanned the surroundings, Shadow wore a playful smile, intrigued by this unusual perspective on the unfolding story. For now, Shadow had no intention of intervening. He was merely captivated by the plot's progression without the Invisible Man's interference. Driven by curiosity and with nothing pressing to occupy his time, Shadow revealed himself, emerging from an alley and pretending to be a regular patron as he followed Huey into the bar. Inside, the bar was enveloped in raucous metal rock music. For the patrons, a thrilling night was the true essence of nightlife. However, This environment did not quite suit Shadow's taste. As he observed the bar from a vantage point, he ordered a fruit cocktail to savor at his leisure. Meanwhile, Huey, wearing a frown, clearly did not enjoy the vibrant atmosphere either, but had little choice. The man claiming to be from the FBI had informed him that this was the only place to seek assistance. Navigating through the throngs of alluring figures and an intoxicating atmosphere, Huey finally located his intended target. At the bar, Butcher, with a nonchalant gaze, concealed a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. He found Huey, imbued with a sense of justice yet hesitant to act, an easy one to manipulate. In Butcher's mind, it was only a matter of time before Huey returned to him. "Let us get this lad a blood-red berry," he declared to the bartender as Huey approached. Actually, I don't drink much," Huey replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he took a seat. "It's merely a fruit cocktail, a staple for newcomers to this bar." "Ushanti regretted," Butcher said with a knowing smile. "Everyone has their first time. I'm glad you're coming around. So what shall we do next?" Huey politely accepted the drink handed to him by the bartender. Yet as he gazed into the crimson, sweet concoction, he found himself unable to drink it. "Follow me. Just do as I say in a moment. I have even prepared a speech for you." Raising his glass, Butcher downed the drink in one gulp, then retrieved a small note from his pocket, arching an eyebrow at Huey. As Butcher entered the restroom, Huey, although certain that Butcher was not of that nature, felt a chill run down his spine and a tightening in his core as he trailed behind. Witnessing the two of them sneak into the restroom, Shadow found himself at a loss for words. Had he not been privy to the unfolding narrative, he might have doubted if he had mistakenly wandered onto the wrong set. After dismissing the fifth woman who attempted to strike up a conversation, Shadow maintained his relaxed posture, keenly observing the commotion near the restroom. As a disciplined extraterrestrial being, he had no habit of indulging in late-night snacks. Furthermore, given his increasingly refined tastes, he found the company of ordinary individuals who were enamored only with alcohol, drugs, and chaos at this hour far less appealing than that of superhumans. Moreover, since his strength had grown, Shadow's need for phenylethylamine had diminished. Sustaining the host's basic nutritional needs was generally sufficient for his daily requirements. Just as Shadow was immersing himself in the bar culture of this world, an untimely phone call interrupted his reverie. With no friends in this realm, the only person who could be calling at this hour was Starlight, with whom he had exchanged numbers that evening. To be frank, he would have preferred a telemarketer on the other end of the line. Conversing with a young lady required considerable thought, especially in the noisy ambience of a bar. Nevertheless, he answered the call. "Hello, Annie. How may I assist you?" "Hi, Brock. Are you at a bar?" On the other end, Starlight, now at home, was drying her damp hair post-bath. Listening to the cacophony of heavy metal and raucous voices, she furrowed her brow and inquired. "Yes, I found a secluded bar near the park. It seems decent, albeit a bit loud." Noticing Starlight's slightly irate tone, Shadow smirked, realizing that his little trick appeared to be working. "Oh, I didn't expect the genteel Mr. Brock by day to have such a side at night." For some reason, Starlight's breathing quickened as she spoke. She had intended to tease, but suddenly reconsidered, recognizing she had no grounds to be upset. Given that she had known Brock for less than a day, why would I? "Oh, Annie, I believe you are mistaken. If I were that sort of person, I certainly wouldn't have come here. Inviting a captivating lady like you is my utmost preference." Reclining on the sofa, Shadow feigned a look of flustered explanation. Meanwhile, the men nearby leaned in, casting admiring glances. Such high emotional intelligence and convincing performance were lessons they could learn from for a lifetime. Upon hearing Block's flustered explanation on the other end of the line, Xinguang found herself inexplicably pleased, a warm flush creeping onto her cheeks as her speech became somewhat disjointed. "Well, if the orphanage within 10 kilometers is willing to accept a 25-year-old child, I would gladly depart from this place. Why didn't you tell me while we were chatting in the park?" Xinguang, unexpectedly covering her mouth in astonishment, was taken aback by the news. "Annie, I dislike being a burden to others, especially since you are my first friend since arriving in New York." The Shadow's words were laced with a mixture of truth and deceit. Had Annie noticed that the Shadow had emerged from a luxurious hotel at noon, the ruse would surely have been exposed. "Since you know we are friends, you ought to inform me," Annie retorted, visibly upset. Yet the atmosphere around them was tinged with an entirely different sentiment. "It's fine. Here, $5 grants you free snacks and drinks, along with a night of heavy metal music. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree?" Despite this assertion, the Shadow had no intention of spending the night in such a dismal place. "All right, I concede to your point." On the other end of the line, regarding Block's joking refusal, Xinguang found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she recalled the purpose of her call. Block, do you have time tomorrow?" "What is up?" the Shadow inquired again, puzzled. At that moment, Butchell and Huey emerged from the restroom. I wish to thank you for resolving my troubles this afternoon, and I would like to invite you to visit my company tomorrow for a sumptuous lunch, if you are willing. I might also be able to assist with your employment dilemma. Certainly. As a gentleman, I cannot refuse the invitation of a beautiful lady. However, regarding work, I have my own considerations. Then I shall see you tomorrow, but be forewarned that you may regret discovering where I work. Listening to Xinguang's somewhat enigmatic and whimsical tone, the shadow couldn't help but chuckle. If Xinguang were aware of her own narrative ties and knew her true identity, one could only wonder how she would react. Chapter 34. Huey Butchell, are you so certain that Walter will acquiesce to our demands? Ascending the 7-person tower? And with the locomotive present, it seems rather precarious to me. Huey emerged from the restroom with a bitter expression, reflecting on the demeanor of the individual on the other end of the line. Huey was at a loss as to where Butchell's confidence stemmed from. Fear not, newcomer. Those individuals, whose minds are clouded with the scent of copper, will agree to your requests, Butchell assured, turning to reveal a somewhat greasy visage. The confidence in his smile mirrored in every whisker that accompanied it. My apologies, sir. It was unintentional. Even when colliding with someone, he offered a cheerful apology, clearly in high spirits that day, as if a train was destined to reach its final station. The following morning, Walter's company placed a call. Under the somewhat vacant gaze of Huey, Walter acquiesced to all the demands articulated by Huey over the phone. Huey's breath was rapid, not due to the excitement of Walter's concession, but because he remained the executor of the forthcoming plan. At noon, beneath the towering edifice of the Walter Group in New York, within the confines of a taxi, Huey gazed at the miniature listening device handed to him by Butcher. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Hey, kid, do you remember the operational procedures I outlined? Butcher scrutinized Huey's increasingly dazed expression, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Yet, there was no alternative. Huey was his sole hope of gathering information from the tower. Yes, I understand. Huey stammered, recovering from his trepidation, swallowing hard as he affirmed. Then repeat the procedure, Butcher said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Moistening his parched lips, Huey meticulously recalled Butcher's earlier instructions. First, after passing through security, okay. I forgot. Shit. Butcher buried his face in his hands, momentarily uncertain whether this bumbling ally could successfully complete the task. Huey, listen to me. Stay calm. I will reiterate the procedure. As long as you follow my instructions, you will be just fine, understood? It was the first time Huey had witnessed Butcher's serious demeanor, and to be honest, it was somewhat intimidating. Listen closely. First we do this. Then glancing at the security line ahead, which had dwindled to fewer than 5, Huey maintained a composed facade, though cold sweat trickled down his back. Divert the staff, concoct a reason to use the restroom, and retrieve the listening device. Huey muttered the operational steps inaudibly, acutely aware that failure could cost him dearly. He vowed that if discovered, the personnel of Walter's company would show him no mercy. Just then, a hand stealthily approached from behind, resting on Huey's shoulder. Hey, brother. Are you all right? Startled by the sudden noise behind him, Huey emitted a high-pitched gasp that echoed throughout the ground floor, rendering the already bustling hall eerily silent. Feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes upon him, Huey wished fervently to vanish into the cracks of the floor. He was on the verge of expressing his irritation towards the person behind him, but upon turning to meet the gaze filled with genuine concern, much of his anger dissipated. Huey spoke in a somewhat calmer tone. Hey, you startled me, you know? Indeed, quite a start, replied the man behind him, raising an eyebrow, striving to suppress a grin that Huey might not detect. I simply noticed you appeared rather anxious. If I'm not mistaken, this must be your first time here. How did you know? Huey asked, tilting his head in confusion. Isn't it obvious to anyone aware of their own circumstances? The man gestured behind him, revealing the other attendees, all wearing furrowed brows, breathing hastily, and some even dramatically praying to God. The man pointed to the resumes held by those individuals. These are all candidates interviewing for positions at Water Company, so you needn't feel so anxious alone. I believe you've misunderstood. I am not here for an interview. At this moment, Huey felt somewhat awkward. For submitting a resume and risking one's life were two entirely different matters. What, then, is your purpose? Surely you are not here to act as a spy. Preparing to install a listening device beneath the table of the 7? The man stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. Coughing loudly, Huey interrupted the conversation, his heart racing. Friend, such remarks should not be made lightly. I am merely here to find someone. Do not take offense. I was merely jesting, the man replied, scratching his face in embarrassment. You certainly have a knack for humor. Huey wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, his inner turmoil surging. If the man continued, He might not even pass security and would likely meet an untimely fate before he could even reach Butcher. And what about you? What brings you here? Having been momentarily distracted, Huey found himself less fearful of security. As his turn approached, he sought to avoid revealing any inconsistencies and turned to the man behind him. I have a friend, whom I recently met, working here. I am here today at her invitation to tour the facility, the man explained, gesturing towards an employee corridor where a figure could be seen, waving. As Huey began to undergo security checks, he glanced in the direction the man indicated. Despite feeling somewhat irritated by the man behind him, he could not deny the beauty of the blonde woman greeting him. I am Brock, pleased to make your acquaintance. The man extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Huey, feeling it would be impolite to refuse, shook his hand. Huey Campbell. Their handshake marked their introduction. But recalling his purpose, Huey was reluctant to engage in further conversation. I must attend to something. I wish you an enjoyable visit. With that, he hurriedly departed. Is that your friend? The casually dressed blonde woman approached the man, gazing curiously at Huey's departing figure. Like you. I met him while waiting in line just now. The man replied, turning to the blonde with a smile. He is quite an interesting fellow. I find myself somewhat envious of you. It seems wherever you go, you make friends effortlessly. Is that so? I had not realized I possessed such a quality. However, I should be the one envious of you. I never expected your workplace to be water group, the man remarked with a smile directed at the blonde. I told you that you would be surprised when you learned where I work. Would you like me to help you find a position here? I believe I hold a bit of influence, the blonde woman said confidently. Chapter 35. Where have our countrymen gone? No, you do not. To be frank, had it not been for Water's meticulous packaging that propelled Starlight to fame, Shadow would wager that Starlight's ultimate fate would have been to be exploited and discarded, relegated to some forsaken place as a third-rate hero. Of course, Shadow would never voice such sentiments aloud. I was not startled in the slightest. Furthermore, spare me, please. I merely wish to lead a life of an ordinary individual. The relentless 996 work system is driving me to madness. Shadow, as if jesting, rejected Starlight's kind intentions. Very well. Noticing that Brock seemed to resist such topics, and considering that their relationship had barely spanned 48 hours, Starlight wisely chose to remain silent. By the way, you are employed in Walter's department. As they stepped into the elevator, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness of the vast, empty space during their ascent, Shadow initiated a conversation. Confidentiality. However, I assure you that you will be utterly astonished when you behold my work uniform shortly. In the elevator, the Starlight gently squints, fingers dancing with an air of mystery. The Shadow, hands tucked in pockets, wears an expression of eager anticipation. Oh, it seems that today, a delightful surprise from you is simply unavoidable. As the elevator doors opened, the starlight sparkled in the eyes of a child receiving a gift, radiating a sense of wonder. We have arrived, follow me. Though she is undoubtedly an employee of the water company, it is evident that Starlight is far more exhilarated than Shadow was during their initial visit. What is the matter with this silly girl? With a hint of resignation, he cast a glance at the hand that was pulling him along, while Shadow inwardly grumbled. Upon entering the room, the breathtaking view of the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling windows captivated both of them. The elegantly decorated space was infused with a sense of wonder, as Starlight became enraptured within her own sanctuary. As for Shadow, unless confronted with a plethora of thoughts laid out before him, there was little in contemporary human society that could stir any profound emotions within him. Please wait for me here. I believe my work uniform has been placed in my room, Starlight said, extending her hand to indicate that Shadow could explore the living room in the meantime. Shadow, displaying utmost cooperation, began his performance akin to that of an emperor as he watched Starlight dash into the bedroom. Wait, did you say your room? Indeed, what is it? Within the walls of the water company building, it seems that only Shadow, seated on the sofa in a contemplative pose, is afforded the luxury of a private room. A pair of slender, delicate legs, adorned in light yellow leather boots, gracefully entered Shadow's line of sight. What should it be? The sound of Starlight emerged, filled with playful phrases brimming with laughter. It seems that only the members of the 7-person group possess such a quality. At this moment, the Shadow appeared to be embodying the essence of an acting emperor, instinctively rising to their feet with a demeanor that bore no exaggerated feigned surprise. The subtle astonishment in their expression revealed a genuine glimmer of unexpectedness, devoid of any artificiality. The starlit and proud figure nodded, showcasing her battle attire to the Shadow. The white skirt, adorned with golden edges, swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze beside her, embodying a blend of youthful vigor infused with justice and hope. Were anyone to discover that my very first friend is the illustrious Ms. Starlight of the 7, They would likely be so envious that their eyes would fall from their sockets. The Shadow admired the figure of Starlight, which, unlike the television dramas he had watched in his previous life, truly embodied the essence of a superhero from a cinematic universe. Her demeanor and the inherent sense of justice she exuded were strikingly authentic. "What's the matter?" Starlight, feeling somewhat pleased yet shy under the Shadow's gaze, inquired. "Annie, you are truly beautiful, even more so than in the promotional posters," the Shadow remarked, hands tucked into his pockets, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. "Thank you, Brock." Listening to Brock's praises, Xingguang could not help but smile broadly. Particularly, the appreciative gaze from the Shadow made Xingguang feel quite at ease. Unlike those individuals encountered previously, each of whom seemed eager to shed a layer of clothing, this moment felt refreshing. "Once you have savored this delightful surprise, I shall guide you to explore other areas of water, after which we can dine at the restaurant on the 24th floor. What do you think? You are the master here. All is at your command." The Shadow gentleman nodded, readily acquiescing to Starlight's arrangements. "I cannot claim the title of master. As a member of the Seven, I merely enjoy a few more privileges than the other staff," Starlight humbly explained, feeling somewhat bashful at the remark. "That may not necessarily be the case." A smirk crept upon the lips of Shadow as he followed closely behind Starlight. In that moment, he suddenly devised a plan to alter Starlight's narrative. Hearing Shadow's murmured words, Starlight turned back, slightly puzzled, and inquired, "What did you say, Brock?" "Nothing much." How could Shadow possibly articulate the thoughts swirling within? In response to Starlight's inquiry, Shadow feigned a look of bewilderment. "Perhaps I misheard." Starlight, undeterred, radiated joy as she began to guide Shadow through the water building. Although she felt some resistance towards certain operational styles of water, the training objectives instilled in her from a young age, coupled with her mother's expectations, prevented her from developing a sense of disdain for the place. Within the company, every individual Starlight encountered greeted her with warmth and enthusiasm. In familiar surroundings, she would excitedly introduce Shadow. As for Shadow, while indifferent to these interactions, she maintained a cordial demeanor toward Starlight. As Starlight earnestly introduced her, Shadow listened attentively. Time flew by swiftly, and as the darkness enveloped the exterior of the building, Starlight led Shadow to her favorite restaurant. Although it operated on a buffet style, each dish was nearly unattainable elsewhere. "Isn't the food here splendid?" she exclaimed. The Starlight clinked glasses with the Shadows, exclaiming in excitement. Indeed, the self-service offerings for employees have reached the standards of a five-star restaurant. The Shadows nodded in agreement, simultaneously indulging in a piece of raw beef, the image of the seven-member group sculpture they had seen earlier in the evening evoking thoughts of a certain lecherous blonde man. "By the way, after exploring so many floors today, it seems we have not encountered any other members of the seven-member group. Are they all quite occupied?" The Shadow inquired tentatively. Quite occupied." Starlight pondered for a moment. It appeared that everyone was preoccupied with preparations for upcoming films and various entertainment programs, leaving their schedules quite packed. "In recent days, I have only encountered Shinsei, the Locomotive, and Queen Maeve. As for the compatriots from my homeland and the Invisible Man, I have not seen them since their entry into the waters. They have not attended any of the daily meetings of the seven-member group, and as for Deep Sea, I regret to say I prefer not to mention him." At the mere mention of the words Deep Sea, Starlight's hand, which was slicing the beef, involuntarily tightened, to the extent that the plate beneath the steak was punctured. In Chapter 36, why was I the one being targeted? "Annie, I did not mean to. I sincerely apologize." Shadow was well aware of the situation between Starlight and Deep Sea, and now that the topic had been broached, Shadow intended to exploit it. "This is not your concern, Brock." Starlight recognized that her emotional outburst had been misdirected and hastily attempted to clarify to Shadow. "It seems that since yesterday, you have yet to emerge from your contemplations. Perhaps you require a confidant," Shadow suggested, casually consuming the beef. Starlight's expression wavered. She understood that Brock had her best interests at heart. Yet such matters were exceedingly difficult to articulate. It felt akin to the unspoken rules among newcomers, did it not? The depths of the sea have similarly entwined you in their grasp. The scarlet runes, imbued with the sanguine essence of beef, inexplicably manifested beneath the Shadow's palm. Starlight, entranced, found itself irresistibly drawn to the Shadow's gentle azure gaze, blissfully unaware that the palm cradling its own was radiating a crimson glow. "I am merely engulfed in confusion. Ever since my arrival in Vought, I have felt at a loss regarding my path. The reality of Vought starkly contrasts with the visions that danced in my dreams. Whether influenced by the Shadow or simply echoing the whispers of Starlight's heart, I could no longer contain my thoughts, and thus poured forth the tribulations that weighed heavily upon my soul." "Brock, do you understand?" In my youth, I held a profound admiration for the depths of the ocean. However, it was only on my first day at water that I discovered the person I idolized was, in fact, a shameless and vulgar wretch. Xinguang waved a knife and fork at the dining table, as if the abyss lay before her. Yet, she appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. And with a self-deprecating smile, she mused, I initially intended to walk away without a second thought, yet fear has gripped me. If I leave, all my efforts and sweat over the past 2 decades would be rendered futile. I would never again witness the proud smile of my mother before my family. I would be nothing more than a pitiful clown. As she spoke, her voice grew choked with emotion, and for reasons unknown. The grotesque grin of the abyss surfaced in her mind, inciting within her a surge of rage, even a fleeting impulse to strike it down. With tear-filled, swollen eyes, a chilling ferocity flickered within her gaze. Hey, Annie is watching me. At that moment, the shadow, aware of the opportunity that had arisen, gently addressed Xinguang, saying, I understand the grievances that dwell within your heart, and I share your indignation. You are deserving of the fruits of your labor. If someone were to mar your porridge with a fly, you need not feel slighted. What you ought to do is seize their face and force the scalding, fly-infested broth down their throat. Then, you merely need to prepare another portion and consume it alongside his. The words of the shadow now echo like the whispers of a demon, surrounding Starlight's ears. Promise me, if he dares to speak disrespectfully to you again, either shatter his lower head or obliterate the one above. Yes, that is precisely what should be done. At this moment, Xinguang's gaze had long since shed its previous sense of grievance, replaced instead by an expression of icy detachment and a hint of cruelty in her eyes. Observing the slight excitement reflected in her demeanor, Yining began to mourn for Deep Sea for 3 seconds, realizing that one must never provoke a woman. Though Xinguang's current prowess was not sufficient to truly bring harm to Deep Sea, given Yining's psychological manipulation of her, it was plausible that during their next encounter, Deep Sea might find himself forever unable to enjoy the pleasures of his youthful vigor or the bounty of the seafood at the harbor. That night, with the knots of their hearts finally untied, Xinguang and Yining emerged from the water tower building, just as they were bidding each other farewell. Xinguang produced a key from her pocket and handed it to Yining. What is this? Shadow wore a look of perplexity. I have to work at the company for the next few days, Brock. I have yet to visit the apartment the company arranged for me in New York. If you don't mind, you may temporarily stay there, Starlight replied, her head bowed in a somewhat bashful manner. Observing Starlight's shy demeanor, even an ordinary person could discern the unspoken sentiment she wished to convey. Shadow accepted the key, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Annie. I shall take good care of your little nest in your absence. I will take my leave now. With Shadow taking the key, a smile illuminated Starlight's face as well. The two exchanged no further words, parting ways with a tacit understanding. Ah, the romance between the superhuman and the ordinary, truly splendid. On the roadside, witnessing the two bid farewell beneath the resplendent lights, Butcher lowered the binoculars he had been holding, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as he whistled. Butcher, we've spent half the afternoon in the sun just to witness this moment. Mr. Brock may indeed appear to be an ordinary individual. Huey, seated in the rear of the vehicle, found himself at a loss for words. After the surveillance footage was reviewed in the Seven's meeting room, Huey inadvertently mentioned the incident involving Mr. Brock during the security check. To his surprise, Butcher merely pondered for a moment before dismissing the notion of returning home. And thus the car has remained parked by the roadside ever since. Observing Butcher's menacing grin, the kind-hearted Huey couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Mr. Brock's demeanor had given him the impression of an unremarkable man. Huey certainly did not wish for his careless words to draw Mr. Brock's attention from the formidable Butcher. Hey, you foolish lad. Consider this with your naive mind steeped in idealism. Is it truly so simple that someone associated with one of the Super Seven could be merely an ordinary person? Butcher turned around and pointed at Huey's head, mocking him. Come on, Starlight only recently joined the Seven. Moreover, Mr. Brock has mentioned that he has known Starlight for a short time as well. Besides, how can you be so certain that this individual will aid our plans? Huey retorted. Booker rolled his eyes, at a loss for words. We have only just met, haven't we? A year can also be described as a brief acquaintance. Do you think what would allow just anyone to enter? Starlight has recently risen to prominence as a transcendent celebrity, and the Brock you speak of is indeed a male. With both of them so brazenly entering and exiting the corporate building, do you truly believe that water would remain indifferent without some underlying connection? Beside him, Huey found himself rendered speechless by Butcher's retort. Although rationally he felt compelled to respond, his mind was currently in a state of paralysis, leaving him unable to conjure any words to counter Butcher's assertions. Meanwhile, Butcher paid no heed to Huey. Upon realizing that Mr. Brock, as referenced by Huey, had already taken his leave in a taxi, he hastily started his own vehicle, trailing behind. Inside the taxi, Shadow was acutely aware of Butcher's presence following him. Although Butcher had disguised himself well, Shadow had already surreptitiously affixed a monitoring eye to him while posing as a passerby at the bar. The initial intention behind placing the monitoring eye on Butcher was to effectively oversee the movements of the protagonists, ensuring that they would not interfere with his plans at critical moments. Now, however, it seemed the protagonists had inadvertently set their sights on him far sooner than expected. Chapter 37. 001 Nighttime on the outskirts of Cruston City. The cacophony of a material factory, reminiscent of a steel jungle, echoed through the night as boisterous as ever. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that, apart from the workers on duty, countless armed guards lurked in the shadows, ever vigilant against the surrounding darkness, their presence concealed by the imposing high walls. Meanwhile, 50 meters below the factory, an entirely different scene unfolded. The 61st activation experiment of Subject 001 commenced, as cold directives mingled with the mechanical clamor, reverberating through the monotonous, dimly lit white corridor. Amidst the flickering lights, several lab technicians clad in white coats anxiously focused their attention on the glass barrier at the center of the experiment. Yet, within the sealed glass enclosure, there was not an absence of activity. As a significant influx of gas surged in, the vacuum environment was swiftly filled with a white mist. However, as the gas began to dissipate, the interior of the glass barrier remained unchanged, leading to a collective expression of disappointment among the observing personnel. This was not the first failure of the experiment, and the team, quickly regaining their composure, began preparations for the 60-second trial. Mr. Vought, I recall you mentioning that the progress of the experiment would not affect my schedule. On the observation platform, the Stars and Stripes cloak billowed gently. The representative from the homeland, absent for a week, now stood beside a researcher, impatiently watching the repetitive scene of the 60-second iteration. Sir, Subject 001 has exhibited changes in its form, I assure you, based on my esteemed reputation in the field of science, that such experiments will yield the desired results in no time. Beside him, the bald-headed man awkwardly offered an explanation, yet inwardly harbored disdain, questioning why a completely uninformed superhuman felt entitled to interfere with their experimental progress. It is essential to understand that a single experiment typically requires hundreds, if not thousands, of trials to yield conclusive results. They were still far from completion. Achieving results within a mere 100 trials is already considered remarkably swift. As the 60-second trial of Subject 001 commenced, Vought, noticing that the individual from the homeland had ceased speaking, was naturally disinclined to engage with the scientifically ignorant figure behind him. The cold command echoed once more, and the monotonous imagery reappeared before the eyes of those in the laboratory. Observing the gas being injected into the glass barrier, Vought, who had long ceased to harbor any expectations for results, began preparing for the 63rd trial. However, just as Vought was about to reach for the microphone, the individual from the homeland intervened, halting his actions. Is there something amiss, sir? Vought restrained his dissatisfaction and inquired of the compatriot. Had it been one of his own interns, Vought swore he would have delivered a sharp reprimand long ago. Yet, the compatriot paid no heed to Vought's question, his gaze fixed intently on the distant experimental center as if he had glimpsed something extraordinary. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the laboratory. Within the transparent glass barrier, a pitch-black liquid seemed to pulsate with life, violently colliding against the thick glass and producing a heavy noise. To the ears of the researchers present, however, this sound resembled an exhilarating signal of triumph. Each researcher began to cheer, marking this as the most successful experiment in their history. Witnessing this spectacle, Azu swiftly flew to the front of the glass barrier, his azure pupils flashing with intensity as he beheld the tentacled creature, reminiscent of liquid, lurking beyond the glass. This sight rekindled memories of the humiliation he had suffered over a month prior. At the same time, Azu was filled with astonishment, curiosity igniting within him regarding the origins of this extraterrestrial being. The thought sent a wave of unease through him. Who could say how many of these beings, rivaling his own power, existed beyond the confines of Earth? Meanwhile, Vought, an ordinary individual, approached Azu and began to observe this entity from an extraterrestrial civilization. This marked their first tangible encounter with alien life after years of cosmic exploration. Professor, this is Activation 001. Here are the experimental reports and data reference tables. Upon seeing Vought, a quick-witted researcher promptly handed over the experimental data. After casting a look of appreciation at the researcher, Ballott's expression shifted to one of perplexity as he examined the data report. What is it, Mr. Ballot? As a post-human, Azu naturally observed the peculiarities of Ballot. The experimental report indicated that the residual composition of the input gas number 631 was less than 0.1. This indicates that gas 631 is remarkably suitable for subject 001. Ballot continued to peruse the experimental report, stating that after absorbing gas 631, the cellular activity of 001 reached an unprecedented peak. However, the Patriot abruptly interrupted Ballott's presentation. Although the Patriot wished to commend Ballot for his expertise in the field, he honestly admitted that he had not comprehended a single word of Ballott's lengthy discourse. Dr. Ballot, all I require from you is a clear and concise explanation of what this viscous substance actually is. Certainly, sir. Based on our preliminary hypotheses, it is highly probable that our extraterrestrial companion is a form of parasite. A parasite? Azu furrowed his brow. Indeed. The parasite in question is associated with the primary gaseous component of specimen 631, which is phenylethylamine. When our emotions fluctuate, a series of compounds are secreted from the hypothalamus within the human brain, among which is phenylethylamine. Ballot pointed to his head and continued. According to the post-mortem analyses of the casualties from the Calamity Project, Entity 001 predominantly resides in the host's brain. It not only derives its daily necessity of phenylethylamine from the host's brain, but can also obtain it directly through the host's consumption, essentially by devouring human brains. The individuals who suffered cranial bites during the calamity serve as prime examples of this phenomenon. Currently, the reports we have are limited to these findings. To glean further data, we must conduct additional experiments. Ballott's gaze burned with intensity. As one of the pioneering researchers of extraterrestrial life, he was determined not to allow the experiments to come to a halt. He was confident that deeper insights into Entity 001 could still be uncovered. Rest assured, please have your subordinates compile a data report for me, after which I shall advocate for the company to allocate additional experimental funding to you. The people of our homeland shuddered at the glance cast upon Ballot. With the latest advancements in the experiment, their thoughts increasingly turned to escaping this dismal place and returning to the Seven Towers for a restful slumber. Chapter 38, Evolution. Where has the man gone? In the dazzling neon-lit metropolis, Butcher, having reunited with Huey, searched the surroundings for any trace of Brock. However, seeking someone in the night market of New York proved to be as challenging as searching for a needle in a haystack. Chet, how did he discover us? Butcher tilted his head, reminiscing about the flawless tracking process. With over a decade of experience in pursuit, Butcher possessed unwavering confidence. Yet now, he found himself at a loss. In this world, no one should be able to elude him, unless that individual was far from ordinary. Butcher grasped Huey's collar, his gaze fierce. Boy, are you playing me? That individual is far from an ordinary person. Huey, being grasped by the collar, found his mind utterly incapacitated. What in the world is this logic? If you cannot track someone, then you simply cannot. Why must you fabricate a reason to place the blame upon me? Greetings, Mr. Butcher. I had the opportunity to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with Mr. Brock. When did I ever assert that he must be an ordinary individual? It is you who insists on pursuing him, my esteemed colleague. In the midst of such a bustling crowd, even with Huey's typically amiable disposition, he could not help but respond to Butcher with a caustic taunt. Their altercation swiftly drew the attention of those around them. Butcher stared at Huey, not out of speechlessness from Huey's retort, but rather due to his astonishment at Huey's audacity. This fellow, by all accounts, should not possess such a forthright temperament. Feeling the awkwardness of the onlookers and the palpable silence in the atmosphere, Huey eventually extricated himself from Butcher's grasp and, seeking to avoid further embarrassment, departed the gathering. Children, after all, have their moments of petulance. Butcher tilted his head, dispersing the crowd. After all, Huey was, in essence, a partner in mischief, and Butcher could hardly abandon him without a second thought. These two individuals were far more entertaining than any television drama. High above, watching Butcher's vehicle depart, the ever-watchful Shadow maintained its stealth, silently observing as the two cars vanished into the horizon of the city. It must be acknowledged that Butcher, as a former member of the Fable Agency, possessed formidable skills. Had it not been for his superhuman abilities, Shadow would have struggled to shake off Butcher. Yet, what of it? Even the strongest remain but mere mortals, nothing extraordinary. Retaining the main cast for oneself naturally serves to vex Walter, but should trouble arise, one can simply eliminate it. There are myriad ways to irritate Walter beyond just Butcher. High above the cityscape, Shadow perched upon the railing like a child, whimsically gesturing while gazing into the dark expanse of New York's night. just as he prepared to seek some amusement. Shadow recalled that he had yet to allocate certain reward points acquired from superpowers unleashed. Shadow is not one to hoard reward points for unforeseen circumstances. For him, any addition is beneficial, whether early or late, it matters not. Upon accessing the data panel, host number 0361, host codename Shadow, overall combat power 1233, race Clinter, life level tier 3, talents symbiosis 3 420 1000, environmental adaptation 3 190 1000, fire resistance 3 621 1000, shadow piercing 3 260 1000, regenerative repair 5 666 2000, optical invisibility 2 0500, super carbon defense 2 0500, monitoring eye 0100, telekinetic stance 7 366 3000, attributes strength 710, speed 220, physical defense 578, magical defense 6, mental value 623. Shadow extended his hand, gesturing toward the sky, perusing the data panel before him. Now, Shadow possesses 5,000 talent points and 100 attribute points. Considering that the current attribute points are sufficient, Shadow has decided to allocate the entire 100 points to mental value. After all, mental value is crucial for both magic and telekinesis, and naturally, the more, the better. However, Shadow is now faced with the dilemma of how to distribute the 5,000 talent points at hand. Since the system lacks the capability for communication, almost all skills must be explored by Shadow alone. Skills such as shadow piercing and telekinetic field have been thoroughly examined. Yet the innate ability of the main body remains somewhat elusive. Even after several generations of symbiosis, Shadow still finds symbiosis somewhat ambiguous, not in terms of its application, but rather in its definition. As a soul embodying a genuine human, Shadow is beginning to lose a clear sense of self. After several generations of hosts, Shadow feels a shift in personality, which explains why, upon emerging from the superpower world, Shadow continues to inhabit Brute's body. Ultimately, Brute's form is an ordinary carbon-based life form, and as Shadow's strength gradually increases, this body will inevitably reach its limits. Regarding environmental adaptation, while Shadow can grasp its essence from the literal interpretation, there has been no accurate feedback thus far, leading Shadow to regard environmental adaptation primarily as a passive skill. Presently, Shadow wishes to transcend the confines of symbiosis, naturally seeking to enhance the symbiosis talent skill. However, Shadow harbors concerns that the upgraded faction abilities of symbiosis may not align with personal desires, risking a counterproductive outcome. How curious. When did you become so indecisive? As Shadow pondered meticulously on how to allocate the 5,000 talent points in his possession, a voice from deep within stirred him from his hesitation. Seize the moment. Regardless of the circumstances, it is far preferable to avoid descending into madness. The Shadow's thoughts gradually crystallized, and with a piercing gaze, it directed its attention to the upgrade button on the talent panel. Simultaneously, the long-forgotten sound of the system notification echoed once more. The host expended 5,000 talent points to enhance the skill, Symbiosis. Congratulations. Your Symbiosis skill has advanced to level 4. Congratulations, your Symbiosis skill has advanced to level 5. Congratulations, your Symbiosis skill has advanced to level 6. Due to your skill, Symbiosis, breaking through to level 6, the skill category has ascended to Symbiotic Variant. Concurrently, as the voice of the system reverberated within the confines of the Shadow's mind, its body began to undergo a transformation. A cacophony of anguished roars reverberated across the rooftop of the building. The excruciating pain coursing through its body compelled the Shadow to adopt a monstrous form. Yet, despite enveloping the host, the Shadow's suffering did not diminish. Rather, it intensified exponentially. The Shadow felt every cell in its body tearing apart, struggling, shrieking, and lamenting. Under the gaze of its own anguished and terrified expression, its form began to lose cohesion, melting away like a candle. Chapter 39. The sacrifice. On the rooftop of a skyscraper, where the cold wind howled, several security personnel clad in white uniforms opened the rooftop door. Armed with firearms, they stepped cautiously outside, each vigilant to their surroundings. They had just received a report from the top floor about a tremendous tremor that had even caused a few chandeliers to fall. In truth, the guards were skeptical. Having worked in this building for so long, with some employees boasting a decade of service, they had never encountered anything strange. After all, this was New York, a city protected by the Super 7, where even superhumans dared not cause trouble. Today, however, They were about to breach the rooftop that had remained sealed since the building's completion. Look, isn't there someone over there? One of the younger guards, with keen eyes, first noticed the anomaly on the rooftop. The group turned toward the direction indicated by the young guard, spotting a seemingly young and robust man lying motionless on the ground. Surrounding him were shards of broken stone, and parts of the rooftop bore visible depressions. Did this guy fall from the sky? The young guard mused. And the others felt a sense of curiosity. After all, in a world rife with superhumans, such occurrences were not particularly unusual. Ratch, call the inspection bureau and report that we have a superhuman on the rooftop. Boss, should we call an ambulance? Why would we? Who's going to cover the costs? You or me? The head of security scolded his subordinate as if he were a mere fool. Slint, go check on that guy. Why me? Boss. The youngest guard looked bewildered, internally grumbling that he always had to shoulder the dirty work. ISNT at your turn? Should I go instead? Who asked the boss here? You or me? You are the boss. The young guard reluctantly yielded to the head of security's authority and, with great reluctance, brandished his firearm, cautiously approaching the man. It was also the young guard's first encounter with such a situation. As Slint approached the fallen man, he noticed that the man had not moved an inch. Feeling somewhat emboldened, Slint intended to step closer to assess the situation. However, as he did so, his foot landed with a squelch, as if stepping on something sticky. What the hell is this? Slint exclaimed, lifting his boot to reveal a viscous substance resembling tar, clinging tightly to the sole of his shoe. As Slint, filled with disdain, attempted to retreat, he found his foot ensnared by a viscous substance, rendering him immobile. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed, feeling the paralysis grip his thigh. In a panic, he discarded his weapon and grasped his leg in a futile attempt to free himself. Hey, Slint, what are you doing? The onlookers, a mere dozen paces away, exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Slint's erratic display. Stop fooling around over there. Come help me. My leg is stuck to something. Slint, overwhelmed with fear and disregarding any hierarchy, shouted desperately at his colleagues behind him. The group furrowed their brows. They stood atop a rooftop, devoid of any obstructions, far from the wildness of a primeval forest. What could possibly ensnare Slint? Reluctantly, the security captain decided to investigate, bringing the others along to ascertain the situation. For heaven's sake, hurry over here. What are you waiting for? With his companions finally approaching, Slint felt a flicker of relief amidst his terror. However, despite the short distance, he found himself anxiously awaiting their assistance, only to discover them frozen in place, staring at something unknown. Look behind you, Slint. One of the quicker teammates stammered, trembling as he pointed. Confused, Slint turned around, and upon witnessing what his comrade indicated, his complexion drained of color. The dark, viscous substance enveloping his lower leg began to writhe and spread, gradually encasing the body of a man collapsed on the ground. Monster! The others, paralyzed with fear, finally snapped back to reality. Having never encountered such a scene, they abandoned any thought of helping Slint and rushed towards the exit of the rooftop. Don't leave me! Slint cried out in despair, his voice tinged with anguish as he watched his teammates flee. Meanwhile, the liquid seemed agitated by his wails, and a spiny tendril lunged toward the back of Slint's head. His cries abruptly ceased, replaced by an eerie smile that crept across Slint's pallid visage. Slowly, he extended his hand and touched the rooftop's escape route, which crumpled like discarded paper, collapsing in ruins in an instant. Good heavens! As the dust settled, the security personnel approaching the exit gaped in horror at the now destroyed passage. They fell to the ground in disarray, their eyes vacant. Even more despairing was the sight of Slint, suspended in midair by a tendril, his once vibrant pupils devoid of life, resembling a mere husk, transforming at a visible pace into a figure akin to a desiccated corpse unearthed from an archaeological site. As the essence of Slint faded rapidly, a featureless, genderless humanoid entity emerged before the crowd, akin to a deity devoid of definition. The fully awakened shadow stood majestically atop the rooftop. With a clear consciousness, he noticed the lifeless corpse dangling from a tentacle and, with disdain as if discarding refuse, he cast it down from the towering edifice. Subsequently, the shadow beheld the remaining individuals on the rooftop. Though he harbored no desire to take lives, his hunger was unfortunate. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand and gently waved it towards the others. As if ensnared by an invisible force, the remaining security personnel became speechless, their faces flushed, struggling in the air like fish stranded in the void of space. However, the shadow afforded them little opportunity for resistance, as his slender, divinely beautiful arms began to writhe, sprouting several spiny tendrils. The tendrils moved swiftly, akin to serpents concealed in darkness, piercing the napes of the remaining targets. Like puppets tethered by invisible strings, the security personnel, unable to resist, succumb to their fate as lifeless husks. Chapter 40. The trial commences. The transformation was profound. At the pinnacle of the skyscraper, through the perspective linked to the corpses, the Shadow beheld his evolved form in its entirety. In contrast to his previous overbearing stature of over 5 meters, brimming with explosive musculature, he found a preference for his current appearance. Although his 2-meter frame lacked some intimidation, it possessed an admirable proportion, robust yet aesthetically pleasing. Despite the absence of biological features, his visage was far more appealing than the face that could frighten even adults to tears. If the prior form resembled a beast, a ferocious predator, now, the Shadow's seemingly abyssal physique exuded an air of divine superiority, as if looking down upon all existence. Just as the Shadow intended to further explore the changes following his evolution, the system's prompt resonated once more. Comprehensive strength of the host detected, 2000. Life level breakthrough trial has commenced. Please complete it promptly. Note, there is no time limit for the breakthrough task. Until the task is completed, the hostess strength will not receive any enhancement. Task rewards. Multiverse travel unlocked. Life level elevated to level 4. Comprehensive strength cap raised to 4000. Talent points, 10. 000. Attribute points, 500. Talent fusion device, 1. Random grade world item, 1. Task failure. All skills in the talent bar will decrease by 3 levels, negative erasure. One existing item will be reclaimed. Upon hearing the system's notification, the Shadow was taken aback and forcefully cast aside the corpse in his grasp, opening the system's data panel. Host number, 0361. Host codename, Shadow. Comprehensive combat power, 2000. Race, Clinter. Life level, level 3. Talents, Symbiotic variant 6, 900, 2500. Environmental adaptation 3, 101,000. Fire resistance 3, 621, 1000. Shadow piercing 3, 260, 1000. Regenerative repair 5, 666, 2000. Optical invisibility 2, 0500. Super carbon defense 2, 0500. Monitoring eye 0100. Telekinetic field 7, 366, 3000. Attributes, strength 710. Speed 220. Physical defense 578. Magical defense 6. Mental value 756. Initially, Shadow believed he had merely regained consciousness, his mind clouded, perhaps hallucinating. However, the system's data panel was irrefutable. At this realization, Shadow felt a sense of regret. Had he known that investing in Symbiotic would yield such a substantial enhancement in combat power, he would have allocated all his talent points to it. Gazing at the glaring red text on the task panel, Shadow promptly exited the data interface. Although the rewards presented by the system tasks were enticing, he had no intention of commencing a task at that moment. Fortunately, the system did not impose any mandatory execution or deadlines for the tasks. Otherwise, being thrust into the world of tasks might have been rather unwelcome for Shadow. Given the time spent with his mentor, it was evident that tasks bearing such significant rewards and penalties would correspond with exceedingly high-risk worlds. To venture forth now seemed rather reckless. The implication of a high-risk world suggested that the task S level would undoubtedly be elevated. The time flow between the task world and the Black Robe world was also uncertain. Furthermore, Shadow remained oblivious to the task specifics. If the time flow in the task world was slower than that of the Black Robe world, he could not ascertain when the task would be completed. What he wished to enjoy in the Black Robe world might be unattainable upon his return. Thus, rather than hastily embarking on this endeavor, especially with no time constraints imposed by the system, it would be wiser to postpone the task and ensure his abode was in order, as Shadow preferred. As he weighed the pros and cons of the situation, the blaring sirens and the distant roar of helicopter blades jolted him back to reality. Oh, he nearly forgot. Someone had apparently summoned the authorities. Shadow extended his hand in exasperation, wondering how he could have overlooked this matter. Of course, he harbored no particular interest in the police or the media. Currently, only a few somewhat formidable characters, like Azu and Stormgirl, could pose a challenge, while the mere ants of the situation hardly warranted his attention. Seizing the opportunity before being detected, Shadow concealed his form and ascended into the skies. After all, Starshine had graciously provided him with a villa. Despite the feeling of being pampered, who would refuse the comfort of a villa? Thus concluded this particular interlude belonging to Shadow. The interlude of Starlight is merely beginning. As Butchell remarked, how could Walter allow a fledgling newcomer to act with such impunity? Little did Butchell know that if it weren't for Walter's recent preoccupation with the extraterrestrial life form, The question of whether Starlight could bring someone to tour Walter would remain uncertain, particularly when it involves a handsome and affable gentleman. The next day, as per usual, Starlight rose early and completed her morning exercises. While she was applying a light touch of makeup in the bathroom, the door was abruptly thrust open with vigor. The sound of the iron door colliding nearly startled Starlight. "Is there something amiss, Eiley?" she queried, furrowing her brow in an effort to endure the rudeness of the woman barging in. "What is going on?" Eiley's voice escalated in pitch, her anger palpable as she perceived Starlight's obliviousness to the gravity of the situation. "What do you mean, what is going on?" Starlight found Eiley's fury perplexing. Having just woken up, she couldn't fathom what had provoked such a reaction from the seemingly deranged woman. "You had the day off yesterday. What did you do?" Eiley, exasperated with Starlight's ignorance, was disinclined to engage in further trivial conversation. "I did nothing but bring my friend to tour the company. That's all." Starlight shrugged nonchalantly, though soon her demeanor shifted as a thought struck her. Squinting her eyes, she tentatively inquired, "Are you referring to my bringing a friend to visit Walter?" "Of course. What else could warrant such fury from me?" Eiley's expression was one of indignation. "What has transpired that merits such an uproar?" Starlight frowned, confusion etched on her face. "Before you speak further, I believe you should take a look at this." With that, Eiley opened her phone and presented a news article to Starlight. Upon seeing the headline, Starlight was taken aback. Shock. Newcomer in the 7 Group's romantic affair exposed. Mysterious boyfriends looks off the charts. The more she read, the more unsettling it became. The accompanying images were even more shocking, each depicting Starlight in intimate moments with Brock at the company. How had they captured these moments? Starlight was left bewildered. The paparazzi were more adept than spies, having infiltrated even Walter's security. "Hey, Eiley, I merely brought a friend for a casual visit. It's hardly a scandalous affair. If public opinion escalates and impacts the company, I will clarify the situation," Starlight asserted, believing Eiley was overreacting. After all, she was neither a married woman nor in search of a lover. Moreover, it was merely a few intimate photographs. Starlight felt they posed no threat to her. "There's nothing to worry about." Eiley could scarcely believe such irresponsible words had escaped the newcomer's lips. "Isn't there?" The Starlight furrowed her brow, perplexed by Eiley's immense fury. Eiley slammed the documents she held onto the vanity. "You know, it's precisely because of your apparent indifference that I've wasted 5 days crafting an annual development plan, now rendered entirely void." Eiley, in a frenzy, tugged at her hair, glaring intensely as she gripped Xinguang's shoulders. 5 days. Do you have any idea what those 5 days were like for me? I toiled tirelessly for your sake, hoping that you, as a newcomer, could achieve greater fame and success, which would, in turn, elevate my own standing. And now, all of that is for naught. Wait a moment. Your plan states that you will partner with Deep Sea for future missions, and even collaborate on movies and variety shows? Are you out of your mind? As Eiley unleashed her wrath in the bathroom, Xinguang furrowed her brow tightly and abruptly stood up from her chair. As an ordinary person, Eiley was no match for Xinguang's strength, and the sudden movement caused Eiley to stumble and fall to the ground. Momentarily dazed, Eiley felt a surge of indignation. But just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the bathroom lights flickered ominously, causing her to obediently shut her mouth. "Eiley, I believe you owe me an explanation regarding the contents of your plan. Why does it solely revolve around activities involving me and Deep Sea?" Xinguang's expression darkened, her luminous eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity as they fixed on Eiley. Under the weight of Xinguang's gaze, Eiley, who had just moments ago been fiery and defiant, now resembled a timid kitten, frozen on the floor. It dawned on Eiley that the figure before her was not merely an entertainment star, but a superhuman, capable of delivering a fatal blow with a single punch. Eiley swallowed hard, her earlier bravado vanishing as she stumbled through her explanation. "Xinguang, please allow me to clarify. This plan was collaboratively devised by our assistant team, and given your current fan support, a successful partnership with Deep Sea could boost your popularity by at least 10%. Why must it be Deep Sea? The Invisible Man? The Locomotive? Queen Maeve? Can't anyone else do?" Xinguang interrogated, gripping Eiley's collar with a fierce intensity. Her heart ablaze with rage at the mere mention of Deep Sea, let alone the idea of collaborating with him. "I'm truly sorry, Xinguang. Unfortunately, all the other members of the 7-member team have their schedules fully booked, and they occasionally have to catch criminals as well," Eiley replied, trembling as she clutched Xinguang's collar, acutely aware of the distorted fury on Xinguang's face. In the solitude of the room, Eiley feared that one impulsive move could lead to her demise. For reasons unknown, Eiley, who had once served as an assistant to the people of her homeland, found herself vaguely perceiving a reflection of those past experiences in Xinguang. Has the plan been submitted? Xinguang inquired, narrowing her eyes. Not yet. I originally intended to submit it today, but due to your involvement, Ailey's voice dwindled, hesitant to speak fully, fearing for her very existence at the hands of Xinguang. So why didn't you consult me regarding my project? Xinguang sighed in relief, grateful that Ailey had come to create a commotion over the plan. Otherwise, she would have been sold out without even realizing it. Xinguang understood that with her current popularity, she could not yet command the respect of Walter. If Ailey submitted the plan, it was highly likely that she would end up partnering with Shanhai, leaving her without the right to voice her objections. This was the outcome Xinguang dreaded the most. I thought Ailey's mind had malfunctioned. This was an unprecedented situation for her as a rookie assistant, where those superhuman newcomers treated her with utmost deference. Being treated so amicably by a newcomer was a rare privilege for Xinguang. Now that you think you know, I wonder if you truly understand Ailey? Xinguang could never resort to violence against Ailey in this moment. Once she released Ailey, she spoke with gravity. I appreciate your willingness to assist me, but Ailey, I am not the same person I used to be, so do not assume I am easy to intimidate. I understand. Ailey, feeling relieved as she regained her breath, hurriedly gathered the scattered project documents, stammering her agreement. I advise you to keep our matters between us today from the company. Of course, you could also report to Madame Madeline after leaving, to accuse me of my transgressions. However, I assure you that before I face any consequences, you will bear an even heavier price. Should you doubt me, feel free to test it. At the vanity, Xinguang calmly applied her makeup, her nonchalant tone sending chills down Ailey's spine. Hastily, Ailey forced a smile that was more tragic than a frown, assuring, rest assured. No one else will know about our matters. Satisfied, Xinguang nodded, reveling in the power of manipulation, relishing the feeling immensely. Just as Ailey prepared to leave, she heard Xinguang's voice call her back. Is there anything else you need, Miss Xinguang? Regarding the news, until it transforms into negative publicity, there is no need to concern ourselves. The internet has no memory, and after all, it's merely a few intimate photographs. If any unforeseen negative sentiment arises, I will personally address it. Understood. Ailey realized that she had no voice left in this situation. Whatever Xinguang commanded, she would comply. She reassured herself that if a significant issue did arise, it would not be her fault. As for today's events, Ailey could only chalk it up to misfortune. Not wishing to linger any longer in Xinguang's presence, she swiftly exited after closing the bathroom door behind her. Chapter 42. Mediation. I am a professional meanwhile. On the other side of the world, the Shadow remains oblivious to the affairs on the side of Starlight. Of course, even if the Shadow were aware, it would pay no mind. For the Shadow, the greater the changes in Starlight's character, the deeper the eventual control over Starlight would become. However, that is a matter for another time, as the Shadow has other matters to attend to. Beneath the azure sky, the Shadow stands suspended above the clouds, gazing down upon the boundless sea. The black leather jacket flutters in the fierce winds of 1,000 meters above, creating a deafening sound. With hands tucked into pockets, the Shadow's pallid visage and indifferent eyes fixate on a lush island below. Suddenly, a tremendous blaze erupts within the forest, accompanied by the violent roar of an explosion, startling the migratory birds nestled on the island. Before the birds can scatter to safety, a cacophony of explosions begins to resonate throughout the forest. In an instant, the previously tranquil tropical jungle transforms into a hellscape engulfed in smoke and chaos. How intense! A sardonic smile graces the Shadow's face as it surveys the scene below. The dense rainforest, under the concentrated fire of both factions, is rapidly thinned. Debris is strewn about, blood saturates the ground, and dismembered limbs occasionally soar into the air, followed by anguished cries. The island may be small, yet the scale of the conflict rivals that of a minor war. On one side are the terrorists who roam the seas, intermittently raiding cruise ships and fishing boats. Opposing them are, of course, the elite naval special forces of America. As for why the Shadow has appeared here, given America's nature, they have a presence across the globe to uphold world peace. And such an operation could easily be investigated by the Shadow's capabilities. The reason? The Shadow wishes to test the changes that have come with becoming a symbiotic variant. Unsure of its ability to withstand a nuclear blast, the Shadow refrains from making a conspicuous appearance in the city. Thus, it has come to this location, where the scale of combat is sufficient for the Shadow to assess the transformations brought about by the symbiotic variant. Now, it is time for my favorite part, the mediation segment. The Shadow stretches languidly in the high altitude, wearing a visage reminiscent of a retired elder. Next, please enjoy the exhilarating superhero-like descent. At this moment, the Shadow seems to stand at the center of a dazzling stage, gesturing and bowing to the empty surroundings. Then, with arms outstretched, it begins its descent toward the island. In the jungle, the battle intensifies as both sides engage in a fierce confrontation. Despite the technological superiority of the American soldiers' weaponry, the terrorists, occupying the higher ground, managed to maintain an advantage, costing several American comrades their lives in exchange for only a handful of the enemies. Damn, which wretched soul provided that intelligence? The opposing force boasts at least 100 personnel. Captain, should we request reinforcements from command? The situation before us is decidedly unfavorable. Is it truly necessary to make such a request at this juncture? If we do not hasten to call for aid, we shall surely be worn down and perish here today. What in the world is that? Just as the American soldiers were preparing to call for reinforcements, a dark spot fell from the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Good heavens! A missile is incoming. A lieutenant, startled, instinctively alerted his comrades with a warning of an airstrike. Relying on years of experience despite not having a clear view of the threat, the terrorists, too, noted the object descending from the heavens, mistaking it for a missile attack, and began to scatter in panic, their faces pale as they cursed the Americans for their audacity. They may be labeled as terrorists, but at their core, they are merely a band of common pirates, armed and numerous. This is merely the beginning. Why the sudden escalation to missile strikes? With a tremendous tremor, dust and debris erupted at the center of the battlefield. In an instant, the cacophony of war was silenced, leaving behind only shattered trees and the anguished cries of soldiers and terrorists alike who were caught unawares. The anticipated explosion and flames did not manifest, and the lieutenant shook the dirt from his head as he gazed toward the center of the battlefield. Within the deep crater, instead of the inert shell he expected, stood a figure cloaked in a leather jacket, their features obscured. The lieutenant's breath quickened as a dreadful possibility surged in his mind. He urgently shouted to his teammates, just emerging from the shockwave. Good heavens! They have super soldiers. Open fire. Radio operator, request superhero support from headquarters. Everyone, fire at will. Meanwhile, the pirates, upon witnessing the scene at the center of the battlefield, were equally alarmed. These shameless individuals, unable to suppress their firepower, were now calling for superhero assistance. Thus, when both sides caught sight of the shadowy figure, they instinctively unleashed a barrage of firepower simultaneously. Was this a display of camaraderie? As the shadow landed, poised to evaluate its superheroic entrance, both factions exhibited an uncanny synchronicity in their onslaught. However, the torrential hail of bullets proved utterly ineffective against the shadow, barely registering as a mere tickle. Just as the shadow intended to engage the American soldiers, a rocket propelled through the rain of fire. A rocket? That seems excessive. From the shadow's perspective, the rocket approached faster than an unanchored balloon. With a slight tilt of its head, the fiery projectile whizzed past, landing amidst the American soldier's position. Raising an eyebrow, the shadow observed the arms propelled into the air by the explosion, silently mourning the owner of the severed limb for 3 seconds. Given this, let us commence with your side. With a gentle exertion of his legs, the shadow propelled himself through the rain of bullets, swiftly breaching the stronghold of the terrorists. As he watched the target vanish, one desperate terrorist, firing with fervor, scanned the vicinity for any sign of the shadow. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the terrorist felt an inexplicable presence before him, only to lose consciousness the next instant. The sight of the scattered flesh beneath him was far more enticing than any mere tomato juice, prompting the shadow to acknowledge his own handiwork amidst the chaos of sandbags and rubble. Nearby, several terrorists widened their eyes in horror as they beheld the ephemeral fate of their comrade, unleashing a torrent of gunfire in a futile attempt to combat the shadow. What a unique way to welcome guests. I do appreciate it, the shadow mused, a benevolent smile gracing his lips as he reveled in the baptism of bullets. Suddenly, the fabric of his attire surged outward, as if something were breaking free from his back. My apologies for the recent lapse in mental clarity. I regret missing an update last night, but I shall rectify that today, should circumstances permit. I may even provide an additional chapter. As the leather of the shadow's back tore apart, several slender tendrils adorned with sharp tips emerged, piercing through the fabric. What manner of creature is this? The onlookers gasped, witnessing the emergence of these appendages, which surged towards them. The group of terrorists, momentarily forgetting their target, aimed their weapons at the approaching tentacled monstrosity. Yet, human reflexes are limited. By the time the terrorists reacted, the tendrils had already penetrated their skulls. However, this was merely the beginning. Upon contact with the dark appendages, they burrowed deeper into the bodies of the terrorists until the tendrils finally detached from the shadow. Contrary to being drained of their vitality, The bodies of the terrorists began to grotesquely contort, enveloped by a viscous, liquid substance, ultimately transforming into towering monstrosities exceeding 5 meters in height. The Shadow observed with mild surprise. He had initially believed these tendrils possessed only the ability to directly siphon life force from their prey. He had not anticipated their capacity for symbiosis. Eliminate all of them, he commanded. With newfound subordinates at his disposal, the Shadow was disinclined to engage in the remaining tasks personally. He left one of the symbiotic creatures for his observation and turned to the remaining 4, issuing them orders. Upon receiving the Shadow's command, the remaining symbiotic entities roared and lunged towards any visible life forms. In an instant, the air was filled with the whistling of bullets, soon overshadowed by the anguished cries of the people. Intrigued, the Shadow paid no mind to the surrounding lamentations, his gaze fixed upon the colossal creature kneeling before him. Under the scrutiny of the Shadow, the observed symbiote knelt, trembling in anticipation. Quite perceptive, the Shadow remarked, nodding in satisfaction after a thorough inspection, before affectionately patting the creature's head as one might do with a cherished pet. Like a hound receiving the master's command, the symbiotic monstrosity, under the guidance of the Shadows, promptly joined the fray of slaughter. Now, the Shadows could likely comprehend some of the transformations brought about by the symbiotic variant. It was akin to a worker stepping forth to establish oneself as a small business owner. The Shadows now possessed the capability to create symbiotic entities independently. These diminutive creatures shared a direct psychic connection with their creator, exhibiting a modicum of intelligence and striving earnestly to execute the commands of their superior. Although incapable of self-evolution, the strength of these symbiotic entities was determined by the prowess of their host. If necessary, the Shadows could reclaim them, returning 50% of the attribute values to the host. This knowledge was gleaned from a brief exchange with the creatures they had conjured. However, this ability bore limitations. Only 5 entities could be permanently created, and to forge new ones, the old must be reclaimed, a process that would inevitably lead to the demise of the host. Yet, the Shadows were not particularly surprised by this constraint. Without such restrictions, they could effortlessly infest every human and superhuman, subsequently reclaiming them, even by parasitizing ordinary people. The attribute returns from half of the globe's 8 billion inhabitants could elevate the Shadows to unprecedented heights. One punch would not merely obliterate stars. Even shattering a meteorite would be a trivial feat. Contemplating this, the Shadows snickered at their unrealistic fantasies. Commander, do you think that superhuman might be one of ours? While the Shadows indulged in these impractical thoughts amidst the terrorist stronghold, the American camp grew increasingly silent, the sounds of gunfire and wails diminishing. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, many beginning to suspect that the superhuman who had appeared at the battlefield center was dispatched by the Walter faction. I'm not sure. I haven't encountered this superhuman in the military coordination database, the lieutenant mused, furrowing his brow, with no recollection of the Shadow's visage. The military department had consistently opposed Walter's direct interference in military operations. In recent years, both sides had only signed temporary agreements, and the superhumans capable of coordinating with military tasks were limited to a select few from the Super 7. In the absence of orders from the military, operational forces typically would not deploy superhumans for support. Thus, upon the emergence of the superhuman, the lieutenant promptly concluded that this unfamiliar entity was reinforcements for the opposing terrorists, issuing a direct order to open fire. However, upon witnessing the enemy also targeting the figure, the lieutenant found himself momentarily perplexed, struggling to ascertain the allegiance of this sudden superhuman. Lieutenant, I have reported the situation to the command post, a communications officer approached. What did the command post say? The command center advised us to proceed with caution. This superhuman is not an envoy from the headquarters. Should negotiation prove futile, the Deep Sea team will come to assist us in communication. When will they arrive? The Deep Sea has already departed from the nearest harbor and is expected to arrive in half an hour. Additionally, a contingent of special forces will be dispatched to support us. As the lieutenant conversed with his communications officer, an unfamiliar voice unexpectedly interrupted the exchange. Ah, Deep Sea. A figure I have long admired, alongside the likes of the Wraith Knight, the rustic hero, and the insect sword immortal. I did not have the pleasure of meeting you at the 7 Towers. This time, I look forward to our encounter. The soldiers in the trench were startled by the sudden voice, instinctively raising their weapons to target the figure that had appeared above them. Whoa, easy there, boys. The Shadow exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Be cautious of friendly fire. This is no jest. The lieutenant swallowed hard, remaining vigilant despite the Shadow's ostensibly submissive demeanor, feeling a disquiet in response to the Shadow's actions. After all, those who had just witnessed the scene knew of the Shadow's immunity to concentrated fire. Now, with the Shadow feigning fear, it felt more like a mockery of their military prowess. Seeing that the soldier before him remained motionless, the Shadow lost interest in maintaining the charade. "Children, your dessert time has begun," he proclaimed coldly, snapping his fingers before turning to depart. What? The lieutenant failed to catch the Shadow's final words. Nonetheless, he wished to avoid escalating the situation and intended to call the Shadow back. However, an overpowering stench of blood forced the lieutenant to retreat. The noxious odor emanated from 5 colossal, terrifying creatures. In that fleeting moment of encountering the monsters, the lieutenant's heart nearly ceased, and in a final act of desperation, he issued his last command: retreat, quickly. Chapter 44. Deep sea above the sea, the thunderous roar of 2 massive propellers echoed through the air. "AllSpark, Falcon 1. Do you have any intel on the SEAL team?" "Not yet, 2. The island shows signs of conflict reaching 60%. The smoke is too dense for aerial reconnaissance." "Copy that. I will contact the command center." On the helicopter, as the pilot gazed down at the smoke-filled, fiery jungle below, cold sweat trickled down his back. "Headquarters. This is Falcon. Please respond." "Headquarters received. Falcon, please report. We have not detected any signals from the SEAL team on radar. All communications with team members have ceased. The SEAL team is likely in peril. Falcon 1 and 2 request permission to land for a rescue operation. Rescue operation approved. Please note that according to the SEAL Team's report, there is an unidentified superhuman on the island. The deep sea team will arrive to assist you in 10 minutes. Engage in negotiations and verify identity information. Good luck. The Falcon has received the message. A landing search and rescue operation is about to commence. Communication with various teams will occur every 15 minutes, while the command center will check in every half hour. Above the beach, a hovering helicopter lowered a rope. Within a mere 5 minutes, 20 members of the Special Operations team had landed in an orderly fashion on the shore and began inspecting their equipment. At that moment, a crashing wave echoed through the skies, and a green figure appeared on the surface of the sea, riding atop a magnificent whale. Behold, the deep sea. As the remarkable scene unfolded with the green figure treading upon the whale, the Special Forces members erupted in cheers, their eyes brimming with excitement and envy. It seemed that he reveled in the adulation and admiration he received. Standing atop the whale, the deep sea rose and gave a thumbs up to the soldiers on the beach. Exuding a strong sense of justice, the whale beneath him cooperated splendidly, diving down while using the inertia of its tail to propel the deep sea into the air. Adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity to display his prowess, the deep sea gracefully traced a perfect arc in the air, culminating in a flawlessly executed superhero landing. Finally kneeling steadily on the beach. "Hey, heroes safeguarding the nation, how may I be of service?" The deep sea approached the ranks and shook hands with each Special Operations member. Did the command center not explain your mission to you?" The captain beside him furrowed his brow. "Oh, my apologies. I am aware of my support mission. What I meant to say was that this line was merely my opening remark." The deep sea sighed inwardly, feeling that his carefully crafted atmosphere had dissipated. The captain, sensing the awkwardness lingering in the air, maintained a serious expression, trying to recall the sorrows of his youth to suppress any laughter in front of his team. However, just as the deep sea prepared to delve into the island for the search and rescue of the missing personnel, a deafening explosion erupted, and 2 blinding fireballs burst overhead. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, countless fiery metallic fragments, like meteors, plummeted into the ranks. In an instant, cries of anguish filled the air. Although the superhuman deep sea narrowly escaped disaster, the shockwave from the explosion left him dizzy, slowly rising to his feet. He gazed in disbelief at the hellish scene before him. Amidst the flaming wreckage lay a half-buried body, crushed beneath iron debris, while a twisted severed arm was devoured by the flames. Some had their faces sliced open by sharp objects, their unconscious bodies convulsing in agony on the beach. Others were decapitated, their bodies riddled with shrapnel. Even those with the lightest injuries had lost half of an arm. The deep sea stared in disbelief at the chaos around him, struggling to comprehend how an intact helicopter could suddenly explode. He found it even more unfathomable that such a bizarre occurrence would transpire during the very operation he was supporting. His fan rating is already second to last among the 7, and even the newcomer who just joined is about to surpass him. Now, with such a turn of events, Deep Sea can already envision the scene of Madeline bellowing for him to leave water. Deep Sea's mind began to malfunction. The profound despair left him sitting on the ground in a daze, to the extent that even the captain, whose legs had been blown off, was begging for help beside him. yet he could not muster any response. "Hello there, little merman." Just as Deep Sea was at a loss on how to handle the unfolding situation, an unfamiliar voice resonated behind him. Turning to face the source of the sound, his already despondent heart was engulfed by a sense of powerless terror upon witnessing the sight behind him. Monsters. 5 colossal creatures were greedily fixated on the kneeling Deep Sea. Each one licked its lips with crimson tongues, eager to sample the extraordinary flavor of this superhuman, distinct from ordinary humanity. Yet simultaneously, they struggled to suppress their predatory instincts, unable to hide the ravenous expressions directed at Deep Sea. Nonetheless, each monster remained obediently rooted in place, patiently awaiting the next command from their king. Tick-tock. The stench of fresh blood, with every drop that fell, sent tremors through Deep Sea's jaw. The foul odor of blood emanating from directly in front of him, accompanied by the oppressive sensation of death, rendered him incapable of even lifting his head. "You may raise your head now." The voice, cold and devoid of warmth, radiated a bloodthirsty pressure. As if under a spell, upon hearing these words, Deep Sea felt a slight relief in his breathing. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the moment he raised his gaze, regret washed over him instantly, accompanied by a tumultuous churn in his stomach. He could no longer contain himself and expelled everything from his belly. "Though this is our first meeting, I must confess, I am not particularly fond of such a welcoming ceremony." A playful smile danced across the Shadow's face, unable to mask the brutality that lay beneath. Bloated and disfigured heads writhed amidst the remnants of dismembered bodies, their hollow eye sockets seemingly connecting to the abyss beyond. To Deep Sea's astonishment, the pitch-black throne beneath the Shadow was, in fact, the largest of the monsters, entwined with countless corpses and dismembered flesh, held aloft by a half-formed arm. The symbiotic creature that upheld the throne wore an expression of pride, its mouth curling into a sinister grin that appeared all the more grotesque in Deep Sea's eyes. Upon hearing the Shadow's words, Deep Sea found himself at a loss for explanation. In such a circumstance, he felt any attempt at justification would lead to certain doom. Noticing Deep Sea closing his eyes, adopting a posture of resignation, the Shadow inwardly scoffed, recognizing him as the quintessential source of amusement in the narrative, so resolutely cowardly. Nevertheless, the clown that he was, Deep Sea still held temporary utility for the Shadow. As a businessman, the Shadow would never dispose of a product without extracting its final vestige of value. Chapter 45. The meeting in the early morning, the soft, golden sunlight was hindered by the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows. It seemed that the starlight, still lingering in a state of drowsiness, sensed the change in the room's illumination. Reluctantly, it rubbed its disheveled hair and turned over. However, the alarm clock would not heed the starlight's desire. Just as it prepared to return to the sweet dreams of the previous night, the clock on the bedside table abruptly shattered the silence with its insistent ringing. A delicate hand lazily emerged from beneath the covers, fumbling around the bedside in an attempt to silence the persistent alarm. After a moment of irritation, the starlight finally managed to turn it off, the cacophonous noise receding from the room. Just as the starlight contemplated indulging in another 5 minutes of slumber, a tremendous roar jolted through the air. Startled, the starlight bolted upright, the lingering fatigue evaporating in an instant. As confusion enveloped it, the tremors continued. And before the starlight could fully grasp the fleeting sensations, an even more jarring sound pierced the atmosphere, the ringing of the telephone. It was Eiley. Glancing at the caller ID, the starlight furrowed its brow. Encounters with this woman seldom bore good tidings. "Good morning, Eiley," the starlight said with palpable impatience as it answered the call. "Hey, did you feel that explosion and the vibrations?" Eiley inquired, her tone laced with reluctance. "Of course I did. If it weren't for that, I might still be lost in my dreams," the starlight replied testily, lamenting the rare day devoid of work obligations, yet finding itself thwarted even in its desire for a simple lie-in. "I'm afraid you'll have to get up, Starlight. The patriotic man has returned. Before he heads to Vice President Madeline's office, he specifically instructed me to gather the members of the Super 7 in the conference room. So, please make sure to arrive before 8 o'clock. You should know that the patriotic man is not as easy to deal with as I am." Eiley concluded before abruptly hanging up. Listening to the busy signal on the other end, the starlight tossed the phone onto the bed in exasperation, clearly indicating that Eiley still harbored lingering resentment from their recent unpleasant encounter. Frowning, the starlight struggled to recall the details of that night. It was a blur, yet it was well aware of its own temperament. It recognized its aversion to the depths of the ocean, which had indeed sparked anger. But it found it hard to fathom that such a display of fury could have been its own doing. Although it had subsequently sought out Eiley to apologize, The coldness in Eileen's demeanor today suggested that gaining her forgiveness would not be an easy feat with a resigned scratch of its head. The Starlight determined that dwelling on these matters was futile. After donning its battle attire and hastily completing its morning routine, the Starlight hurried towards the conference room of the Super Seven. With the patriotic man, leader of the Super Seven, awaiting, the Starlight wished to make a favorable impression upon their first meeting. Yet, upon arrival, it discovered that the patriotic man, Shinsei, Queen Maeve, and the locomotive had already taken their respective places. Although two individuals have yet to arrive, the newcomer, Starlight, awkwardly greeted the assembly, saying, "I apologize for my tardiness." The representative from the homeland, standing by the window, offered a warm and graceful smile. "You must be Starlight, as referred to by Ms. Madeline. Welcome to our family." Noticing that the representative seemed unbothered by her delay, Starlight felt a deep sense of remorse as she shook hands with the representative and promptly took her seat. "Well, it appears everyone is gathered. Before we commence the meeting, does anyone have any questions? I would prefer not to be interrupted during my address by unrelated matters," the representative declared, resting his hands on the table. "Sir, should we not wait a while longer? The Invisible Man and Deep Sea have yet to arrive." One of the attendees, Engine, tentatively raised a hand to suggest, "This meeting is primarily to discuss the matters concerning those two. Is there anything else?" The representative inquired once more. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, as their schedules were already packed. Had it not been for the representative's presence, it was uncertain whether so many would have attended this meeting. "Under these circumstances, I must first present some material for your consideration." The representative gently tapped the table, his expression darkening as he activated the central display with a remote control. Those familiar with the representative, including Queen Maeve, were witnessing this somber demeanor for the first time. An uneasy feeling washed over the assembly as they beheld the content displayed on the screen. Queen Maeve and Engine stared rigidly at the monitor, while Starlight gasped in shock. The screen showcased a series of images that were grotesquely horrifying. There were headless corpses lying in the grass, twisted, desiccated bodies as if drained of life, and piles of decaying flesh composed of severed limbs. "Where did these images come from?" Queen Maeve inquired, her brow furrowed as she addressed the representative. The representative ignored her, casting a glance that signaled her to wait until the presentation concluded. The room fell silent once more, and soon, amid the gruesome images, a few laboratory photographs emerged, starkly contrasting the previous content. As the progress bar approached its end, a video from the same laboratory featured in the images began to play. In the footage, a naked male, trembling, entered a transparent isolation chamber. The chamber doors swiftly closed behind him, and following the broadcast instructions, the man cautiously approached a glass container filled with a mysterious black viscous substance, lifting its lid. At that moment, as the black liquid was exposed, it appeared to awaken, as if the stillness of the viscous matter came to life, with countless slimy tendrils writhing forth from within. In the blink of an eye, a mass of viscous liquid lunged towards the man, enveloping him completely within mere breaths. Just as onlookers anticipated the man's imminent misfortune, the goo that encased him began to gradually dissipate, eventually vanishing entirely into his body. However, it was not long before the man, now collapsed on the ground, began to convulse. His eyes rolled back as his limbs twisted uncontrollably. Moreover, the unconscious man seemed to be subjected to an immense siphoning force, causing his entire physique to visibly wither away. At that moment, the isolation chamber in the video appeared to release something into the man's body. The viscous substance within him surged forth like boiling water, struggling to escape and swiftly returning to its previous sealed container. Chapter 46. The Meeting, Part 2. What is this? A new product developed by the company? The locomotive was incredulous at the scene before him. The prior images flashed through his mind, leaving him horrified. It was likely that the corpses depicted in those images were inextricably linked to the repulsive tentacled creature in the video. Brothers and sisters, as much as I wish to claim this as our company's latest innovation, regrettably, this substance is not a product of our firm. With that, the patriotic individual paused the video, standing to address the assembly. His once stern countenance, resembling frost, now bore a chilling shadow, haunted by memories he preferred to forget. Subsequently, a research document was projected onto the grand screen. 001, it read, designating the first extraterrestrial life form to visit our planet. What? The gathered crowd listened, incredulous, to the patriotic individual's announcement. In this era dominated by capitalism and entertainment, the notion of a super dangerous alien visitor seemed utterly absurd, akin to stuffing aluminum powder into a hot dog bun. Don't tell us it possesses a spaceship armed with advanced technology. Queen Maeve remained skeptical of the news. aware that fabricating a false narrative was a tactic frequently employed by the company. In response to her jest, the patriotic man managed a thin smile. However, more alarming than the invasion of a technologically advanced spaceship is the fact that 001 has already inflicted harm upon a significant number of our compatriots, once in Corona State and once in a pirate hideout in the Pacific. Unfortunately, we lost 2 of our brothers, the Invisible Man and Deep Sea, in these tragic incidents. This abominable entity is capable of slaying superhumans. The locomotive was taken aback. Initially, he had perceived the creature in the video as a mere threat to ordinary individuals. Yet, upon learning of the sacrifices of the Invisible Man and Deep Sea, a sense of panic began to rise within him. Indeed, not only that, this creature has an insatiable appetite for brains, particularly those of superhumans. So, how many such beings exist? Queen Maeve furrowed her brow, displeased by the flippant attitude of the patriotic man. As far as we know, there is only one such entity at present. However, do not misunderstand me. I am not referring to the creature depicted in the video. The patriotic man, standing behind Queen Maeve with his hands clasped, stated that the being is far more formidable than the entity you have seen. The experimental subject in the video was replicated from cellular fragments of that creature through specialized methods. Based on our current understanding of this organism, designated as 001, it preys on the brains of other beings via a symbiotic host to facilitate its growth. Moreover, if the host is a superhuman, 001 possesses the ability to replicate the host's powers and can bestow these acquired abilities upon other hosts. Thus, we must race against time. No one knows how terrifying this creature may become after parasitizing multiple hosts. The patriotic man wore a grave expression, yet Queen Maeve sensed an underlying deception, a foreboding feeling lingering in her mind. So, what do you require of us? The head of the 7, known as the locomotive, stood up assertively. With 2 members of the team suddenly absent, the remaining veterans would receive a greater allocation of resources until new members could fill those voids. As the right-hand man of the patriotic man, the locomotive was eager to make a favorable impression. Ah, that is precisely why I summoned you, the patriotic man replied, visibly pleased with the locomotive's demeanor. From this moment forth, you must cease all public activities, at least until replacements are found for those 2 ineffectual members. Locomotive, Ms. Madeline has mentioned your upcoming match with Shockwave. The patriotic man addressed him. I understand this contest pertains to your fate within the 7. Indeed, sir. No one desires a second-place individual in the Super 7, the locomotive replied, nodding cautiously. This was his sole opportunity to remain in the limelight. Aware of his own precarious situation, he realized that failing to seize this chance could lead to an announcement of his dismissal by Vought in the coming days. You are correct. No one favors the runner-up, which is why I intend to grant you an opportunity. The patriotic man leaned back in his chair and continued. Thus, I took the liberty of having your match with Shockwave cancelled. I have conceived a more advantageous competition. I require both of you to conduct investigations across the nation, centered around Colorado, in every state, city, county, and town. Eliminate any risks. This creature possesses a keen sense of counter-surveillance, yet as long as it continues its predation, it will inevitably reveal its whereabouts. I urge you to locate it, the locomotive. If you can uncover the whereabouts of our extraterrestrial friends before the shockwave strikes, I can assure you that the company will provide you with everything you desire. The compatriot approached the locomotive, speaking in a barely perceptible whisper. Even if you must plunge into the depths of hell, you shall emerge as the fastest person in the world. Thank you, compatriot. Please trust that I will assist you in finding that accursed entity. The compatriot's murmurs, akin to the seductive whispers of a demon, brimmed with temptation. And the exhilarated locomotive promptly expressed heartfelt gratitude and utmost reverence towards the compatriot. I believe in you, brother. May we forever remain a family. The compatriot smiled, patting the locomotive's shoulder, then turned to Schwanza, saying, As for you, Schwanza, you must accompany me. I have a special task for you. To the remaining 2 ladies. Your duty is to maintain order in New York while we are absent. During this period, the research department will distribute a device to detect the unique biological signals of our extraterrestrial friends. Once the detector picks up a signal, we shall hasten to reunite with you. The compatriot returned to his position. Well, that concludes today's meeting. You may now proceed to hand over your responsibilities to the assistants. Furthermore, I advise you all to keep today's matters strictly confidential, even from the senior executives of the company. Should this information leak, I trust you understand the consequences that await you, especially you, newcomer. The compatriot cast a glance at Xinguang, his expression devoid of the earlier warmth. Do not let me discover that you bring others to the company to boast about your wretched work. I reserve the right to decide your fate within the 7. Chapter 47. The hero in action. Allow me to clarify, compatriot. Just as Xinguang intended to explain himself, Queen Maeve shot him a glance, halting his actions. Noticing the displeasure on the compatriot's face, Xinguang abandoned his desire to clarify. The compatriot disregarded the two further, exchanged a brief greeting with Queen Maeve, and departed the conference room with the locomotive and Xuanza. Meanwhile, as Xinguang and Queen Maeve endured the awkwardness of the conference room, Butcher, seated before a row of antiquated equipment in a dilapidated basement, wore a look of sheer astonishment. It seems our patriot and the alien ally are not enjoying their engagement. As he perused the notes recorded on the draft, Butcher's excitement was evident, barely contained at the corners of his mouth. After losing track of the mysterious man who was with Xinguang, Butcher had conducted an investigation into a fellow named Brock for some time. Yet, despite leveraging numerous connections, he could uncover no information regarding Brock. Even inquiries on the dark web yielded no results. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air, leaving Butcher, who had never faltered before, with a sense of powerlessness. The identity of Brock gradually became enigmatic in Butcher's mind. Although Butcher held a keen interest in Brock's identity, he was adept at distinguishing the primary from the secondary. For the past few days, whether in matters of sustenance or other activities, Butcher hardly strayed a step from this derelict building, fearing the loss of any valuable information. He had anticipated yet another fruitless day today. However, to his astonishment, the arrival of the compatriots brought forth a significant revelation. An extraterrestrial being capable of resolving the conundrum of superhumans. He pondered how he might locate it. Narrowing his eyes, Butcher considered that perhaps it was time for his old acquaintances to rejoin the fray. With this thought, he deftly pocketed the recording tape of the listening device and proceeded to douse the room in gasoline. As smoke began to waft, the sound of fire alarms soon echoed through the streets outside the crumbling edifice. Watching the firefighters rush into the building, Butcher seized the opportunity to vanish amidst the chaos. That night, Starlight, having just exited the Waters Corporation, ambled along the path with a troubled expression. Recalling the warning issued by the compatriots earlier that day, she surmised that it was highly likely that Ashley had reported her to them. The thought that she had left a poor impression on the compatriots right after her encounter with the 7 weighed heavily on her heart. Suddenly, she felt a pang of regret for having acted rashly towards Ashley a few days prior. Had that incident not occurred, she might have had a role to play in today's mission. The notion of an alien invasion ignited a fervor within her. Since childhood, she had dreamt of becoming a superhero dedicated to vanquishing evil and crime. Now, the emergence of extraterrestrials had propelled her aspirations to an entirely new dimension. Regrettably, she found herself excluded from involvement with the compatriots. Yet, upon reflection, it provided her some solace to realize that even Queen Maeve had not been selected. Light, where shall we venture next? Let me think. I know of an intriguing bar nearby. I shall take you there. No, Light, you and Neo should go enjoy yourselves. My father has instructed me to return before 10. What do you intend to do? Please, I implore you to cease this. It will only take a few minutes, Lisa. Just as Starlight's distress reached its peak, a voice emanating from a dark alleyway captured her attention. 2 men were cornering a girl against the wall. Observing the lewd grins adorning the faces of the burly men, Starlight furrowed her brow, instinctively aware of the impending threat. Such occurrences were intolerable to her, particularly at a moment when she felt most discontented. Hey, I suggest you release her, Starlight declared, hands in pockets, her expression serious as she issued a warning. Madam, I believe you are mistaken. We are all friends here, merely engaging in jest. 2 burly men hastily pulled up their trousers, only to find that the one who had called out to stop them was a seemingly harmless blonde beauty. Their malicious intentions reignited as they abandoned the trembling girl at the side and turned their attention toward Xinguang. What is up, sweetheart? Care to join us in this delightful little game? Faced with the lewd remarks of the 2 degenerate men, Xinguang sighed inwardly. She had no intention of letting these 2 scoundrels off the hook, and their brazen taunts only solidified her resolve to retaliate. Turning her head slightly, she addressed the frightened girl watching the scene unfold behind her, saying, Miss, I kindly ask that you close your eyes. The girl, curled up in the corner, was bewildered by the request but complied, shutting her eyes as instructed. The 2 lecherous men seemed to grasp that Xinguang was about to play the hero, and before she could react, they made their move. The alley was dimly lit, and as a blinding light emanated from Xinguang's pupils, the entire passage was engulfed in darkness. When the faint light flickered back to life, it was met with the terrified scream of the girl. What have you done? She cried, scrambling to her feet. Her face drained of color as she wept for her companions who lay lifeless on the ground. What have I done? Xinguang stood to the side, gazing in disbelief at the two bodies, their chests grotesquely ruptured. The cacophony in her mind grew louder as she stared at her hands, unable to comprehend the situation. She had merely intended to teach these two would-be assailants a lesson, to instill a measure of fear in them. Nothing more, nothing less. She had never harbored the intention to kill, even in her fury. Then, an unsettling awareness washed over her. She looked at the girl, who was sobbing on the ground. Realizing that the one who had come to her aid was herself, yet it was the two men who had threatened her that now lay dead. As Xinguang stood there, perplexed and unsure of how to proceed, a few individuals suddenly emerged from the shadows, adding to the chaos of the scene. However, when she noticed some of them sporting Waters identification badges and wielding professional photography equipment, everything clicked into place. This was all an act, orchestrated by the company to create a spectacle. Clenching her fists in a surge of fury, Xinguang's anger began to wane as her gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies before her. Chapter 48. No turning back. I'm finished. Xinguang knelt on the ground, her heart in shambles. Just as she felt her future plunging into darkness, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. Hey, Annie. Annie. As the starlight turned its head, the dazed pupils gradually regained clarity. Upon recognizing the arrival of a familiar figure, the starlight could no longer suppress the terror within. Embracing the tall silhouette beside her and breaking into a heart-wrenching sob. Brock, I have committed murder. My future is ruined. Everything I have worked for since childhood has vanished. The sudden shadow enveloped the starlight in a warm embrace, whispering softly, No, 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 this is not your fault. This is merely the bitter fruit of their intention to control your life. It is not your fault. No, no, the company will dismiss me. Feeling the warmth radiating from Brock's embrace, the starlight was on the brink of mental collapse. It won't happen. Listen to me, Annie, just follow my instructions. And I assure you, you will be fine. The shadow tenderly cupped the starlight's face, speaking earnestly. Gazing into Brock's profound eyes, the starlight, her mind utterly blank, found herself compelled to rely on him. However, when she observed the unfolding scene before her, a look of horror washed over her visage. The figures in the alley appeared as if time had frozen, standing motionless. Yet, their eyes still darted about, filled with bewilderment at the unfolding events. Brock, what has happened to them? The starlight's pale, tear-streaked face reflected disbelief as she cautiously inquired of Brock. It was merely a little trick, the shadow replied, stroking the starlight's silky golden hair, leaning down to whisper again in her ear. Annie, kill them. What? Annie's eyes widened in disbelief at Brock's words. Kill them, Annie, and then leave the rest to me. The shadow lifted Annie's numb arm, positioning her palm towards the motionless individuals in the alley, now under the control of the mind command. No, this is not right. No more lives should be lost. Annie shrank back, attempting to resist. But the strength in Brock's grasp rendered her powerless to escape. Annie, you must kill them. You have already taken a life, do you understand? The shadow intoned gravely. They are all witnesses. Do you wish for them to alert the authorities? There is no turning back now. But this is not your fault. It is because of them that you have reached this point. The shadow continued to murmur in the starlight's ear. They are the oppressors. You are the victim, understand? This is the punishment they deserve for the harm they have inflicted upon you. This is not my fault, echoed the shadow's whispers in the starlight's mind. It is all your doing. You sought to manipulate my life recklessly. I cannot be blamed for this. The starlight's once dazed gaze gradually shifted to one of bloodthirsty ferocity, her numb hands slowly regaining strength, trembling open in defiance. This is all your fault. In the alley, a brilliant light once again illuminated the heavens. Yet, the light did not herald hope. It signified the obliteration of life. Under the glow of sparks emitted from the cables, the chaotic alley fell into a haunting stillness. All that remained were several lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. Gazing at the scene before her, Starlight found her mind unwilling to engage. Her weary form slumped to the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared into the abyss. Shadow rose, surveying the surroundings with a heavy heart. Although Starlight's performance in the drama was lackluster, her prowess in dispatching ordinary individuals was rather adept. In the shroud of darkness, Shadow collected all the electronic devices scattered on the ground. After inspecting the footage, he pocketed several phones that contained recordings and crumpled the remaining devices into a ball. Casting them aside, turning back, he assisted the dazed Starlight to her feet. Hey, dear, shall we take our leave? What about these bodies? Starlight's expression was stiff, her mind incapable of processing the events that had transpired. Do not worry, others will handle it, Shadow reassured, gently patting her shoulder with a calm and soothing tone. Starlight wished to voice her concerns, but her words were swiftly silenced by Shadow. Now, Annie, you simply need to rest. When you awaken tomorrow, everything will be well. His voice possessed a magical quality. Listening to Shadow's words, Starlight felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over her, and in the blink of an eye, she succumbed to unconsciousness. It felt as though centuries had passed when Starlight regained consciousness, only to find herself in an unfamiliar room. Where am I? Rubbing the corners of her sleepy eyes, she surveyed her surroundings, everything feeling so alien. I seem to have taken a life. Starlight stared in disbelief at her hands. Though the dreamlike quality of the darkness felt all too real, she could still discern the line between dream and reality. Last night, she had indeed taken a life. And not just one. In her moment of despair, it was Brock who appeared, leading her away from that nightmarish place. Recalling the events of last night, the overwhelming sense of loss swiftly replaced the languor brought on by fatigue. Even though Brock's assurances echoed in her mind, Starlight's heart remained anxious. Perhaps soon, the police or her countrymen would find her and imprison her, condemning her to spend the remainder of her life behind bars. Awake? Just as Starlight sat in bed. Lost in thought, Brock's appearance interrupted her spiraling worries. Hey, Brock. Starlight's spirits were low as she greeted him in a hushed tone, once again retreating into her thoughts. Still pondering last night, Shadow placed breakfast on the bedside table and settled beside Starlight. I'm just wondering why misfortune always befalls me. I only wish to be a person who can wholeheartedly assist others. When darkness becomes the norm, the light that emerges is often labeled as pathological. The Shadow, holding the hand of Starlight, continued, none of this is your fault. You simply arrived in the wrong world. Your radiance is too dazzling. The more they seek to alter you, the more resolutely you must resist. Those individuals represent your first act of defiance, teaching them that you are not so easily manipulated. Consequently, you should grow stronger, much like Jesus, illuminating this world with your brilliance, Annie. Surely, even those condemned to hell may find their way back. Grateful for the purification of their souls, this is a blessing. Annie, is this true? Starlight's confusion began to dissolve under the depth of Brock's words. What should I do? Chapter 49. The Shadow's first gift. You need not sacrifice anything for this, child. This world is shrouded in darkness, requiring holy individuals to compose new rules, the Shadow whispered, caressing Starlight's delicate skin. Your task is to reveal your brilliance to the world, to amass your strength, and to become the most formidable person globally. I shall quietly stand by your side, watching as you trample those who obstruct your path. Imagine, when you sit atop the highest tower, gazing down upon the world, all awaiting your benevolence. How sacred that moment will be. Starlight's gaze became distant, as if she had already envisioned the scene described by Brock. Her pupils filled with the yearning for a new world. Just then, a phone rang. And this is my first gift to you. The Shadow picked up the phone and presented it to Starlight. Noticing the caller ID displayed as Ashley, Starlight hesitated but ultimately answered, placing it to her ear. Hello, she said as Ashley's voice erupted with excitement on the other end. Hey, Starlight. I'm so sorry for revealing your matters to the authorities. Starlight paused, glancing at the phone and then at the mysteriously smiling Blake beside her. I am truly the most foolish person in history. I lacked foresight and regret my prior actions. By the way, are you free for lunch, Starlight? I mean no other intentions. I simply wish to treat you to a meal as a small compensation for my earlier folly. Ashley. Oh, forgive me. Please continue. I hold no grievances regarding our past. I am delighted that we can reconcile. It is an honor to receive your forgiveness. What has transpired? Starlight furrowed her brow, finding it difficult to adapt to the drastic shift in Ashley's demeanor. Do you not know what has happened? Ashley on the other end stood frozen. The young lady of emotions remained oblivious to the unfolding events, leaving her to wonder if the sentiments she had just expressed were in vain. Uncertain, she confided. I merely returned home to sleep yesterday. Starshine, still feigning ignorance regarding Eileen's inquiry about whether she had acted heroically on her way back, felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. However, the comforting gaze of Brock beside her emboldened Starshine to admit, indeed, on my way home yesterday, I encountered a group of ruffians bullying a girl, and I could not restrain myself. Starshine hesitated, fearful that continuing would lead her to divulge more than she intended. You did exceptionally well, Starshine, Eileen exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon hearing Starshine's confession. Do you know, Starshine? Someone recorded your act of bravery yesterday and posted it online. Just an hour ago, the female victim shared a video expressing her gratitude toward you. Starshine, upon hearing Eileen's explanation, was left utterly bewildered. The revelation that someone had captured last night's incident sent her already frayed nerves into a tailspin. The narrative that unfolded next was entirely different from her expectations. Transforming from a mere bystander into a paragon of justice was a thought Starshine could scarcely entertain. Do you know what your fan support rate has reached? It has surged by 12 points. ILE's report left Starshine wide-eyed, unable to believe her ears. Starshine, your support rate now firmly places you third among the 7-member group. An unprecedented achievement for any newcomer. Moreover, I have another piece of good news for you. Due to the postponement of both the Invisible Man and Deep Sea, I took the liberty of reallocating their resources to you. The company intends to funnel substantial resources your way, preparing for your imminent rise to stardom. Coughing softly, Starshine found herself at a loss for words, uncertain how to convey her emotions in light of such delightful revelations. Illy, I have something to attend to, but I will return to the office at noon. You have been an excellent assistant, and I insist on treating you to dinner this afternoon. After a flurry of hurried explanations, Starshine abruptly ended the call, overwhelmed with gratitude toward Brock. If you are truly moved, I wouldn't mind a hug, Brock said, arms outstretched, a smile gracing his face. Without hesitation, Starshine wiped away the tears from her eyes and leaped into Brock's embrace. Meanwhile, in a vast concrete expanse, Schwanza followed the compatriots, surveying the surroundings with keen interest as they deftly operated the elevator leading underground. The mute Schwanza felt a stir of curiosity within, uncertain of the reasons. Ever since the return of the compatriot, he has felt an inexplicable disquiet about him, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. It seemed as though his heart quickened a few beats, as the compatriot in the elevator offered a gentle smile, reassuring him, "Do not worry, my brother, among the 7. You are the only one I trust. Just a little longer, and we shall arrive. Some things can only be understood by our own kind." He patted Shinsei's shoulder. But all that ensued was an awkward silence hanging in the air. With a sigh of relief upon reaching their destination, the compatriot disregarded Shinsei and stepped out of the elevator first. Shinsei made no response, following closely behind. The two walked in succession down the long corridor until they reached its end. Through their masks, they silently observed as the compatriot entered a code. When the grand door finally opened, the expression beneath Shinsei's mask shifted for the first time upon witnessing the scene beyond. It was a vast experimental facility, bustling with scientists who were currently gathered around a containment chamber at the heart of the lab, engrossed in their experiments. Though lacking the ability of X-ray vision, Shinsei's eyesight was no less keen than that of the compatriot. Before long, he spotted a peculiar mass writhing in the corner of the containment chamber. This was 001. Shinsei, the compatriot guided Shinsei towards the experimental center. Perhaps due to habitual vigilance, Shinsei felt the gazes of the researchers upon him to be rather peculiar. In Chapter 50, Shinsei confessed, "In the meeting, I withheld certain information." The compatriot placed an arm around Shinsei's shoulders as they approached the containment chamber. Sensing the presence of living beings nearby, the creature designated as 001 writhed and lunged at the compatriot and Shinsei. They watched as the dark, tentacled creature collided with the wall, struggling to slide down the transparent barrier. The compatriot's eyes were filled with disdain. This repugnant extraterrestrial entity, no matter how formidable, remained a low-intelligence beast driven solely by a primal instinct to kill and devour. "We extracted a unique compound from 001, the compatriot continued. After extensive research by the doctors, it was discovered that this compound exhibits remarkable adaptability. They formulated a hypothesis that perhaps we could utilize 001 to synthesize a new compound, capable of directly enhancing the human body or even providing a secondary augmentation to superhumans." The compatriot's face lit up with excitement as he turned to Shinsei. "Brother, do you grasp the significance of this? It means we can create an invincible being, a god without weaknesses, through 001. Shinsei furrowed his brow, standing silently as he observed the compatriot's increasingly frenzied demeanor. "However, before we proceed, we require a suitable candidate to assist us in this research. Shinsei, you are the most formidable among all superhumans in terms of regenerative abilities." The patriot approached Shinsei, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "I have always held you in high regard. Thus, for the sake of this sacred research, you will undoubtedly support me, will you not?" Upon hearing this, Shinsei could no longer feign ignorance regarding the patriot's intentions. Without hesitation, foreseeing impending calamity, Shinsei lunged at the patriot. A sharp dagger sprang forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at the patriot, fully aware that the latter's defenses surpassed those of ordinary superhumans. The dagger's tip targeted the patriot's eye socket. However, as the leader of the 7, the patriot was not to be trifled with. Moreover, having long set his sights on Shinsei, he was far from unprepared. With Shinsei's arrival, there was no opportunity for retreat. Feeling the dagger's keen edge, the the Patriot remained unperturbed. His countermeasures were executed with swiftness that outmatched Xian-Sei's attack. In an instant, he seized Xian-Sei's arms. The dagger's tip hovered perilously near the bridge of the Patriot's nose, making it impossible for Xian-Sei to advance even an inch closer. Though he could not vocalize his alarm, Xian-Sei's heart raced with terror. He struggled to break free from the Patriot's grasp, only to discover that with every increase in his strength, the Patriot's grip grew even tighter. Gazing through his X-ray vision at the fear hidden beneath Xian-Sei's mask, the Patriot smirked, relishing the rapid thumping of Xian-Sei's heart within his chest. Yet, the Patriot had no intention of prolonging this game. He lifted his foot and stomped on Xian-Sei's knees with precise control, merely dislocating his legs and rendering him immobile. At this juncture, Xian-Sei's struggles were futile, but to preempt any unforeseen circumstances, the Patriot mercilessly broke both of Xian-Sei's arms. "Oh, fret not, they will grow back." With disdain akin to discarding refuse, the Patriot cast aside the mangled limbs. Producing a syringe from an unknown source, he plunged it into Xian-Sei's neck. "Enjoy this experience, brother. When the day of my ascendance arrives, you shall not regret your choice today." Filled with resentment, Xian-Sei glared at the Patriot's grotesque grin. In that moment, he fervently wished for the ability to vocalize his curses, denouncing the Patriot and his lineage. Yet, fate proved indifferent to his desires. And as the figure before him grew increasingly blurred, Xian-Sei's consciousness, along with his resentment, plummeted into darkness. Observing Xian-Sei collapse, the Patriot grimaced at the blood staining his hands, wiping it off with a look of revulsion. He then rose effortlessly, nonchalantly declaring, "Well, this gentleman now belongs to you. Dr. Ballot, I am here." From the shadows, Ballot stood and responded, bearing witness to the entire scene. "I have endeavored to meet your demands regarding Compound 6. Do not let me down. Rest assured, sir, the outcome will surely astonish you." Ballot exclaimed excitedly to the compatriot. The compatriot, observing Ballot's enigmatic smile, furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to speak, a jarring ringtone abruptly interrupted his train of thought. The compatriot retrieved his phone from his pocket, only to change countenance upon seeing the content displayed. "How dare they treat me like this?" he bellowed in fury, shattering the phone in his grip. In the face of the compatriot's wrath, the surrounding researchers instinctively recoiled a few steps. Ignoring the startled gazes directed at him, the compatriot, consumed by rage, stormed out of the laboratory. "It appears we need to find a technician to replace the damaged door," Dr. Ballot lamented, gazing at the wrecked alloy entrance. He instructed the staff to remove the peacefully sleeping Schwanza from the floor. Meanwhile, the compatriot, having just burst out of the laboratory, made his way directly to the headquarters of Water. This time, however, he chose not to enter through the main entrance, but headed straight for the 66th floor, where Madeline Stuhl's office was located. He crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window of the 66th floor. Madeline was startled by the sudden commotion. Upon seeing the figure of the compatriot, still recovering from her shock, her heart raced. Noticing the not-so-pleasant expression on the compatriot's face, Madeline, although unaware of the cause of his anger, maintained a facade of calmness. She shook off the glass shards from her attire and gently inquired, "What troubles you, my hero?" Approaching the compatriot, she attempted to soothe his agitation. "Why did you arrange for 2 new members to join the team without my consent?" The compatriot's cheeks flushed as he confronted Madeline. "Oh my, is that why you shattered my office window?" Madeline was momentarily at a loss for words, finding the compatriot's unreasonable behavior rather exasperating, yet she dared not voice her thoughts. They were selected through rigorous company vetting and possessed superior capabilities in both strength and entertainment management compared to the previous Invisible Man and Deep Sea. "Our extraterrestrial acquaintance is the pressing matter at hand. I wish for such trivialities not to disrupt your work." Madeline reached out, tenderly caressing the compatriot's cheek. However, this time the compatriot was not satisfied with her explanation. Chapter 51. Outside, Uncle Fried Chicken. "Miss Stuhl, are you all right?" At the door, a visibly flustered Esley burst in. Upon witnessing the scene of Madeline nearly pressed against the compatriot, she froze in embarrassment. "I'm terribly sorry for the interruption." Seeing the Homeland's representative with a pallid complexion and a visage filled with fury, Eiley felt an overwhelming despair. She hurriedly closed the door, thwarting the security personnel's attempt to intrude. As she watched them retreat, Eiley wished to slap herself and fervently endeavored to erase the haunting images she had just witnessed. How could such matters befall her? What significant event could possibly arise? That insufferable extraterrestrial was nothing more than a minor inconvenience to me. The Homeland's representative paid little heed to Eiley's fleeting interruption. After all, even if Eiley possessed tenfold courage, she would still lack the audacity to disclose the day's events. Do you not comprehend that I am the leader of the Seven? You cannot simply disregard my presence and make decisions on my behalf. The Homeland's representative bellowed at Madeline, appearing as aggrieved as a child. The blonde harlot you arranged has tested my patience to its limits. Leave me alone. This was the first instance Madeline had witnessed such ire from the Homeland's representative. Observing the tumultuous rise and fall of their chest, Madeline maintained her demeanor of gentle serenity. Approaching, she spoke in a tone tinged with grievance. My dear, you cannot unleash all your resentment upon me. I am but a vice president. Above me are Mr. Edgar and the shareholders who govern the company's significant affairs. I am merely an executor. If you truly find this arrangement unsatisfactory, perhaps we could consult Mr. Edgar together. Noticing Madeline's seemingly wounded expression, the Homeland's representative felt a twinge of regret for their harsh words. Upon hearing Edgar's name, their anger diminished slightly. To avoid revealing any trepidation towards an ordinary individual, the Homeland's representative fixed Madeline with a steely gaze and said, I shall personally evaluate the two newcomers. Should they prove unworthy, they will be dismissed. Furthermore, the replacement for Schwanza must be selected by me alone. You may choose to continue ignoring my presence, but next time, I will not hesitate to breach the 82nd floor's office. Seeing the Homeland's representative relent first, Madeline, believing she held the upper hand, offered a slight smile. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. Once a suitable candidate for Schwanza's position is found, I will present you with the list. Madeline gently cradled the Homeland's representative's face. As for the other two newcomers, as long as you do not go too far, I am amenable to your wishes. However, do consider my position and do not make it excessively difficult for me. The Homeland's representative remained silent, casting a heavy glance at Madeline before departing. With a sigh of relief as the Homeland's representative exited, the tension within Madeline finally eased. She felt a surge of frustration. Perhaps she should not have allowed the Homeland's representative to interfere with the disaster plan. Now, having just begun to illuminate the void left by the lantern bearer, she was faced with the loss of both the locomotive and Schwanza. Following a series of selections and arrangements from higher-ups, new members would soon be integrated into the Seven. The compatriots have come once more, venting their misguided fury. Had it not been for Madeline's intervention in extracting Mr. Edgar, this tumult might have persisted indefinitely. Rubbing her brow, Madeline reflected on the sleepless nights that had plagued her since the Lantern Keeper departed from the Seven. She remained uncertain as to when this incessant vexation would cease. Just as she was mired in her daily troubles, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Come in. Madeline adjusted her expression and glanced towards the office door. Hello, Miss Stivell. I hear from Ashley that you were looking for me. The newcomer, Starlight, was well aware of the uproar caused by the compatriots' abrupt intrusion into the vice president's office. Upon witnessing the chaos that lay before her, she felt a wave of hesitation wash over her, regretting her decision to interrupt Madeline at such a moment. It was akin to throwing oneself into the line of fire. Oh, Starlight, I was just about to seek you out. A faint smile finally graced Madeline's face upon seeing Starlight. Noticing Starlight's hesitance at the door, uncertain of where to step amidst the shards of glass on the floor, Madeline felt a twinge of awkwardness, though as the vice president of Waters, she masked it well. Fear not, someone will come to tidy this up shortly. Come with me to the executive office. Ashley, along with some planners and directors, has prepared a gift for you. With that, Madeline donned a coat, as it was indeed her first time feeling the breeze from such heights. Starlight's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Initially, she suspected that her presence was summoned due to some shortcomings that required reprimand. However, upon learning that Madeline intended to surprise her, she was taken aback. As for the matters between Madeline and the compatriots, Starlight was disinclined to delve into them. After all, following that fateful meeting, she had developed no fondness for the compatriots. The extraterrestrial affairs were not her concern either. In fact, Starlight had resolved to seize the opportunity during the compatriots' preoccupation with the Seven to advance her own position. While she did not aim to usurp their current standing, she was confident in her potential to replace Maeve as the second-in-command of the Seven. Entering the executive office alongside Madeline, Starlight surveyed the other attendees. Despite her considerable ambition, she understood the necessity of discretion and displayed the appropriate humility of a newcomer. After greeting everyone, she was momentarily taken aback as Madeline guided her to a seat beside her. I had initially intended to present this surprise to you yesterday, but considering your need for relaxation, I postponed it to today. You don't hold it against me, do you, Starlight? While her conversational skills may have seemed lacking, Starlight managed to convey the requisite enthusiasm while sitting next to Madeline. Oh, how could I possibly blame you? Ms. Madeline, I am thrilled that you have prepared this surprise for me. On the contrary, I ought to express my gratitude to you. for it indicates that my performance within the group of 7 has not caused you any discomfort or disappointment, Starshine said with heartfelt appreciation while grasping Madeline's hand. I am truly delighted to hear you say that, Starshine. Madeline's spirits soared at that moment. After all, those who possess the gift of eloquence are invariably more endearing. Let us reserve our surprises for later. For now, allow our 2 marketing strategists to engage in a brief dialogue with you regarding our future plans for your branding and account management. Although Starshine found it distasteful to endure the lecherous gazes of the contrasting duo before her, she nonetheless suppressed her discomfort and feigned attentiveness to their lengthy discourse.